ज्यादा आगे नहीं बढ़ भैया, पीछे रहो।
या लाउड है लाउड है। नो हम बाहर से खड़े फिर से
वापस क्यों जाएंगे?
मैं वापस नहीं जा रही हूँ, वो कैमरा अलाउड है।
हाँ मैं उस सर्विसेज के बाद पहचान अच्छा ओके ये सब पहचान में ये यहाँ पे सकते हैं कुछ नहीं
एक मिनट वेट कर अब आ जाइए ले लो सर्टिफिकेट के साथ सर पासपोर्ट नहीं कोई बात नहीं अब बाहर खड़े हो जाना सिद्धार्थ से बात
आप फर्स्ट चीजें
दिखा देना देख के देना सर मैम दिखा दीजिए कोई बात नहीं कम कर लो साथ उन्हें उन्हें नहीं ना सर्टिफिकेट ठीक है थैंक यू मैम
पर्ची तो ले लो पर्ची को
भैया थोड़ा सा देखिए इधर मेरी तरफ भैया थोड़ा ऐसा भैया आराम से एक मिनट
आराम से दौड़ो मत तुम उसको हाथ में ले लो किस तरह अंदर अंदर नहीं खिड़की से बाहर से मैम कमरे के बाहर से हाँ किस तरह वोट देंगे सर
आप
ये नहीं इसमें देंगे
हाँ एक ही बूथ है ये
इसी में देंगे ना
इसी में देंगे जो भी है
You can see from here.
सामने बिठा दीजिए हम यहीं पे हमारे हम कहीं जाएंगे हम ज्यादा आगे नहीं बढ़े पीछे रहो
Nine 84.
या लाओ दे लाओ लाओ दे
No, no.
हम बाहर से खड़े
हाँ जी
फिर से
आप वापस क्यों जाएंगे
No, मैं वापस नहीं जा रही हूँ वो कैमरा अलाउड है
हाँ मैं उस लिमिट से बाहर पहचान लिया अच्छा ओके ये सब पहचान लिया ये यहाँ कर सकते हैं कुछ नहीं
एक मिनट वेट कर
जो फॉर्म भरे थे उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन में पता है ना
भैया फोन पकड़ लो आ रहा है उन्होंने बोला रख लो आप आ जाइए
इनकी को ले लो आप सर्टिफिकेट के साथ
सर
पासपोर्ट हाँ उनकी लेनी चाहिए
कोई बात नहीं
फर्स्ट फीमेल
लिखा अब बाहर खड़े जाना सिद्धार्थ से बात प्लीज प्लीज
सर हम
थैंक यू भाई
यही रुक जाए बस ये बस प्लीज
यहीं तक है
इतना तो हो गया नहीं आगे तो हट जाएंगे ना
यहाँ से आगे नहीं जाएंगे चिंता मत करो जितने तक परमिशन है वहीं तक जाएंगे जब आएंगे जब देख लेंगे भाई
वाइट यहाँ करे इनके पीछे
यहाँ से लाके वहाँ बाइक
सर तो भारी थे
हाँ बाहर ही
अब आप बेशक सर भारी आ गए दूसरी बस निकलते नहीं सर भारी देते हैं हम लोग भारी करेंगे बात नहीं सर यह बात भी नहीं करेंगे आपसे भारी हाँ भारी बात
यहाँ लगा लो ना
चलो आ जाओ सर आ जाए प्लीज बाहर आ जाए प्लीज इनसाइड वाला
हाँ सर इनसाइड वाला हमारे पास तो
Jack 3
747
बस भाई यही से आगे मत जाना आगे नहीं जाना सुनिए सर आइए ना ये खाली मैडम का है
ये है ना
Excuse me, ma'am. हाँ पीछे वही तो करना अनुज जी।
सर आप सब साथ में आ जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा, साथ में। थैंक यू सर।
ठीक है सर, ये
थैंक यू।
सर बाहर बाइक
थोड़ा अभी नहीं,
इसी बैकग्राउंड में
अभी नहीं यहाँ ये पहले ये देता। ओके, थैंक यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सर।
अच्छा मैम आ जाइए।
वोटिंग स्लिप
अला नहीं बाहर से ही करूँ ना सर, बस यहाँ बस इतने पे ही अंदर नहीं जाऊँगा। हाँ हाँ सॉरी।
बाद
सर मैम मैम
यहीं से प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज।
सर हम
थैंक यू भाई, थैंक यू।
यही रुक जाए, बस ये बस प्लीज।
यहीं तक है,
इतना तो हो गया, आगे तो हट जाएंगे ना।
यहाँ से आगे नहीं जाएंगे, नहीं जाएंगे, चिंता मत करो। जितने तक परमिशन है वहीं तक जाएंगे। जब आएंगे, जब देख लेंगे भाई।
बाइट यहाँ करें इनके पीछे,
यहाँ से लाके वहाँ बाइक
सर तो भारी पड़ गया।
हाँ बाहर ही।
अब आप फिर से सर बाहर ही आ गए, बस निकलते नहीं सर बाहर ही देते हैं। सर ये बात भी नहीं करेंगे आपसे, बाहर ही बात करेंगे।
यहाँ लगा लो ना।
चलो आ जाओ सर, आ जाए प्लीज, बाहर आ जाए प्लीज।
इनसाइड वाला, हाँ सर इनसाइड वाला हमारे पास तो।
जयपुरी
747
बस भाई यहीं से आगे मत जाना, आगे नहीं जाना। आइए ना, ये खाली मैडम का है।
ये है ना, तो हो गया बस एक ही
हाँ पीछे वही तो करना है मुझे
अकेले अकेले की एक सर आप सब साथ में आ जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा साथ में थैंक यू
ठीक है सर ये बाइक सर बाहर बाइक
थोड़ा अभी नहीं
इसी बैकग्राउंड में
अभी नहीं यहाँ ये पहले ये रहता ओके थैंक यू थैंक यू
अच्छा मैं
वोटिंग स्लिप
अलग नहीं बाहर से ही करूँगा सर यहाँ बस इतने पे ही अंदर नहीं जाऊँगा हाँ हाँ सॉरी
थैंक यू आपको तो लंबा दिन होने वाला है थैंक यू थैंक यू
देखना सर ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आए हैं नहीं पता है
ले लिया आपने नहीं उसको ले लिया
लिए तो
इससे ले लिया थैंक यू मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूंगा नमस्कार 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 ऑल ओके बहुत बढ़िया थैंक यू ऑल आर ग्रेट
सेकंड नंबर में है, सेकंड नंबर में बहुत सारा है।
अहमदाबाद में आएगी।
अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो फोन करके पूछ लूँगा। आप बात करें फोन नंबर है, मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है नहीं तो चेक करने के लिए आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से सारे कैमरे में आप हमारे को दिक्कत हो, आप इंटीमेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर। इधर से आना, इधर से आना।
उधर से रास्ता दे देना। थोड़ा पीछे चल, थोड़ा साइड में
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से, कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ विजुअल बनाओ, आराम से करो।
साइड हो सर सर साइन करेंगे
आराम से पैर बचाना sir, just a small comment, sir. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर इधर इधर, हाँ इधर मैं पीछे हूँ। बाहर खड़े हो जाए, बाहर खड़े हो जाए, चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए। हम करा देंगे, बाहर होगी बाइक यार, अंदर नहीं गए, बाहर हो जाइए। हाँ तो बाहर ही हो क्या, बैग नहीं उठा सकते ना, ये है ना पीछे है। अरे पीछे आ जा यार, बहुत बढ़िया।
Rahul Gandhi and Optimism Dixit now are going to second one polling.
देखने से ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आए ये नहीं पता है।
ले लिया आपने? नहीं, फोटो ले लिया?
लिए तो
इससे नहीं लिया। थैंक यू। मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूंगा। नमस्कार नमस्कार।
आपका कितने नंबर में है? नंबर में
सुमिता बात में आएगी।
फोन करके पूछना। आप घर करके और नंबर है मोबाइल नंबर चेक करने के लिए आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से सारे कैमरे में आप हमारे को दिक्कत हो आप इंटीग्रेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर।
इधर से आना इधर से आना वगैरह लेना है ना सर आराम से लेना। थोड़ा पीछे चल, थोड़ा साढ़े पाँच
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से, कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ विजुअल बनाओ, आराम से पैर बचाना। अरे कुछ नहीं, विजुअल आराम से sir, just a small comment, sir. Sir, please entry. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर इधर इधर, हाँ इधर हूँ मैं पीछे हूँ।
बाहर खड़े हो जाइए, दिलवाले बाहर खड़े हो जाइए, चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए, हम करा देंगे भैया, बाहर होगी बाइट यार, अंदर नहीं गए, बाहर हो जाइए, पीछे हो जाइए, हाँ तो बाहर ही हो जाइए, क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकते ना, मेरा ये है ना पीछे है, अरे पीछे आ जा यार,
बहुत बढ़िया।
Rahul Gandhi and Optimism Dixit now are being started. One polling.
देखो सर, ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आ रही है, नहीं पता है।
ले लिया आपने?
हाँ,
फोटो ले लिया?
लिया तो
कैसे इससे नहीं लिया? थैंक यू। मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूँ। नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार। ऑल ओके, बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू।
आपका कितने नंबर में है? कितने नंबर में बहुत सारा है।
अहमदाबाद में आएगी।
तो पूरी नहीं पता है, मैं फोन करके पूछ लूँ। फोन में आप बात करें, और नंबर है, मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है? चेक करने के लिए आपके पास एक मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से आपके मोबाइल को दिक्कत हो, आप नोटिफिकेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर।
इधर से वगैरह लेना है ना सर, आराम से लेना।
नहीं सर ऐसे हम लोग लाइफ से अगर आप पीटीआई कोई ऐसा नहीं है। तो आप उधर चले जाओ।
उधर से रास्ता दे देना। थोड़ा पीछे चल, थोड़ा ये साइड में
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ विजुअल बनाओ, आराम से करो।
साइड हो जाओ सर। सर साइन करेंगे।
आराम से पैर बचाना सारे कुछ नहीं, आराम से sir, just a small comment, sir. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर इधर इधर, हाँ इधर हूँ, इधर हूँ, मैं पीछे हूँ।
बाहर खड़े हो जाए, बाहर खड़े हो जाए, बाहर खड़े हो जाए, चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए। अरे हम करा देंगे भैया, बाहर होगी पार्टी यार, अंदर नहीं गए, बाहर हो जाइए, पीछे हो जाइए। हाँ तो बाहर ही हो जाइए। क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकता ना, मेरा ये है ना पीछे है। अरे पीछे आ जा यार। बहुत बढ़िया।
Rahul Gandhi and Dixit now are going to advance one police.
देखने से तो ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आए ये नहीं पता है।
ले लिया आपने? नहीं
हाँ,
फोटो ले लिया?
लिया तो
किससे? इससे नहीं लिया? थैंक यू। मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूंगा। नमस्कार नमस्कार
आपका कितने नंबर में है? नंबर में
अहमदाबाद में
अगर थोड़ी फोन करके पूछना आप बात करें और नंबर है, मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है नहीं, कुछ चेक करने के लिए आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से सारे कैमरे में आपके मोबाइल को दिक्कत हो, आप इंटीमेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर। इधर से आना, इधर से आना।
वगैरह लेना है ना सर, आराम से लेना।
नहीं सर ऐसे हम लोग लाइफ है सर, आप पीटीआई कोई ऐसा नहीं है। आप उधर से
उधर से रास्ता दे देना। थोड़ा पीछे चल, थोड़ा साइड में
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से, कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ विजुअल बनाओ, आराम से करो।
साइड हो जाओ, सर साइन करेंगे।
पैर बचाना sir, just a small comment, sir. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर इधर इधर, हाँ इधर मैं पीछे हूँ।
बाहर खड़े हो जाए, बाहर खड़े हो जाए, चले सारे बाहर हो जाए, हम करा देंगे भैया, बाहर होगी पार्टी यार, अंदर नहीं गए, बाहर हो जाए, बाहर ही क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकते ना, मेरा ये है ना पीछे है, अरे पीछे आ जा यार,
बहुत बढ़िया।
Rahul Gandhi and Optimism Dixit now are going to advancement of police.
देखो सर, ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आ रही है नहीं पता है।
ले लिया आपने? नहीं, फोटो ले लिया?
लिए तो
किससे? इससे नहीं लिया। थैंक यू। मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूंगा।
आपका कितने नंबर में है? नंबर में
सुमेधा बाद में आएगी।
अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो फोन करके पूछ लो। आप घर के और नंबर है, मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है नहीं? चेक करने के आपके पास एक मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से आपके मोबाइल को दिक्कत हो, आप इंटीमेशन बस सर लास्ट है, ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर।
इधर से वगैरह लेना है ना सर का, आराम से लेना।
नहीं सर ऐसे हम लोग लाइफ से अगर आप पीटीआई कोई ऐसा नहीं तो आप उधर चले जाओ।
उधर से रास्ता दे देना।
यही चलो पीछे चलो कोई यहाँ पीछे चल,
थोड़ा पीछे चल,
थोड़ा साइड में
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से, कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ वीडियो बनाओ,
साइड हो सर साइन करेंगे। पैर बचाना सारे कुछ नहीं आराम से sir, just a small comment, sir.
Sir, please end this. You have. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर इधर इधर
हाँ इधर हूँ मैं पीछे हूँ
बाहर खड़े हो जाइए बाहर खड़े हो जाइए बाहर खड़े हो जाइए चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए हम करा देंगे भैया बाहर होगी पार्टी यार अंदर नहीं गए बाहर हो जाइए पीछे हो जाइए हाँ तो बाहर ही हो जाइए क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकता ना मेरा ये है ना पीछे अरे पीछे आ जा यार
बहुत बढ़िया
Rahul Gandhi and Optimism Dixit now going at advance one polling.
देखने से ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे है ये नहीं पता
ये ले लिया आपने नहीं लिया फोटो ले लिया
लिए तो
इससे नहीं लिया थैंक यू मैं जरा बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूँ नमस्कार नमस्कार
आपका कितने नंबर में है नंबर में
उम्मीदाबाद में आएगी
फोन करके पूछना आप नंबर है मोबाइल नंबर चेक करने आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं इनका तो एक तरह से आपके मोबाइल को दिक्कत तो आप इंटीमेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर इधर से आना इधर से आना
वगैरह लेना है ना सर का आराम से लेना।
नहीं सर ऐसे हम लोग लाइट है सर, आप पीटीआई कोई ऐसा नहीं है। तो आप उधर चले जाओ,
उधर से रास्ता दे देते हैं। थोड़ा पीछे चल, थोड़ा ये साइड में हो जाओ।
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से, कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ विजुअल बनाओ।
साइड हो जाओ, सर साइन करेंगे।
पैर बचाना अरे कुछ नहीं, आराम से sir, just a small comment, sir. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर इधर इधर, हाँ इधर हूँ, इधर हूँ, मैं पीछे हूँ।
बाहर खड़े हो जाइए, दिलवाले बाहर खड़े हो जाइए, चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए, हम करा देंगे भैया, बाहर होगी पार्टी यार, अंदर नहीं गए, बाहर हो जाइए। हाँ तो बाहर ही क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकता ना, मेरा ये है ना पीछे है। अरे पीछे आ जा यार। बहुत बढ़िया।
Rahul Gandhi and Office Council Dixit now are going to start the last one of polling.
देखने से ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आ रही है, नहीं पता है। ले लिया आपने? नहीं, फोटो ले लिया तो इससे ले लिया।
पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखो। नमस्कार नमस्कार भी आ रहा है। बेटा भी आ रहा है।
आपका कितने नंबर में है? नंबर में
अहमदाबाद में आएगी।
फोन करके पूछ लो। आप घर करके और नंबर है, मोबाइल नंबर चेक करने के आपके पास एक मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से आप हमारे को दिक्कत हो, आप बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर। इधर से आना, उधर से रास्ता दे देते थोड़ा पीछे
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से, कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ वीडियो बनाओ, साइन करेंगे आराम से, पैर बचाना sir, just a small comment, sir. entry surface entry. अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर 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 हाँ इधर मैं पीछे हूँ
बाहर खड़े हो जाए बाहर खड़े हो जाए चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए हम करा देंगे भैया बाहर होगी पार्टी यार अंदर नहीं गए बाहर हो जाइए पीछे हो जाइए हाँ तो बाहर ही हो जाइए क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकते ना मेरा ये है ना पीछे अरे पीछे आ जाओ यार
बहुत बढ़िया
Rahul Gandhi and Office Council Dixit now going at advance one polling.
देखने से ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आ रही है नहीं पता है
ले लिया नहीं फोटो ले
लिया तो
इससे नहीं थैंक यू मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखूँ नमस्कार नमस्कार
आपका कितने नंबर में है कितने नंबर में
सुमेधाबाद में आएगी
अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो फोन करके पूछ लो आप बात करें फोन नंबर है मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास चेक करने आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि इनका तो एक तरह से आप हमारे को दिक्कत हो आप इंटीमेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर इधर से नहीं सर ऐसे हम लोग लाइट है सर आप कोई ऐसा नहीं तो आप उधर चले जाओ
उधर से रास्ता दे देना थोड़ा पीछे चल थोड़ा साइड में
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से कोई बात नहीं आराम से करो आराम से करो यार बनाओ वीडियो बनाओ
साइड हो जाओ सर सर साइन करेंगे पैर बचाना Sir, just a small comment, sir. Sir, please अरे इधर इधर पीछे इधर हाँ इधर मैं पीछे हूँ
बाहर खड़े हो जाए बाहर खड़े हो जाए चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए हम करा देंगे भैया बाहर होगी पार्टी यार अंदर नहीं गए बाहर हो जाइए हाँ तो बाहर ही हो जाइए बैग नहीं उठा सकता ना मेरा ये है ना पीछे है अरे पीछे आ जा यार
बहुत बढ़िया
Rahul Gandhi and Optimism Dixit now are started. One polling.
देखना सर ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे है ये नहीं पता है ले लिया आपने नहीं फोटो ले लिया तो कैसे इससे नहीं लिया
बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देख लो। नमस्कार नमस्कार भी आ रहा है। बेटा भी आ रहा है। इससे भी लेते हैं।
आपका कितने नंबर में है? नंबर में
सुमिता बाद में आएगी।
अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो फोन करके पूछ लो। आप बात करें और नंबर है, मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है नहीं, चेक करने के लिए आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं? इनका तो एक तरह से आपको हमारे को दिक्कत हो, आप बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर। इधर से आना, इधर से आना।
उधर से रास्ता दे देना। थोड़ा पीछे
आराम से कोई बात नहीं, आराम से करो यार, बनाओ साइड हो जाओ सर साइन करेंगे। पैर बचाना sir, just a small comment, sir.
Give some please.
Sir,
इधर 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 हाँ इधर मैं पीछे हूँ
बाहर खड़े हो जाइए दिलवाले बाहर खड़े हो जाइए चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए हम करा देंगे भैया बाहर होगी पार्टी यार अंदर नहीं गए बाहर हो जाइए हाँ तो बाहर ही क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकते ना मेरा ये है ना पीछे अरे पीछे आ जाओ यार
बहुत बढ़िया
Rahul Gandhi along with Saksha Dixit now arriving at Advance Fund polling.
देखने से ये कैमरे के साथ अच्छे आए ये नहीं पता है
ले लिया आपने नहीं फोटो ले लिया
लिए तो
इससे नहीं लिया थैंक यू मैं बाकी पोलिंग सेंटर भी देखता हूँ नमस्कार नमस्कार
आपका कितने नंबर में है नंबर में बहुत सारा
अहमदाबाद में आएगी
जरूरत पड़ेगी फोन करके पूछना और नंबर है मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है नहीं चेक करने आपके पास मोबाइल नंबर है कि नहीं इनका तो एक तरह से सारे कैमरे में आपको हमारे को दिक्कत हो आप इंटीग्रेशन बस सर लास्ट टाइम ऐसा नहीं करूँगा सर
आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से कोई बात नहीं आराम से करो आराम से करो यार बनाओ वीडियो बनाओ आराम से करो पैर बचाना sir just a small comment sir अरे इधर इधर पीछे
इधर 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 हाँ इधर हूँ मैं पीछे हूँ
बाहर खड़े हो जाए दिलवाले बाहर खड़े हो जाए चलिए सारे बाहर हो जाइए हम करा देंगे भैया बाहर होगी पार्टी यार अंदर नहीं गए बाहर हो जाइए हाँ तो बाहर ही हो जाइए क्या बैग नहीं उठा सकते ना मेरा ये है ना पीछे अरे पीछे आ जाओ यार बहुत बढ़िया
Rahul Gandhi of Dikshitya now arriving at the Advance of Police.
55% vote share, Zaka, is it voter turnout, beg your pardon? Does that help the AAP or hurt the AAP? Or a higher voter turnout helps the AAP or hurts the AAP? How does it work?
I think, Delhi generally has had better voter turnout when you compare it to urban pockets like Mumbai, for example. Mumbai is infamous. It's just about 50% this time they crossed. But Delhi has always been closer to the late 50s or even sometimes 60%. The 2013 election, for example, which is the first time the Aam Aadmi Party won, Delhi was well in excess of 60% plus. But I just want to run through, the high voter turnout and low voter turnout figures as far as the 2020 Vidhan Sabha is concerned. If you look at the high voter turnout seats in 2020, you will also see that some of them happen to be, the seats where there were no close contests. So there were a bunch of these seats. There are only 7 seats which were above the high voter turnout that was seen. The margin of 60%, the voter turnout of 60% that was seen. So only 7 seats out of 70. So only 1/10 where you had a voter turnout higher than the state average. All 7 were, of course, won by the Aam Aadmi Party. But if you were to look at the low voter turnout seats in 2020, there again, Delhi is essentially, again, exactly 7. So you have 7 seats which were less than the average of the state and 7 seats which were more than the average of the state, and all 14 seats, whether it is high voter turnout or low voter turnout, were won by the Aam Aadmi Party. But going back to the point that Aman was making, in New Delhi constituency, for example, which is where the former chief minister is fighting from, there are 75,000 government employees. These are middle-class voters for whom the tax cuts announced in the budget may or may not be a big thing. If it is a big thing, then the BJP would want a large number of that 75,000 government employees to come out and vote. There's also 25,000 slum cluster voters in that particular constituency. Now, interesting thing, generally the conventional wisdom in Delhi has been the JJ cluster voters, the slum cluster voters are traditionally Aam Aadmi Party voters. If you look at the JJ cluster influence seats, the Jugi influence seats, all of them won by the Aam Aadmi Party, 18 out of 70, above than state average. 53 was the state average, 55.7, almost 56 is the average that they won those seats in, including in the New Delhi constituency. But the interesting thing with the Jugi voters in the New Delhi constituency is a lot of them got regularized Pakka homes when Sheila Dikshit was the chief minister, and her son is now fighting from that same constituency. So does he have some goodwill in that constituency? Well, when he came out from the polling booth and he said it's low voter turnout, I want people to come out more, I think he's also sensing that some of the Congress voters have not come out so far in that constituency. So he's egging them on to come out. So low voter turnout, I think I would go with Aman. If it's around 60, less than 60, late 50s, in the 60s sort of range, then that's good news for the Aam Aadmi Party. If it is closer to 70, then this could well turn out to be an anti-incumbent election. It means that more voter bases, more voter blocks of political parties are coming out. That's when you have a higher voter turnout. When it's low, it just means the ones who are motivated enough to turn out are the ones who are coming out.
Will the budget turn the mood of the middle class? The anger against perhaps the centre for not giving any relief rebate to the actual taxpayer? Will that make a difference? Smita Prakash, would you agree with Aman? Ravi Srivastava, your opinion also on the same. Is this going to be a two-way fight again? Will the Congress be somewhere in the outlier with about 4 to 5% vote share overall? Or do you believe there is going to be, it's a three-way fight genuinely? Smita ji.
Look, till 10 days ago, I did believe that it had turned into a bipolar fight between the two, which is the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. But the last week saw the Congress up its game, and suddenly it was all hands on deck. But, something that Zaka was pointing out, which is that the New Delhi constituency that Sandeep Dikshit, and I think your shot also showed that there was a little bit of anxiety on his face that maybe his voters have not come to poll in the morning. It's still early hours, but still I can understand any candidate, he wants to see his people come in. And what Zaka pointed out, or which you also pointed out, that this area doesn't have much of Juggi Jhopdi clusters, but those who got the Pakka housing was thanks to Sheila Dikshit. But those guys have not come out for the past 10 years. Just remember that. And they shifted their voting to Aam Aadmi Party. Now, some of them have this feeling that they know Sandeep Dikshit, but Sandeep Dikshit is more an NGO kind of a person. He's still not the hardcore politician that say Pravesh Verma is, or or Arvind Kejriwal is, the other two contestants from that area. And also the New Delhi constituency is, unlike the others, has seen a drop in the voting, the vote list. I think the 30,000 or something like that, the latest numbers which came out. So lesser number of people voting. So it's absolutely imperative that more people come out to vote. A lot of incentives have been given. You go to shopping malls and places, salons and all that. They've said that if you come with an inked finger, we'll give you discounts. I don't know whether that works or not, but the fact is that across this city state, there are 13,766 polling booths. That's a large number. So, for this small city, which is going to polls, to have so many polling stations and people still not coming, which means they don't have to really drive. They can just walk up to the polling booth. So much of facilities available. And if they still don't come, I would be really disappointed in my city people.
True. Raviji, I've got to take a break, but quickly, sir, 30 seconds.
I just recall my tweet just 4 days before when the budget was announced. The government gave 12,000 rupees, 12 lakh rupees income for the tax break and all. Sir, Delhi people, Arvind Kejriwal has been saying for last 1 month in the speeches, 25,000 to 30,000 worth of saving people are making. Now, 25 to 30,000 rupees worth of saving on account of water, electricity, free bus yatra, this yatra, that yatra. Apart from that, 12 lakh given by the Honorable Prime Minister in the budget. So, dono haathon mein laddu hai. Why should they go and vote for the other party? The one who is giving all everything free, that's okay. Continue with that. And 12 lakh rupees income, free tax free, is also welcome. So this is how it's going to that. I feel that this is the one good reason that people are not coming out. Only the hardcore voters.
Well, again, say, okay, we would only want more people. We would only want more people to come out and vote. If you've not voted, then they don't. Somewhere they shouldn't be the ones who will take to social media and crib about things. Ye nahi ho raha, wo nahi ho raha, because you've not taken the basic effort to go out and do something which is integral to this process that is democracy. That is to go and cast your ballot. We're going to take a short break. The coverage continues. Stay with us. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because anytime now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP. The Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters? The last 1 week they've upped the intensity.
Totally.
And this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
So what are the issues
that you're voting for?
Sir, what are the issues that you think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at this pictures right in front of me. And this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, a New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly. But I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dixit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dixit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together. And, you know, after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether, you know, you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting their votes, I think it kind of answers your question that the Congress party has decided to up its ante, and the Congress and Rahul Gandhi have also decided that this really has to be the big fight and the gloves needs to be off. I mean, the Aam Aadmi Party can never ever be a friend of the Congress because the genesis...
Back live and we shift focus to Prayagraj. The Mahakumbh enters into the zone of touching nearly 40 crore visitors, and of course one of the big names to come this time around, and his presence has been missed. He is someone who's worn his spirituality out there on his sleeve and been there leading the entire Astha resurgence of Bharat, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he's scheduled to touch down at Prayagraj in just a short while from now. That's the big focus right now, even as Delhi goes to the polls till about 9 a.m., just about an 8% turnout overall. Delhi can do better. But in Prayagraj, the Shraddhalus, in fact, we spoke to some voters this morning at the News 18 network coverage, and a lot of the Delhi voters said, yahan vote karenge, and then we are heading to Prayagraj. 38 crore at 29 lakh people and still counting, inching up to the 40 crore mark, even with about 15 to 20 days to go before Shivratri or the 26th of Feb when the Mahakumbh comes to a close. So will it shatter all expectations? 40 to 44 crore devotees were expected. Will those numbers be shattered? Is it an unprecedented sea of humanity that is turning out at Prayagraj? The spot where legend and folklore says that Brahma conducted his first big yajna in the favor, in the process of creation, in the process of Srishti. That is where this Kumbh is, Triveni, where they say during the churning of the ocean, Amrit Manthan, a few drops fell here, and that's why this place is known as a spot of moksha. And 144 years, 12 Mahakumbhs later, the 144 years later, this Mahakumbh comes. And it's special because the alignment of our planets, with Jupiter right at the center, Earth, the moon, Earth, Mars, and the Venus and the sun, and on the other side, the other of the planets, you would see them all aligned in a straight line. 6 or 7 of them can be seen even now. And there were a few days around the Mauni Amavasya, and that was the peak where they said at least 7, if not 8 planets can be seen aligned. So that's what makes it special. And the Prime Minister coming on a day, that's the 5th of February. In a short while from now, he should touch down at Prayagraj. Arun Dhanta joining us at this point. Yes, Arun, whereabouts are you and what time is the Prime Minister expected to arrive and what's his itinerary?
Well, Anand, I'm in Prayagraj and in the middle of a place which is very close to
the Triveni Sangam, and that's the place where Prime Minister Modi will be taking that holy dip. As far as Prime Minister Modi's schedule, Anand, he was earlier expected to spend around 5 to 6 hours here in Prayagraj. But now, of course, due to what happened on 29, the inconvenience which could be created for the people. So therefore, he will be spending not more than 2 hours here. So I think 10:15, 10:30 is the time when he will be reaching at the Aral Ghat. From there, he will be taking the boat to the Triveni Sangam, and then once he takes that holy dip in Sangam, he will be meeting a few saints and seals, and also of course participating in Ganga Aarti. And also, Anand, the akhadas were actually expected to leave on 4th, because on 3rd, after the Basant Panchami's Snan, they go back to their places. But due to this visit of Prime Minister Modi, they want to meet PM, they are staying back. And also, I would quickly show a glimpse to you and our viewers that how it is looking pretty smooth today. Even when you have Prime Minister Modi visiting here, the administration ensured that there is no problem for the devotees who are coming from across the country. In fact, globally, these people are coming here, and they do not find any inconvenience or difficulty to reach Triveni Sangam or anywhere close to that and take that holy dip. And this is the devotion that you can see in these people. And Yogi Adityanath Anand was here yesterday. He, in fact, took stock of the entire preparations, the entire thing, that how Prime Minister's visit is going to be, and it seems that the Mahakumbh and Prayagraj is prepared and decked up. And today also a very auspicious day. It's a Magh Mase's Gupt Ashtami. That's what we are given to understand, on which Prime Minister Modi is coming here. Of course, we know that the polls are going on in Delhi.
Well, it is
but
3
this
days after
today is a
Basant
very, very
Panchami.
auspicious day.
Yeah, 3 days after Basant Panchami. So it is the Gupta Ashtami, and it is ahead of the Maghi Purnima that is scheduled on the 12th of February. So the crowds will start building up. It should be slightly thinner in terms of the turnout, but nearly 38.5 crore people have already touched down, who have already come to Kumbh. That itself is unprecedented. Now, since he's at Aral Ghat, a lot of the Akhada camps are also not so far from where he is. Is he going to meet the Dharm Sansad? Is he going to meet some of the Mahamandaleshwars or some of the members of the Akhada groups? Arun, can you hear me? Is he going to meet some of the Dharm Gurus?
Well, okay, that question. Yeah. Yes, Anand. Yes, that's the information which we are getting, that Prime Minister may meet the Mahamandaleshwars of the Akhadas and other saints and seals. And in fact, I think that's the reason why they're staying back, because there was some confusion about Prime Minister's visit, whether he will come or not. But of course, it has been finalized day before yesterday that he will come. And that was the reason why these akhadas are staying back. Mahamandaleshwars are here. So perhaps they will get the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Modi. And of course, one thing that we've been discussing, that earlier Prime Minister Modi's schedule here in Prayagraj was for 5 to 6 hours. Even if you try your level best to give that free access to people, but when you have Prime Minister, the security and everything, you might find some people getting inconvenience or something. I think that's the reason why he cut short his visit. There were plans to go to some places here in Prayagraj, which now is not part of his itinerary. So he will come here at 10:15, 10:30, and then straight away from the helipad, he will come through Nishad Raj to the Triveni Sangam, where he will take the holy dip, and then of course he will be participating in that Ganga Aarti. Then perhaps we are expecting that he is likely to meet the saints and seals, Mahamandaleshwars. And so in totality, I think Anand, the Prime Minister, is going to spend not more than 2 hours here in Prayagraj. But
all
of course,
right,
it's a very, very
so an
significant
hour
visit.
and a
Even
half
in
to 2 hours
2019,
before and about an hour thereafter that the Prime Minister leaves. So between 10 to 12 noon or 12:30 p.m., 2.5 hours is the gap. We are given to understand in the next 5 to 7 minutes, Prime Minister should arrive in Prayagraj and touch down at the helipad, land in Prayagraj, and of course land at the helipad from there at Aral Ghat. whether or not is there a small rally interaction with the people, or is it to ensure that there is no further untoward instances and there is no collection of huge crowds, that he quickly just makes his way to the ghat, into the boat, to the Sangam, and then all the activity happens on the other side at the Triveni Sangam. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, should also be with him. We'd also like to see, keep close eye on who else is present along with the Prime Minister as he comes to the Sangam. For the moment, shifting focus back to Delhi and the day of polls in Delhi. It's the voters, turn of the voters to exercise their franchise in the battle for Delhi. After weeks of intense political campaign, the big moment is right here. Big election of 2025, the first big election of 2025, 70 seats, 3 parties, big capital clash. Aam Aadmi Party, led by Arvind Kejriwal, the former chief minister, incarcerated for a while in the liquor policy scam, now out on bail. He's banking on welfare schemes, governance, and of course, it's a test of his Kattar Imandar claim. While the BJP aims to reclaim power after nearly 27 years, they have swept Lok Sabha elections for the last decade, but they have not been able to break into Vidhan Sabha. In fact, they've lost the MCD also. So will they break their 27-year-old jinx? We have to wait and watch. The Congress, on the other hand, striving for survival. Is it still an outlier? Is it still a party which is nothing but seen as a vote katua and rejected by the people of Delhi, especially after ruling the roost for 15 years under Sheila Dikshit? They've been voted out. Will they come back in? Will they claw back here? It's all up to the voters. Are the voters really queuing up? So far, till 9 a.m., the numbers are not very encouraging. 8.1% is the overall turnout. It's a working day, and despite that, many people don't seem to have come out and voted yet. Although candidates and, of course, top netas have gone out and voted. Some of the top bureaucrats also have gone out and voted. But on the day of polling, is it a three-cornered fight, or is it a two-way fight, as some of our reporters were saying? On ground, it feels like it's BJP versus AAP. The Congress is an outlier. Zaka Jacob back with us here on the Magic Wall. Yes, Zaka, before the Prime Minister touches down in Prayagraj, who's going to take off, whose fortunes are going to take off in Delhi?
So one disappointing thing has been that voter turnout is particularly low, particularly in the central Delhi constituencies. In Jangpura, it's quite low. It's in single digits. In New Delhi, where the former chief minister, Mr. Kejriwal, is fighting from, again in single digits. Some of the East Delhi constituencies, Mustafabad, Silampur, etc., are seeing double-digit voter turnout. You're also seeing double-digit voter turnout in some of the outer Delhi constituencies, bordering, of course, Najafgarh, Burari, etc., where again Najafgarh is at double digits. So I'm not sure what this exactly means, but I think particularly in the middle class heart of Delhi, which is, you know, places like Jangpura, New Delhi constituency, Kalkaji, etc., Karol Bagh, for example, it's a heavily trader-dominated constituency. Just 4% vote share. Just 4% vote share. Jangpura is at just 7%. Maybe because it's a winter morning. Maybe people are, you know, not enthused to come out in the cold. Maybe the voter turnout will pick up through the course of the day. But one pattern that we're immediately seeing is that in the heart of Delhi, it's in single-digit vote share, whereas in the outskirts of Delhi, in Silampur, in Mustafabad, in Karawal Nagar, which is in the eastern side of Delhi, and then of course you have parts of Najafgarh, etc., where again you're seeing double-digit voter turnout. So those parts are seeing more brisk voter turnout. The inner city, the heart of Delhi, Chandni Chowk is at 4%. So what may that necessarily mean? Like I said, it can improve in the afternoon hours. It can improve once it's warmer and people feel more enthused to come out. So maybe it's just boiling down to the weather, or maybe it is that certain voting classes are not enthused enough to come out and vote. We'll ask our reporters. I think Arunima is there, Aman Sharma is there. Arunima, let me start with you first. So is that an accurate assessment that in the heart of Delhi, the urban middle class Lutyens Delhi as it's known, the voter turnout is substantially less compared to some of the outer Delhi constituencies? And what may that mean?
So I can tell you, Zaka, I can tell you that at this particular booth in New Delhi constituency, where Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal are VIP voters, the fall had really gone down over the last hour or so, but now it is picking up once again. This group of voters very enthusiastically, they voted and showing their inked fingers. आपको वोट देने में कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं हुई?
कुछ नहीं
आराम से वोट
हाँ,
दे दिया।
आराम
तो
से।
आप किस नेता को, मतलब आपका नेता क्या चाहती है, आपके लिए क्या करे, क्या सोचकर आप वोट देती है? आपका नेता क्या करे आपके लिए?
आगे बढ़े।
आगे बढ़े, मतलब
हाँ,
दिल्ली को आगे
हाँ,
बढ़ाए।
हाँ।
अच्छा, आप क्या चाहती है अपने नेता से?
मैं भी यही चाहती हूँ कि दिल्ली को आगे बढ़ाए।
तो दिल्ली आगे नहीं बढ़ रही है क्या? कहाँ अटक रही है?
नहीं,
क्या
जो
दिक्कत है?
गरीब
पानी
जनता को अच्छे से करे, देखे।
मतलब आपकी क्या दिक्कत है? पानी की दिक्कत है, कोई और प्रॉब्लम है आपकी जो आप लोग अपने नेता को बताना चाहती हैं?
अभी तो हमारे
कोई ऐसा दिक्कत है नहीं आपको? अच्छा, नहीं है। ओके, आपके साथ भी और लोग आए हुए हैं। सर, आपने वोट दिया अंदर? आप लोग जब वोट दे रहे हैं, आप अपने नेता से क्या चाहते हैं?
यही चाहते, पानी बिजली ये सब अच्छा होना चाहिए,
हाँ।
साफ सफाई हो, ये सब।
तो आप जहाँ रहते हैं वहाँ ये दिक्कतें हैं?
हाँ, दिक्कतें हैं।
ओके, और ये आपकी इशू
हाँ,
है?
ये इशू है।
Okay, so there is one stretch of society, Zaka Anand, who has come out and they have voted for basic civic amenities. They want to hold their netas accountable for delivery of water, for sewage, treatment, proper treatment sewage in their colonies. But there is another section. We also saw in this particular booth the bureaucrats, family members of netas. There are a lot of bungalows in this particular area where members of parliament reside. So their staff members, their family members have also come in. But there is a trickle. As far as the middle class, the upper middle class is concerned, I think they're still not coming out, still waiting to finish their breakfast, finish their brunch, and then perhaps step out.
Well, it's a working day, so if you're having breakfast at 10 a.m., then wonder where the middle class is plying their wares in terms of working. But there is also the Delhi Standard Time. So, थोड़ा आराम से फैल के आएंगे, आराम से आएंगे. Is that what the Delhi voter is going to do? या फिर शाम में जाएंगे? एक बार काम हो जाए 5 बजे के बाद 6-6:30 बजे तक तो खुला रहेगा भैया. So we'll go at that time. We don't know. In the afternoon, during the lunch break, will the working class come out? The non-working class, the house helps, the people who are the homemakers, all of them, they can pick and choose. The voting booths are open, and in fact, this time around there are so many voting booths, as Aman was saying, you can just walk around. You walk to your nearest polling booth. You don't need to actually even take a vehicle. That's how convenient the Election Commission has tried to make it. Will Delhi buck the trend? Will it come out and vote in higher numbers than it ever has? What seems to be the factor that's holding them back, or what will be the factor that will pull them out of their homes and get them to go out and vote, Aman?
Well, Anand, see, the voting percentage is poor in New Delhi. In the Greater Kailash seat, these are like the Bandra and Kolaba of Delhi, where voting percentage has always been low, and this time also it is low. But that, I think, is not good news because, as I was saying earlier, that the BJP is really banking on the middle class, the upper middle class, to come out and vote in bigger numbers. In this election campaign, what we have seen on the ground, that for the middle class, 40% of Delhi's voters who are really angry with Aam Aadmi Party over, various issues, that the Aam Aadmi Party is only working for the poor, the sanitation issue, the potholed roads, there is a lot of anti-incumbency. The BJP wants this particular middle class to come out and vote in bigger numbers. As Zaka was just mentioning, seats like Shahadra, Silampur, Outer Delhi, they are voting in bigger numbers because this is also the strong vote base of the Jhuggi voter, the SC voter, which is obviously coming out in bigger numbers. The Muslim voter is also seems to be coming out in bigger numbers, and this is the big asset of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is also a voter segment which always votes in larger numbers. Election Commission of India had specifically, by purpose, kept the voting day on a Wednesday. If you remember, in Maharashtra also the voting day was a Wednesday, because so that people can't club their long weekends and go off to the hills. In Maharashtra it worked, and we saw the highest ever polling in Maharashtra on a Wednesday. This time in Delhi, the Delhi is onto also a same test. Can the Delhi voter actually live up to that Maharashtra example and come out in bigger numbers? I would say, Anand, Zaka, I think it was a chilly morning. In the morning also when we came, it was slightly chilly. Now the sun is bright and out. So I think by noon we should get a better assessment of the the numbers when they come from the Election Commission. How good is the voting percentage? But the BJP would certainly want the women and the middle class to vote out in big numbers.
Well, so 7 se 9 ka time, the turnout was not so good. It was in single digits. Many expect 9 se 12 the things should improve, and 12 se 2 it should get better. Let's see what happens. Before we go across to Karan Verma and Huda Zariwala, who are joining us this morning. Good early morning to you. Let's quickly listen into Manish Sisodia and Pravesh Verma.
मैम, कैसा रहा वोटिंग एक्सपीरियंस? क्या मैसेज
बहुत बढ़िया।
महिला वोटर्स के लिए क्या कहेंगी आप, जो दिल्ली में महिलाएं
थोड़ी स्वार्थी हो जाए और महिलाएं अपने लिए वोट करें?
अपने लिए वोट करें। सर एक सवाल बस, दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
स्वाति वर्मा मैम, सबसे पहले तो बताइए परिवार के साथ आए, कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है? हमने देखा कि कैंपेन में भी आप लगातार साथ थे सर के।
कॉन्फिडेंस इसलिए है क्योंकि दिल्ली की जनता थक गई है 26 साल और 11 साल स्पेशली नाकामी को देख के। अब उन्हें बदलाव चाहिए और उनके चेहरों से और लोगों के जो वोट डाल के आ रहे हैं उस खुशी से दिख रहा है कि दिल्ली में बदलाव आने वाला है, कमल खिलने वाला है।
मैम, आपको क्या लगता है कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो कहें कि फोकस में रहे? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और वाटर तो हम सुनते ही रहे, लेकिन यमुना की बात भी उठी। आपको क्या लगता है कौन से मुद्दे हैं जिनको लेके लोग वोट करने वाले हैं?
हर चीज के लिए किसी एंगल से नहीं लगता है कि ये देश की राजधानी है। और स्पेशली अगर आप नई दिल्ली में घूमेंगे तो मैं तो खुद हैरान थी कि आज भी 200 परिवार के बीच में 2 शौचालय हैं, 300 परिवार हैं और पानी पीने के 2 नल ही हैं। तो ये सब चीजों को देख के अब ये निश्चय हो गया है कि दिल्ली वालों ने भी बदलाव की सोच बना ली है और मोदी जी को मौका देने का सोच लिया।
सर
100% कॉन्फिडेंट है।
सर, यू वेंट टू यमुना एज वेल। आप सुबह सुबह यमुना गए और उसके बाद गौरी शंकर मंदिर भी गए। क्या कुछ कहना चाहिए, कुछ मैसेज है वोटर्स को टर्नआउट को लेकर?
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
Karan Verma, who does Ariwala with us, if Pravesh Verma does well, does he become a chief ministerial contender? Will he do well in a three-way fight with Arvind Kejriwal and Sandeep Dixit? And will how New Delhi votes decide how Delhi votes? Karan Verma.
Good morning, Anand. Good morning, Zaka. Good morning to all your viewers. It has been a chilly morning, but I can tell you that as the political rhetoric heats up and things go, we are in for a record turnout. I'm pretty sure we are going to have a huge turnout because both the parties are trying to ensure and mobilize their entire cadre base. And already I just cast my vote here in GK. I'm already seeing large number of people go out. So yes, the morning figures might be a little disappointing, but I think they're going to improve. You spoke about Pravesh Verma and New Delhi. Mark my words, Arvind Kejriwal is losing from New Delhi. This is an angry election. You must understand, never before, at least in my memory, have we seen people so directly affected by governance. 29 people died due to electrocution because of the malgovernance of this government, which it admitted that they could not desilt the drains. You look at the streets, you look at the sewage, it is an angry election. You're right, it's a two-way election. Two-way election in the sense it's Aam Aadmi Party versus the people of Delhi. This time the people are not voting in someone as much as they want to vote out someone. And very rarely, Anand, do we have angry elections. And when we have angry elections, it doesn't matter who the candidate is sometimes, it doesn't matter how the things are adding up, because BJP has not fought a very good election, to be very honest. They could have done much better. But the anger against Aam Aadmi Party across all segments is so intense that I think that is what is going to make a difference. And this government is going to be voted out. That's how I see it.
The AAP benefited from an angry voter in Punjab the last time around. So this time around, do you believe there is anger among the people of Delhi, Zaka, as we bring in?
Well, Karan could be right in the first part of what he said, that maybe because it's the winter mornings, people, are not coming out in as big numbers. In fact, Karan, GK, where you voted, has 6.8% till
I know,
till,
but now it's
morning.
better. It's better.
Maybe it'll get better post 9 o'clock. I don't know. But generally, what you tend to see in angry elections is there's a higher voter turnout. I mean, it's the old adage of elections: greater the anti-incumbency, higher the voter turnout. But I think it's also one thing that's interesting is you are going to see a contest in specific constituencies. For example, in some of the East Delhi constituencies, which were the sort of stranglehold of the Aam Aadmi Party. Seats like Gokulpur, which is an SC reserve seat, Simapuri, which is again an SC reserve seat. You're going to see in Shadra, in the neighboring seat of Mustafabad, where again the candidate was changed at the last minute, and then neighboring Karawal Nagar, which was won by the BJP MLA. His ticket was denied. Mr. Mishra is fighting from that seat. So the point is that you're going to see in some of these really what were Aam Aadmi Party dominant seats in Eastern Delhi, in Outer Delhi, in Northeastern Delhi, you're going to see much more of a contest. As far as the Central Delhi seats are concerned, whether it is Karol Bagh or Rajinder Nagar or even seats like Jangpura, Okhla, etc., New Delhi constituency, because it's very lukewarm, because you're not seeing too much enthusiasm, I'm not sure that you will see as much of an anti-incumbent wave there. At least you're not seeing evidence of that in the first couple of hours of polling. But where we are seeing what they call the kate ki takkar, and which is where you are seeing higher voter turnout, are some of these constituencies. Remember, this is also the big belt of the Purvanchali voters, which the AAP for the last 2 or 3 election cycles has had a huge stranglehold over. So whether the Purvanchalis are breaking away, that is something, again, you might want to pay attention to. But I think the contest is going to be on some of those seats, the outer Delhi constituencies, not so much in in the government.
They've also localized the election. Who does Ariwala? Quickly, your thoughts before we take a break.
Well, good morning. This is certainly a very exciting day for Delhi. I, for one, am sure that Arvind Kejriwal ji is going to return back to power. For the 4th time around, he is going to be the Chief Minister of Delhi. This Janta of Delhi has time and again proven that they have voted for work, for development. And we've seen Delhi has a voting pattern. In Lok Sabha, they do not select Aam Aadmi Party, but in the Vidhan Sabha, they certainly do. Even this time, we've seen intense campaign. We've seen how, the candidates have, where there was a sort of anti-incumbency candidates have been replaced, where the candidates were strong. They have campaigned, harder than ever. And Delhi obviously has seen development. Unlike the narrative that BJP sets out, we've seen Delhi government, doing all sorts of work. 38 flyovers have been made. 10,000 kilometers of new, streets have been laid out. 450 kilometers of metro line. 22,700 new classrooms have been introduced, in the Delhi government schools. 4,800 water lines. 4 lakh street lights. 3 lakh CCTVs, and 548 mohalla clinics. So all of this is work that does count for the Janta of Delhi, apart from the mohalla clinic model, the education model, the bus also with a right for mahilas, the Tirath Yatra for the Bureaucracy, and all of that. So this is work that actually matters, work on the ground that the Janta sees, that the Janta appreciates, and the Janta votes for. There is absolutely no anti-incumbency overall as far as Delhi is concerned. We will see
that's a strong pitch. That's a strong pitch that you've made. Whether or not Mr. Kejriwal becomes the chief minister, the matter is sub judice. So, but does AAP get the mandate from the voters? That's in the hand of the voter. But the voter has to come out and vote. That's what we are urging on polling day. Short break. We'll be right back. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because anytime now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP, Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP. The Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the
Totally.
intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jayashankar is speaking. Back live, and let's go straight across to Sharon Elizabeth, who's tracking Priyanka Vadra. Sharon, what time is Priyanka expected to come and cast her vote?
Anand, around 11 a.m. is when Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, along with her 2 kids and Robert Vadra, is expected to reach here. Now, interestingly, this is the polling booth for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, but for Robert Vadra, it's about around 1 kilometer away from here. So, 11 a.m. is when they are planning to come here in New Delhi constituency at Lodi Estate Government School. And from here, Priyanka Gandhi will be accompanying her mother, Sonia Gandhi, to the Nirman Bhavan, where she will be.
I think we've just lost the video feed with Sharon. We've got to take a short break. Quick update. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has touched down in Prayagraj. The pictures and details from Kumbh when we are back. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jayashankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because anytime now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP. The Congress, you know, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, you know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
The
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity.
And I
This
would,
entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले यू हैव ऑलवेज बीन एन अर्ली वोटर
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in the mood for change.
Sir, on Monday decide what are the issues that you are voting for?
Sir, what are the issues that are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at this pictures right in front of me. And this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, a New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party.
Well, it is the Guptashtami on the day that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chosen to visit Prayagraj, and in a short while from now, he will be visible at the Arail Ghat. We're given to understand he's already touched down. He's gone to Prayagraj via helicopter. He's at the helipad. We should have those pictures coming through. And thereafter, he will come to the Arail Ghat. And from the Arail Ghat, he will get onto a boat that will take him to the Triveni Sangam. At the Triveni Sangam, he will first take a dip at the holy waters where the confluence of the three rivers happens. That spot of divinity, the big nose, the Triveni Sangam nose, as it is being called at the Mahakumbh 2025, the confluence of the rivers Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati. He will take a dip, offer prayers there in the river, do the ablutions, and thereafter he will be also sitting at the banks of the river and perform the Ganga Aarti and the Ganga Puja. Now, there are reports which say that he may meet the Mahamandaleshwars and the leaders, the Dharm Gurus of the various akhadas and their offshoots and their associates in a short meeting, and thereafter head back to the capital, because he'll take the boat again from Sangam, come back to Arail Ghat, get into the chopper and fly out. So about 2.5 hours between now and about 12:30, 12:45 are the engagements of the Prime Minister. But despite the Prime Minister's visit, the steady flow of Shraddhalus, devout, who are coming down to the Sangam, to Mahakumbh, continues, and it's being facilitated. Let's get a ground update from Arun Dhanta joining us live. Yes, Arun.
Well, that's right. That's right, Anand. We know that Prime Minister has cut short his visit to Prayagraj to 2:30 minutes. In a short while from now, we'll be, of course, expecting Prime Minister Modi to reach here at Triveni Sangam. As we speak, we can, get this information from our sources that Prime Minister has landed in Prayagraj. So from Prayagraj to DPS helipad, he will be coming in a helicopter, and then that Nishad Raj jetty, which will, of course, bring him to the Triveni Sangam. So earlier, the itinerary of Prime Minister Modi was to, of course, travel in some other areas like to Akshay Vat and to Saraswati Koop and other places. But now he will come to Triveni Sangam. He will take that holy dip and then, of course, participating in that Ganga Aarti. And we are also given to understand that he may meet few Mahamandleshwar saints and sees for a few minutes before he heads back to the DPS helipad. But as long as Prime Minister Modi is going to be here in Kumbh Mela, the people, the devotees will not face any trouble. I think that's the reason why yesterday the instruction which came right from the PMO and then, of course, to the Chief Minister's office, to the administration here on the ground, that these devotees, the people who are coming here to take the holy dip, they should not find any difficulty. There shouldn't be any inconvenience to them. And that is the reason why, Anand, I can tell you, because I've been here even in the beginning on 13th and 14th, and I am here for last 3-4 days. The crowd is literally swelling up. There is no problem they are facing, especially after 29th, the stampede that happened. Afterwards, we saw the administration swung into action. The routes which were earlier blocked for the VVIPs, they were opened. The ways which people were using in earlier, they got some relaxation. So you had diversion of crowds. So in that way, it became a smooth exercise. At this point, we can say that the crowd, the manner in which people are thronging in here, they are not finding it difficult. That's the devotion which they have. And in fact, some of the people are not aware of it, that PM is coming here. Such is the arrangement which has been made. Such is the the process which they have deployed there on the ground, that the devotees do not face any difficulty. Yogi Adityanath, when he was here yesterday,
do we know how many what is the count of devotees today? The Magh Mahina, that is 3 days after Basant Panchami. Today is Gupta Ashtami. So last we had the update that we had 38 crore 29 lakh people who had come to Kumbh. What's the count as of now?
Well, we are waiting for the updated numbers on this regard. But one thing which I can assure you, Anand, on the Basant Panchami day, I was here since 3 a.m. in the morning, and I could see very few people on that specific day. Very few people coming to Prayagraj, but a day before Basant Panchami, and after that, on 4th and today, there are more people in large numbers. People are coming here. Perhaps they were little worried about the arrangements for the Basant Panchami and what happened on 29th. But after even today, I can see lakhs of people going towards the Triveni Sangam, and also importantly, the VVIP ghats, which were earlier closed, they are also open. So I think they have ample space. It's not only that they should they would go to Triveni Sangam. They have other places also where they can
the flow has
and
been
take the holy
the
dip.
flow
So I think
the flow of devotees. The flow of devotees into the Sangam nodes and outward has now been better managed, and there has been clear instruction from the Prime Minister's office that should not be broken or that should not be disturbed. So Lete Hanumanji, the Akshay Vatvriks, the Sita Koop, none of these places the Prime Minister is going to visit. He's going to come to Arel Ghat, go onto the boat, come across to the Triveni Sangam Bank, and where we've seen Amit Shah and some of the other dignitaries also take a holy dip, including Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and his entire cabinet. And that's where he's going to be. He's not going to be traveling in and around the tent city area. Zaka Jacob, on the day Delhi goes to polls, even as Karan Verma and Huda Zariwala with us, Delhi goes to polls, Prime Minister is in Prayagraj.
Yeah, I think it's significant. Prime Minister has, every time there's critical elections, whether it's the general election, whether it is the state elections, he finds an opportunity to try and, be in the public space, be in the public realm. He, of course, had a big speech yesterday in Parliament. He did mention the Sheesh Mahal 2 times without naming Kejriwal. And I think the BJP is hoping that that dents this sort of anti-corruption, Kattar Imandar image of Arvind Kejriwal. To what extent it does or does not, we'll know on the 8th of February. But I think the BJP senses that this election is not like what it was 5 years ago, both in terms of Mr. Kejriwal's standing, his own, like I said, the anti-corruption halo that he had up until some time ago, and also his governance record. I think there are serious problems in Delhi. If you were to ask middle-class voters, roads and potholes are a big issue. The last monsoon, people dying. I mean, I lived in that area in Rajendra Nagar when I first came to Delhi 20 years ago. To imagine that people would die in rainy season in Delhi in that area was unthinkable at that time. But people died. So that again has been a point of concern. The garbage. I mean, all over the national capital. People talk about Ghazipur, which is the biggest landfill in Asia. But then, there are small mounds of garbage everywhere. So there are tons of issues right in the heart of Delhi. But then the problem is this, as we were discussing with Karan and Huda a moment ago, those voters don't seem to be coming out, at least in the heart of Delhi, whether it's New Delhi constituency, Jangpura, Rajendra Nagar, Patel Nagar, Rajouri Garden. Those voters just are not turning out in the way that you would expect. If they are really angry, if they are really, this is an anti-incumbent vote, those voters are the ones who should be coming out. Where you're seeing voters come out are those constituencies which are the newer parts of Delhi, which is developed in the last 10, 15, 20 years, what they call the Jamna side of Delhi, where also the poorer voters live, the Juggi Jopdi slum cluster voters live. That's where it's going to be a much tougher fight, I believe, between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. That's why you're seeing voters of both affiliations, voters of both parties enthused enough to come out and vote. But I think coming back to the Prime Minister, we've not got the first pictures yet, but I think soon we will in the next few minutes. This will play a role. I mean, you remember in the Lok Sabha election, after the campaigning was over, he went off to Kedarnath, and those images played out on the last day of the polling. So it will have an impact, no doubt about it. It certainly is Prime Minister's way of sort of staying in the public space. But will Delhi be decided by local factors, or will it be decided by national factors? I think that'll again be a sort of a cleavage in this vote, which you will get to know on Saturday.
But the big aspect is also about wearing your astha, being unabashed about your beliefs, and also celebrating what is culturally integral to Bharat. Irrespective of faiths, this is spirituality. This is not belonging to only one particular faith or religion or panth. It is a way of life. And that's the reason why Kumbh finds its mention from the Rigvedic periods. And at that time, Hinduism or Sanatan Pratha, as we know it of today, did not exist. Many of the religions practiced as of today did not exist. But this whole concept of trying to emerge and come out of this perennial cycle of life and death, and birth and rebirth, and birth and death, that was something which is a quest, which is there in every faith or any philosophy that you would look for. And those are visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming in on News 18 India, where he is at the Arail Ghat and he's walking. He's landed from the helipad near the Arail Ghat, and that's the boat that will take him to Triveni Sangam. So there is not too much of any stoppage, roadblock, no welcoming, nothing. The Prime Minister just getting down. He landed in Prayagraj. From there, gets onto a helicopter. There is Yogi Adityanath, who has received him at the helipad, and he is walking with him across. So these are the pictures. Karan Verma, will this have a bearing on Delhi? Is there a political angle that you would want to look into this one? Or as Huda Zariwala says, Mr. Kejriwal has done enough and more for the Delhi voter?
Absolutely, Kejriwal has done enough damage for the people of Delhi. So I think this is beyond politics, if you ask me, Anand. As you just said, I personally feel no Prime Minister has worn our culture as a badge of honor more than the Prime Minister. I mean, we've had precedents in the past where Prime Ministers have said that we should not have a construction of a temple as this will lead to Hindu revivalism. So a departure from that, this is also a contrast model of Vikas bhi Virasat bhi. Let's not forget today that along with us presenting our culture to the world, it's also led to a temple economy, which is a 3 lakh crore economy today. It's also given a shot in the arm to so many small businesses around and boosted the economy, the face of Uttar Pradesh. And the Prime Minister has been front and center of it, right? From Kashi Vishwanath, where we had the corridor renovated, to the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha and the Mahakumbh. I mean, it's only fitting that the Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy is right there at the world's largest spiritual gathering. So I see it beyond politics. But yes, if you ask me, an average Delhi voter, if one sees these visuals, their hearts swell with pride, seeing the Prime Minister front and center of it, who's at least unabashedly, unapologetically wearing his culture on his arm. He represents us in that sense, and it's beyond any particular faith, as you rightly put it. It's for everyone. And when we talk of Sanatan, it is the ethos of pretty much everything from our constitution to the parliament. Look at our national creed. It is Satyamev Jayate. That's again coming from our Sanatan Dharma. You enter the parliament, what do you have there? You have Dharm Chakra Pravartana. Our judiciary, the slogan is Yato Dharm Stato Jaya. So, you know, the stamp of Sanatan is pretty much there, and we have a Prime Minister who represents that, embodies that. And look how Uttar Pradesh has come up in the
But we have to tell our viewers that the word dharm, which is used in those idioms and those phrases, does not mean any particular line of faith or panth.
Absolutely.
It actually means doing what will sustain society in the right manner. So uplifting of society, dharete iti dharma, and that's where the connotation of dharma comes. It's panth agnostic or religion agnostic. It's about what will sustain society, what will uphold society. Here, the dream or the pitch is of a Viksit Bharat and a Viksit Delhi that is being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the Congress party, Huda Zariwala, has been punching holes into this entire Shiksha Niti of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have just quoted recent research and also government data and RTI that says that the Shiksha Niti is not as covered in glory as the AAP claims. There are many, many loopholes and a lot of lacunae. The number of classrooms that you claim that have been built are not enough to sustain the kind of demands. And the AAP has actually let people down on various fronts, be it pollution, be it parali, be it cleanliness of the cities, or even basic Shiksha Niti. The allegation made by the Congress, Ajay Makhan was doing that press conference based on what an individual researcher has now unearthed, is that even the SC community has been marginalized in the education Niti, Shiksha Niti.
As far as Ajay Makhanji's press conference is concerned, if you remember, his own party members didn't support him because he was bringing out, all sorts of baseless allegations about Arvindji's association with terrorism. If you remember, I mean, none of that made sense, right?
Well, that was before the Congress decided that they are going to go after the Aam Aadmi Party and sever all these alliance and India alliance conversations. After that, a lot of water has flown under the bridge in the Yamuna.
Right, discrediting Ajay Makhanji's stance on the whole thing. But that being said, Arvind Kejriwalji is literally the only chief minister, ex-chief minister rather, and hopefully, the future forthcoming chief minister as well, who openly claims that if work has been done, vote for me on the basis of work. This is one chief minister who has the guts to step down even after respectfully getting a bail from the Supreme Court in a case, by the ED, where in the bail is such a difficult matter. We've seen, how one after another allegations were put forward, and he stepped down. He put up Atishi ji on the chief minister's post because he wants to come back with the people's mandate, with the people's majority. So it is a party with a difference. All of that has not changed. The work on the ground.
Interesting that you say that Arvind Kejriwal put Atishi there. He didn't say that it was the cabinet decision and it was the Aam Aadmi Party that collectively decided to ensure that it is Atishi who replaces Mr. Kejriwal till Mr. Kejriwal is absolved of all the charges on him. And he's not got bail respectfully. He's got bail because bail is mandatory. Jail is optional as far as the rule books of our law is concerned, and the charges against him still stand. He's not been, he's neither been convicted nor has he been, absolved of the charges against him. But coming back to these pictures, Prime Minister Narendra Modi right in the middle of the Triveni Sangam. That's the huge spread of waters. Yeah,
in the boat that they're traveling, right at the front, you can't see the Prime Minister because of this angle, but at the front, it's just the two of them. It's just Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Modi, and I think they will have enough to talk about, not just in terms of what are the arrangements for today, but also let's not forget it comes in the backdrop of that very, very terrible tragedy that happened.
I think the question that's going to be in everybody's mind is, it's such a vast expanse. And if you see the Sangam nose, it's a huge parcel of land.
Yeah.
So the question that everybody is going to ask, and perhaps the Prime Minister would also want to understand, is how could an incident like that happen when there is so much space available?
Yeah.
And I think that's where the questions will be. But these arrangements are elaborate. This is also a statement, Zaka, beyond the politics, the optics of it itself, to have nearly 40 crore people.
Yep.
And that would be perhaps the third largest population in the world,
Yeah.
coming to one particular temporary tent city over a period of about 45 to 50 days. It's a show to the world that people here can combine together, come together in peace, in harmony for a spiritual quest, and India can organize it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think no doubt about it. It's a testament to the arrangements that have been put in place by the UP administration, the Allahabad administration. I believe there are special commissioners who've been assigned just the role of organizing the Kumbh. And like you said, 38 crore, they were looking at 40 crore. But I think by the end of the month, 25th, 26th is when the Kumbh gets over. I think you might even touch up to 50 crores. So I think it's important to underline that, it's a significant, it's a massive humanity. Let's be very clear about it. It's a massive humanity that's turned up there at Prayagraj for the Kumbh. Of course, unfortunately, the stampede did happen on the occasion of Mauni Amavasya. Hopefully, the lessons from there have been learned. The district administration there has made quite a few changes. You can only now move in a one-way direction. No vehicles are allowed at the city center. I believe a lot of the middle part of the city is accessible only by foot. So all of those changes are good. There are directional changes that have been made in the traffic as well. Two-way roads have been made one way. So all of that is good. Hopefully it should have been done before such an unfortunate incident happened. But hopefully, like I said, people have drawn the right lessons from it. You can see as the boat is now speeding towards the Triveni Sangam, the Sangam nose as it's known, there are crowds. I think those are crowds on the other side of the ghats, behind the boats where the banks of the three rivers, the Ganga, Yamuna, and the Saraswati meet. That's where you can see the crowds.
Yeah,
There are also,
that is actually the Sangam nose. So where you see the sea of the lot of crowds
People,
there, people there, that is the Sangam nose. And what we are given to understand that night, that fateful night around 12:30, 1 a.m. is that right at the banks, because they wanted to be the first to take the dip during Mauni Amavasya early in the morning, there were a lot of people who, against the advice of the local authorities and despite repeated reminders, had decided to sleep in the open at the banks. So when those barricades broke, people fell on each other, and a lot of them were sleeping there, and that's what caused this. So now I think that's been now stopped, and there is no way at any point in time that anybody can sleep around the Sangam nose and in that bank area. Now the Prime Minister, so this is the far side. That is so what we are seeing now, these are the cameras at the Arail Ghat. So this is the Arail Ghat area. You get onto the boat and then you go to the Sangam nose and you approach the Triveni Sangam area via boat. So that's what's happening. So that's where all the akhadas and their tents are on the other side. So the main 13 Juna, the akhadas, including the Juna akhadas and some of the other akhadas, they have their tents on the Sangam nose area. The Kalpwasis, that means those who are going to stay right through the period of the Kumbh, about 10 lakh of them, they are also going to be there in those tents and in that area. Other than that, it's the daily visitors who are coming. So as of now, we're counting down to 11 a.m., just 7 minutes to 11 a.m. Nearly 50 lakh people have taken the holy dip, including 10 lakh Kalpwasis this morning. So there is a steady flow of people. What needs to be appreciated is the arrangements have just grown in scale and have become so much more elaborate that those who thought going to Kumbh is dangerous today want to go to Prayagraj, and they also want to, it's also accessible. So not just Prayagraj, because they say the flight tickets have really soared. So you can go to Varanasi and you can drive. From Patna, it's a 5-hour drive. The option to go to Ayodhya is there. The option to come to Delhi and then drive down from Delhi, where it's a 6 to 7 hour drive. So all of this allows people to congregate at Prayagraj, and from Prayagraj, a lot of them are then heading to Ayodhya, heading to Varanasi. So they are also seeing record attendance and footfalls. And this will only go up around the Maghi Purnima date, and also close to Shivratri, that is around the 26th of February, where many could come on the 25th, take a dip, and then head to Varanasi for Shivratri on the 26th.
This spiritual connection, you could call it in, albeit in a political context, because it is happening on the day that Delhi votes. But this is something that Prime Minister has stressed on, even in his diplomacy. When he became Prime Minister first in 2014, he was very insistent about the Ramayana circuit, about the Buddh circuit. He's used this to sort of expand India's influence and reach in Southeast Asia. We had the Indonesian president who came for the Republic Day, and he made that famous speech where he said, "I tested my DNA is Indian," and he started singing some old Hindi film songs, etc. Again, the connection with Ramayana and Indonesia is well known, and these are things that Prime Minister has sort of revived since he came to office in 2014. And if you look at some of the holiest places of Hinduism, including Banaras, where he's MP from now for the third term, the way it has transformed in the last 10 years, I think it's quite phenomenal. Same goes with Prayagraj as well. Just the sheer scale of, having 40, 50 crore people come there over a month and a half and take the holy dip, the snan as it's known, is in itself a logistical challenge. And there you see just the two of them. It's just the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister right up front at that little boat that they're taking from the Aral Ghat to the Triveni Sangam nose, which is the holiest place where the three rivers join in unison. And that's where, and I think the PM is asking about some arrangements to the UP Chief Minister, and he's giving him the lowdown. And you can see there are people, not just at the Sangam, but in the neighboring ghats as well. You can see people who have come there to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Of course, a lot of them have come there for taking the snan themselves. But I think this religious tourism, spiritual tourism, this is a sort of leitmotif in the Prime Minister's tenure, not just restricted to what we're seeing, these pictures that we're seeing right now on the day of him taking the snan at the Kumbh, but this is something that he has continued to stress on in the 10 years that he's been Prime Minister.
Well, this is also the confluence of science and spirituality. The science says that in 144 years, the alignment of the constellations and our planets, with Jupiter at the center, is that they all fall in a straight line. And this straight line is visible for a period of 25 to 30 days, so nearly a month. And that's around the time that Kumbh happens. And because of this alignment, the Triveni or the Sangam, the medicinal healing powers of the waters, the divine waters of the Yamuna, the Ganga, and the Saraswati, which is not visible now, it adds to the fact that whoever takes a dip at that time is able to be blessed. But this is not just one dip, although many go just do one dip. The whole process is that you're supposed to complete one lunar cycle. So through the Krishna Paksha and the Shukla Paksha, and that's why a lot of the Kalpvasis stay throughout the entire time. So they start from Makar Sankranti soon after, around that, and go on till Shivratri or towards the end of the Magh month. So this whole sequence is that you're supposed to be there, be in meditation, follow a minimalistic lifestyle, live with the nature, and then continue to bathe and cleanse yourself. So this period of 30-40 days of cleansing is something which is there across multiple faiths, and it's happened through eons. Different faiths follow it, but this whole aspect of cleansing is there. So in Kerala, Sabrimala, you do 40 days. In Christianity, there is 40 days of Lent. There is Ramzan in Islam. So this period of cleansing, purification, we are trying to find your spiritual inner self and connect with the universe, forces of the universe, is a spiritual concept. And that's why we also saw the King of Bhutan come. So Buddhists are here, Christians are here, people of all walks of life across the world have come here only in this quest for trying to connect with the forces, the cosmic powers of the universe. And this place gives you that feeling that you are able to connect. Now, each person comes there for different reasons, but this is something which is also an example to the world that we have our spirituality along with our science, and we have humanity and humanism, which again the Prime Minister has very strongly espoused, saying we are talking about integral humanism, we can practice it and we can organize it. So it's a big statement. And if we can organize Kumbh, we can organize the Olympics. If we can organize Kumbh, we can organize any conglomeration of humanity in our country, and we can be peaceful. And kudos to those 38, 39 crore people so far who have come, where barring that one incident, Largely, it's been incident, free, incident free. And people are coming and they're accommodating. Everybody is having a bath, taking a holy dip, and they're finding their way back. Yeah, there are stories of people missing, people being left behind, etc. But they're all being monitored. Aerial surveillance is happening. There is drone security that's being provided. Look at this crowd. It's going to be mind-boggling for anybody to handle it for one day. The UP organizers, the people, all of them, the UP government is doing it from the 13th of January till the 26th of February.
Yeah, it's a month and a half, and as Anand was saying, it's the first time in 144 years where the planets are literally aligning for this holy period, and the Prime Minister knows the significance of this, both from a religious prism and may I also say from a political prism. It's a huge thing for foreign folks as well who've come. A lot of diplomats, for example, who are based in Delhi from foreign countries have gone there. The Dutch ambassador, the Mexican ambassador. I have a conversation with Eric Solheim, the former Norwegian minister, which will play out in the next few days. He also went to the Kumbh and took a dip, and it's a spiritual experience for all of them. We saw Coldplay's lead singer Chris Martin go there along with Dakota Johnson. You had the late Steve Jobs' wife, Lauren Powell Jobs, come and take the dip at the Holy Sangam. So this is not something that's just restricted to India or large parts of the Indian population. I think people from far and wide, the number of foreigners who've come have also been in record numbers for the Kumbh, despite all the the logistical hurdles and the unfortunate tragedy that happened on the 29th of January. But despite all of that, you can see the sheer vast number of people who are thronging the Kumbh, thronging the Sangam Ghats virtually every single day in this month and a half period between the middle of January and the end of February. Just purely from a spiritual point of view, Anand, why is this important for the Hindu faith, for people who follow Sanatan Dharma? This constellation of coming together of the planets once in 100 and almost 150 years. How and why is this time period important?
Well, there are different philosophies. Kumbh itself finds its relevance from the fact that this region, Prayagraj, was considered to be the first place where Brahma conducted a big yagya. And the yagya was of creation, of Srishti. The other story that goes is that there are drops of nectar when the churning of the ocean happened. So when Dhanvantri emerges with the bottle of, with the entire jar of nectar, there were a few drops that have dropped here at this point. But the scientific reason is the confluence of these three rivers. Ganga itself has supposed to have medical and healing powers. The Saraswati has its own potency, and so does the Yamuna. When these three rivers converge here, the waters there become very, very divine in terms of their healing powers and their purity. That, along with the constellation being aligned, the energies are such that there are the ancient thought processes. There were portals. These portals connected you to the higher cosmic energies, and if you are able to realize that and connect that, you are able to escape. This whole thing is to escape the cycle of life and birth. So Kashi finds its mention in Rig Veda. Kumbh finds its mention in Rig Veda. So as you go to Kashi for moksha, that was supposed to be the oldest city, which is a portal to the universe as a key, if you were to think of it from the Avengers and today's movie point of view. And Thor has Jotunheim, and there is a portal, and you can go across realms. Now, if that's the science, if that's possible in the movie, this is what was thought, that there would be a portal for the soul to escape the cycle of life and birth on Earth, on Prithvi, and you can go to a higher realm or a better realm. So now the 9 dimensions of science are also described as various lokas in our scriptures. So the universe collapsed 40 dimensions, and it's 9 dimensions. So 4 dimensions above us, 4 dimensions below us. Earth and this realm is in the center, and that's how our scriptures define it. So if you want to go to a higher realm, so as far as the Hindu Astha, Sanatan faith, all our avatars, deities or gods came down to earth. So why come down? Why not coming up? So this whole thought process is that you rise to a higher level and escape this cycle. And if you are able to do this here, follow the ritual properly and come and bathe at the Kumbh and go and spend your last days in Kashi, you hope to be able to break the cycle of life and death. That's why Kumbh becomes so important. And it happens 12 years is the major Kumbh. 12 into 12. So after 12 big kumbhs is the Mahakumbh. So this is something that's happening only in 144 years. So people of this generation will not live to see the next Mahakumbh. And that's why this big confluence. Karan Verma is still with us. Karan. Chetan Bhagat and Akashdeep Muni also join us. Chetan Bhagat, Prime Minister at Prayagraj. Have you gone already?
Well, no, I haven't gone. I'm here because you called me to the studio this evening for another Mahakumbh happening in Delhi, which is a different kind of Kumbh. And it's quite exciting. But, I saw some of those videos. It's just too crowded, to be honest. And I don't know. I mean, I wish there was a way, but we have a big country of crores of people and they all want to go. So it's not nobody's fault, really. And there's only one place, like you said, once in 144 years. And even in those 144 years, the certain days are more special, isn't it? For the snan and everything. So it's not just all the days. Some days are more important. So I think it just, I got a bit scared, to be honest.
Well, I'm going to go. I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going tomorrow and I'm looking forward to the experience.
Are you going to take a full dip? Are you going to go full dip? Of course. Are you going to just touch? Some people just touch the water on their head like that.
Cold or not. Otherwise, if you are at Kumbh, you have to take the full dip. It's like everybody is saying it. It happens once in 144 years. So we are
going to see a video of that. You taking a full dip?
Let that go? How can you let that go? Well, if there's somebody to take a video, I will put it out. But I am going for sure.
You are in work for a TV channel. And you are saying you work for a TV channel saying, is there someone to take a video? So please do. And please get a few drops of the water for us in the studio.
Not just the drops, because, many people say we should take a little bit of the mud or the dhuli there. Why? Because crores of people deeply in spiritual thought have come there. And that energy itself, many believe, is blessed. That land finds itself blessed because there is a confluence of souls. It's not just human bodies. No, it's the Atma, it's the soul. So the thought process is that spiritual depth there and the spiritual intensity of that place is going to be so huge that it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So,
but if I can ask Chetan, so I mean, obviously, let's not underplay the context or the timing of this. Prime Minister has a sense of political timing. That's why he's been in power for the last 10 years. Every time there's a critical election day, he finds a way to sort of place himself in the public consciousness. Today, it's at Kumbh. You remember when the general elections were happening, after the campaigning got over, he went off to Kedarnath. Again, do you reckon any of this actually makes a difference to even 1% voters, swing voters who may not be enthused to come out and vote? In Delhi, for example, at least in the first couple of hours, the voting has been pretty thin in single-digit voter percentage-wise. But do you think this has a political sort of fallout as well?
For the Lok Sabha election, I think when he went to Rameshwaram, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those, and then that was a different kind of trip. He went for meditation and he went away. And I don't know if it was political. Maybe it does get too much, I mean, if you're doing this job, imagine the number of rallies he does. And when the finally voting is happening, you just want some peace. And that's his preferred choice. If it has a political benefit, I mean, okay, that's good. That's just who he is. And I think he is and I'm not just saying it like siding. I think he is a person who believes, who's a big faith believer, and he would have gone to the Kumbh anyway. Now, in terms of the timing, is it going to help in Delhi? I doubt because if he's gone today, he would have gone like a few days back. Like by the time today is actually the voting day. So I don't think in Delhi it will have such a big impact. Delhi politics isn't about Hindutva politics as much anyway. I think the issues here, as we know, are Arvind Kejriwal, who's the blue-eyed boy of Delhi, and he's like literally somebody who has taken on the BJP here very well, and of course now the new tax-free country we have. Movies used to get tax-free, now like people are tax-free. So I think that will have an impact. I think how much does this have an impact? I don't think so. And I would not be so cynical. I know there will be people who say, oh, he's going to, but like there's an election in India every week, so I don't think a place like Delhi has an impact. If it was UP, If it was UP, this is happening in UP and there's a UP election, maybe you can say, okay. But Delhi, people are having other issues.
No, Delhi, there are a lot of voters who are actually heading to Prayagraj after casting their vote. We actually spoke with them early this morning at some of the voting booths.
Including you.
My vote is in Noida. My vote is in UP. So, usme to abhi time hai. But the other thing is, if you look at the Prime Minister's schedule, first was the budget and third. And before that, there was his calendar was packed. We are given to understand that between the 5th and the 7th, these are the only dates that he had, because 8th is result in Delhi. So clearly 9th and 10th, there will be, if the mandate is in favor of the BJP, he will be required. The parliament session is currently on. And then thereafter, he takes off to France. He's going to France on a trip. On the 10th, he's off to France. So this was the only window which was there. And there is a possible trip to the US. So we don't know. But this was the only window. Date got confirmed. Well, and if there is political opportunism that's being seen, then people who want to see it will see it. Akashdeep Muni, once the dust settles here in Delhi, are you going to head towards Kumbh? It's been hectic.
Supporters and workers went to Kumbh recently. So it will be my privilege, and I will be lucky enough to head to Kumbh and take the holy dip. But today, Anand, the biggest question is that while the
कह सकते कि भी उपासना करते हुए नजर आएंगे, तो आपने देखा कि किस तरह से न्यूज 18 ने आपको दिखाया कि
बिल्कुल न्यूज 18 के कैमरे से हम दिखा रहे हैं अपने दर्शकों को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी संगम में डुबकी लगाते हुए, जहां पर सबसे पहले उन्होंने वस्त्र धारण चेंज किया है और अंग वस्त्र लिया और फिर त्रिवेणी में उतरे, और वहीं पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग जो तट पर मौजूद हैं वो प्रधानमंत्री का अभिवादन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और उत्साह लोगों में है। प्रधानमंत्री को बेहद करीब से ये लोग देख पा रहे हैं। हमारे सहयोगी राजीव के
Well, so I think the Prime Minister has stepped down. He's changed, and then he stepped down to have take a dip at the Sangam. There it is. Those are the pictures. The Prime Minister getting down. There are waiting crowds who are looking at the Prime Minister. A lot of the people who are taking their dip at the ghats, they can peek through to the other side, and they can see the Chief Minister, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath present there. Wonder why the cameras are panning away from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is actually to the left, where he's down in the waters, and he should be. So I think the priests are also waiting. He's gone in to take to change. I think that's what's happened. He's not yet taken a dip.
What's the procedure?
The procedure, you obviously will take off the clothes that you're wearing, and then you wear, generally a lot of them wear saffron, or you wear a simple cloth, and then you go down, you offer your prayers, and you're supposed to take 3 dips.
Okay.
So the full dip is thrice. So it's 3 dips. You're actually supposed to be chanting a few mantras, and each of the dip is dedicated to, one is to your ancestors, one is to your gurus, and one is to the devatas, and you're asking them to cleanse you and cleanse your soul of all their bad karma, and to uphold and add to your good karma. So it's the karma phala, or the karmic fruits, that you're actually praying for, and that reduces the weight on the soul, and that's why the soul is elevated. So that's the philosophical thought process of why you're supposed to do it. It's supposed to be healing you, not just mentally, physically, but also in terms of mind, body, and soul at all 3 levels. So that's what the Prime Minister will be doing. And then you pray to the sun. The sun is the source of our energy. So that's the Prime Minister walking into the water, going right to the center. He is fully clothed. So he's wearing an overall like he usually does. It's a gray overall that he prefers, or a saffron overall. And then above that, there is a small towel on his shoulder. So that's how it is. He's going to be standing there, and then he will take 3 dips. We've just had a freeze there in the pictures. He will take 3 dips, and he will be facing towards the sun, and he will offer ablutions to the sun, or arghya as it's called. And he will make the prayer. Now the sun, why the sun? Sun is the source of all energy. It's the source of life on planet Earth. It's the source of energy. And for humanity, even though it's a ball of gas, it is also seen as the one that charges our batteries. So that's the whole idea of praying to the sun at a time when its radiation is the least. So it's already, today he must have picked a Muhurt, which is good because it's a Gupta Ashtami, and that's why he has timed it. You tend to do it early in the morning when the radiation of the sun is the least, and the curative potency of the light, sun's light, is at the highest. That's what you generally do, and that's why Ishtadev or Surya is as one of the potent elements, the source of all energy for Earth is prayed to. So you offer your prayers to the three rivers because you are standing at a confluence of three rivers. So there is Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati, and then of course to Surya Dev, and then you do your three dips, and then you chant to whoever is your Ishtadev, whoever you pray to. You chant, and you can stand there and do your chants, take your dip, and then you come out, and then on the ghats he will do another round of puja. So that's these are the pictures live from Prayagraj as the Prime Minister is taking a holy dip at the Kumbh. There he is, the Prime Minister, walking up right to where he can, to the levels. We should have more pictures coming through. And you see, these are all the cordoned off areas where the flow of the water is not so strong and the water is only knee deep. Arun Dhanta joining us live. Yes, Arun.
Well, that's right, Anand. Prime Minister Modi and Yogi Adityanath have arrived at Triveni Sangam, and in fact, Prime Minister is going to take the holy dip. And let me quickly show our viewers that how people are actually going and coming from the Sangam. On that side, you have the huge line of those devotees who are going towards the Sangam. They are yet to take the holy dip. Look at the joy in their faces. Look at the crowds which is moving towards. And on this side where I am,
These are pictures. Let's go full screen to the pictures of the Prime Minister taking the dip. These are exclusive to CNN News 18 and the News 18 network. And there you go. That's right at the center where the Prime Minister will be there. His official team, the videography team, the camera persons, and also the photographers are also there. And they are circling him. So we will get the pictures, the frontal pictures also in a bit. But that's where that's the VIP card. So that's where Yogi Adityanath and his entire cabinet also took the dip. Amit Shah also stepped down from there and took a dip there along with Yogi Adityanath. Interestingly, it's only the Prime Minister who stepped down today. And the last time around also, when he was there at the ghats taking the dip, it's a similar ritual. He is a Shiv Bhakt himself, so he has the Rudraksha Mala around him, so he does his round of chanting, prayers. He prays to the rivers, he prays to the sun, and also to Mahadev. And then
in fact, he had taken the holy dip, I think, before the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya.
Yes.
And similarly, when the temple in Varanasi was inaugurated again, he had taken the dip at that time.
The dip. The idea is to cleanse yourself. The idea is to cleanse the mind, body, and soul at this confluence of the three rivers, and then with a pure heart and a pure mind, go to the temple to pray. So he said that he prayed for the well-being of the country and its people, and he wanted to pray for progress. That's what he did at that time. This time we'll see what the Prime Minister's message is. But for each person, it's either self or society or humanity, but somewhere the connection is spiritual, Zakat. So that's what it is. And the Prime Minister seems to be very comfortable. There are people who do it because it's good for optics. But for him, we've seen over the last many years, he's comfortable in his skin doing what because he believes this is a practice for him. And it's been a practice for him right from the times he was a pracharak at the RSS. He used to actually play the Nagada at the local temple in Vadnagar. That's how his childhood he's grown up. So there's a huge, deep spiritual content or connect for him all through his life. So even the days of emergency and all, he used to pray regularly at the Gurdwara when he was living, as a Sardar, and he was in the Gurdwara. He would do some seva at the langars. He would offer, and then he would continue to pray. So this aspect of prayer and spirituality is not something which is second skin to him. It is
in his own skin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to also bring it back to the political context of this. Chetan is still with us, and so is Akashdeep Muni. These pictures, of course, will be splashed across screens, not just in the national capital, but across the country. Tomorrow's newspapers are going to have this as the lead story. Do you think, Chetan, this will have or move the political needle in any way, at least as far as the Delhi election is concerned? Or do you think the the timing and the date of it is merely coincidental and has nothing to do with politics?
I think it was Freud who once said, like, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. You don't have to. It's just like the person just described, that he is a man of faith. It is a holy Kumbh happening once in 144 years. At some point, he would have gone and taken a dip. If he had taken it anytime in the last week or any time in the campaign of Delhi, people could have said, "Oh, it's happening for the Delhi elections." But that's I think a bit too cynical. And firstly, nobody's stopping Rahul Gandhi from taking a dip. Nobody's stopping Arvind Kejriwal from taking a dip. And if they want to do it, they can do it. And that will
Why
also
do
get
you
some
think that is?
coverage.
Why do you think they haven't gone yet?
I don't know. It's very hard to speculate. It's all if have they not gone for political reasons, or is it that they don't feel the need to go? It's okay. We should not judge. I have not gone. I just felt it was too crowded, and that's absolutely fine, I think, for people.
Yeah, but you're not a
And it's
politician.
not
I mean,
like somebody
you don't need to.
No, I mean, I'm a Hindu. No, I know. And some of us, Zaka, some of us I have too many sins. I don't think one dip is going to clean them. So, that's a separate discussion. I'm just saying we shouldn't judge. You don't become more superior by taking a dip. It's just an act of faith, and I don't think there's any elitism about it. But at the same time, I do believe that. I mean, who has been God kinder to? I mean, the Prime Minister has won 3 times Prime Minister. I mean, God has been bestowed all the blessings on him. If he will not be a man of faith, who will? So I think he is a human being, and at the end of the day, yes, sometimes it may, but taking a dip in the bathroom, crores of people are taking it. So to say that, but he is taking it because of that, I think it's a bit unfair. I mean, it doesn't look like. What is the impact on Delhi election? It doesn't really have. I mean, who's going to say, "Oh, he took a dip, I'm voting for him"? I mean, how many people in Delhi are thinking that way right now? And like you're saying, people haven't even gone and voted. So, guys, those who are watching this in Delhi, please go out and vote.
Yeah, that's their duty. That's their fundamental
their duty. That is also
democratic duty. This is a spiritual quest. So that quest can happen once the voting duties have happened. It's a working day in Delhi. Akashdeep Muni, Chetan Bhagat believes iska Delhi election में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, because Delhi का voter has already decided.
I partially agree with Chetan ji that इसका दिल्ली के elections पे इतना असर नहीं पड़ेगा, पर silence period में of course प्रधानमंत्री जा रहे हैं और 24/7 टीवी पे दिख रहे हैं, ये इंटरेस्टिंग है. पर दिल्ली का जो वोटर है वो सिर्फ काम की राजनीति पे भरोसा करता है. दिल्ली के वोटर सोचता है कि नहीं, कौन मुझे, बुजुर्गों को कौन कुंभ में भेज रहा है, बुजुर्गों को कौन अयोध्या यात्रा करा रहा है, बुजुर्गों को कौन 4 धाम की यात्रा करा रहा है, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है. फ्री बिजली, फ्री पानी, 24 घंटे बिजली, ये सारे अरविंद केजरीवाल दे रहे हैं. Interestingly, today what happens is that today the Honorable Prime Minister says that we will be providing remedies to Delhiites if we come to power. But interestingly, the same day today, the Energy Minister, the Central Energy Minister, is saying that we will all the free electricity throughout all the states should be stopped. So these double speak in terms of BJP will really hamper BJP's prospects in Delhi, because ultimately the people of Delhi think that कौन हमें अच्छी जिंदगी देगा, कौन हमारे बच्चों को पढ़ाई देगा, कौन हमारे बुजुर्गों को हेल्थ केयर देगा. These are all important things. And also the elderly who want to visit Kumbh Mela or even different sacred sites, they think that केजरीवाल जी भेजते रहे पिछले 5-10 साल से, बीजेपी तो भेजती नहीं रही है.
Right.
So
now there is just pulling away Akashdeep for a second. Just we're getting pictures. So there is chanting in the background, and these are pictures of Prime Minister. Like I said, it's the 3 Anjalis argya which will happen to the sun, and the 3 dips against the flow of the water, that you will sit down and do it thrice. That's what the Prime Minister has done. Interesting, his sartorial choice this time around. It's tracks and a hoodie. It's the same thing that he was wearing at the Zedmore tunnel. So there is a shift that is also, if you were to see in the Prime Minister's casual attire that we are seeing, and
trying to appeal to young voters, to Gen Z voters. But just walk us through, what are the mantras that are being chanted, and what is it that you're supposed to pray to as you take these three holy dips?
Well, depending upon which sampradaya you would follow, as of now, they are chanting the prayers towards the. Okay, so these are Upanishadic chants which they are actually chanting as prayer towards the elements, towards nature. Yeah. And also they will chant the Swasti mantra. They will chant, now if you're praying to Mahadev, many of them would also chant the Rudram. So at various, based on what you believe in. Yeah. But largely it is about people, it is about uniting with the cosmic powers, also praising the various elements which are there, especially water, the five elements you have to see. So sun is energy, is Agni, there is ether, there is air, water, and of course sky, Akash. So these are the five elements that would be.
So the Rudraksh that he's using to chant
so
the mantras,
because he's a Shiv Bhakt, so Rudraksh is representative of Shiva. So, and that's why many use different beads. So those who follow the Vaishnava Sampradaya or worship Krishna or Rama will use Tulsi beads. And it's usually 108. So you chant and you do a round of 108. Or it's 54 and you chant it twice. So 108 itself adds up to number 9. These numbers itself have significance. The petals of a lotus are 108. So there are scientific, geographic, and also astrological and numerical importances. Why the number 9 is so special? Why the number 108 is very special? The number of veins in the leaves, many say, counts up to 108. So 108 is present in all around us as far as nature is concerned. The number 9 is present because Navagraha, 9 graha. So the number 9 becomes important. And that's why Prime Minister, he's a Shiv Bhakt. So that's why Rudraksh, and that's what he's doing. He's also chanting. So whatever is his chanting mantra in the praise of Shiva, that's what he will chant. Depending upon the sampradayas or the various offshoots of Shaivism, each one would have a different mantra or a different chant. So many chant the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. That means that's the mantra that ensures that you are elevated or protected from death, because Shiva is supposed to be the only god who defeated Yama. And there is a story there. So many people will chant the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Many people would chant only Om Namah Shivaya, or the 3 syllables or Om, which represents against the universal hum of the universe. That's the sound of the universal sound. That's Om. So depending upon what works for him, he would do his chant.
The interesting thing that Chetan made, and if I can go back to him, Chetan, I don't want to see this purely from a political lens, but point is, no one stopped, as you said, Rahul Gandhi or Arvind Kejriwal from going to the Kumbh. They may still go, or maybe after the elections are over, they may still go. I think you have time till the 26th, which is when Mahashivratri is, so you have another 20-odd days. Akhilesh Yadav went.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the prominent opposition politicians who went. I don't think he saw it necessarily from a political prism. But to detach the politics out of it, I think would also be naive.
No, I mean, see, it is a country of faith. We have politicians are always trying to find ways to connect with people. And if this is one of the ways they can connect with people, then, I mean, they could. And I don't think there is as such anything wrong with it. It's up to the people how much meaning they ascribe to this, how much of their voting preference comes down to this. But I think as people want to see their leader do some of the cultural traditions of the country, I don't know whether this video is playing on loop a lot, but like that water is cold, by the way, Zaka. So I think if he's wearing a tracksuit or something, it could be due to the weather. I mean, I don't know. You mentioned like it's to connect with the youth or something. It's just cold, and so like I said, it depends. Now the BJP's politics has been about Hindutva. It has been about like taking ownership of, but Hinduism is for every other leader too. I mean, if they feel this will allow us to connect with our voters, I mean, go. But I would like to believe that there is some genuine faith in it as well. You're not just going for appearances, and I think people can tell. But what's the interesting thing is that if you don't go because you feel you don't want to be seen as too Hindu, because there is a segment of your vote bank which doesn't like that, that's also political, right? Not going because some voter base of mine is not going to like it, isn't that political, or is only going political? And so we don't know yet. So we will see. Like you said, it's till the 26th. I think it's a big event. I think it also, when senior leaders go, it boosts tourism of that place. So they become brand ambassadors for that event. It becomes a big deal that, okay, even the prime minister went. Okay, let's go, guys. Instagram wanderlust. Okay, 1 million people in a traffic jam. And I think that's but it's there. And that's another interesting point, that I thought that the youth of this country will not be so much into it, but they are. A lot of young people are going. They are making plans. It's become, like someone I think a few days back said, it's bigger than the Coldplay concert.
Well, 40 crore people coming there have to be youth. It cannot be just there cannot be just geriats there. But the aspect is, Chetan Bhagat, that the Prime Minister seems comfortable. He's not uncomfortable doing this. So it's not just mere optics. It's also part intrinsic to your faith. And what the Prime Minister does, everybody wants to see, because he is perhaps the biggest influencer in our country. Look what he did to Lakshadweep.
Yeah, and if 40 crore people are going, and won't the 40 crore people like to see, wow, even the Prime Minister went, right? Didn't like the Coldplay guys also go?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, Chris Martin
Chris
and
Martin.
Dakota Johnson went.
Dakota Johnson went, yes.
Or it could be because they felt faith, or it could be because they wanted to make the Indian fan base happy. I don't know. They did a lot of things, like they're talking about the cricketers in their concerts. I don't know if Chris Martin is really into cricket, but he talked about Jasprit Bumrah and all that. I mean, because to connect better with the audience. So there is always, whenever there is a celebrity or a big leader who goes, there will be that element that, is he doing it for PR? Is he doing it for politics? But as long as you're being your authentic self, and I think the Prime Minister is a devout man. I mean, he does believe that, going here is really auspicious. And I think it's a good thing that he went. What day should he have chosen? Please, I think people who feel that this is very political timing, tell me a day he could have gone, which will not be considered
So
political.
today is also a good day. It's
Tell
Magh
us
Ashtami. So you're building up to Magh Purnima on the 12th and 3 days after Basant Panchami. So it's the day of Magh Ashtami. So today is also a good day. Like people look for good days, good time, good Mahurat, and that's why you have the Amrit Snan dates, which are the special days even within the Kumbh. But the thought process is, if you have purity of heart, this is a constellation scientifically, the alignment of the planets, and this timing happens only once in 144 years. And that's what makes this Mahakumbh really special. So there is science and there is also spirituality, and at most of the times, they are intertwined. Chetan.
See, now it's already almost noon, and I mean, it's like Delhi, only few hours of voting is left. And like, what do you think? Like, people are like, oh, I switched on TV, I saw the Prime Minister taking a dip. All right, then it's not going to be AAP, it's going to be BJP this time. Who does like that? Do you? Does anybody here switch their vote like that? So I think it's absolutely, very far-fetched to think that this has got anything political to it. I mean, he just wanted to go. He's the Prime Minister. He went. Okay. So I think that's a good thing. And I hope other leaders also go. I mean, because, like I said, the leaders normally get the VIP guard and everything. So a lot of the inconvenience that, people are afraid of will not happen.
It's interesting. So multiple choice question hai. Which is the right time to go and which is not short of, which is without politics? चुनाव के पहले जाना, चुनाव के दिन जाना, और चुनाव के बाद जाना.
तो होते ही रहते हैं ना चुनाव. तो इतने सारे states हैं, इतने सारे, so many things are there, and the parliament is also on right now. So then if he skips parliament to go here, then that's another political issue or not?
Yes, it is. We got
Yeah.
we got
So
more
then what
pictures.
do you do?
I think these are pictures from earlier when he was taking a dip and offered his argya and prayers inside the river. He has come out, and those are pictures of the Ganga Aarti or the puja which will happen at the ghats. So once you offer your prayers inside in the river, take the dip and offer pray, do your prayers. You come out. There is a change of your vastra which will happen, and then you don fresh clothes, and then you sit down for a puja at the ghats. That is again an extension of the ritual where you would pray for the well-being of your family. You would seek the blessings of the ancestors and also the deities and the gods that you would like to pray to or you pray to, and of course blessings of the elements. All these will be done together at that small puja, which lasts about 10 to 15 minutes, which ends with the swasti mantra. So the swasti mantra actually prays for the well-being of everyone, and with the whole thought of loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. So that's the whole Upanishadic thought which actually dominates those set of prayers. There are some pictures coming in from the CNN News 18 feed and the News 18 network feed of that grouping towards the right of your screen. The pictures seem to have frozen right now. There should be more coming through in a bit.
So again, I just go back to
So if Arvind Kejriwal and Rahul Gandhi go after the voting is complete,
then it's not politically motivated.
Is it not? Because the constituency that may not like to see you at Kumbh
I think that's
before
a fair
they
point.
vote,
That's
as
a fair
Chetan
point
Bhagat said.
that Chetan. It's a fair question that Chetan has asked. I mean, are they not going because it may offend a certain constituency? But again, the question can also be asked: where else does that constituency go? It's not like they are spoiled for choice, politically speaking. But having said that, I agree with Chetan. I think they should go, whether it's linked to polls or not linked to polls, before polls, after polls. Fact is that religion is a very deeply personal thing. You may not want to link it to politics, but there's no stoppage, or there is no impediment or obstacle that stops politicians, whether you're ruling party or opposition party, from going and taking part in this spiritual exercise. After all, Rahul Gandhi has gone to numerous temples. I remember the first time when he went to the famous temple in Ujjain. And he said he's a Shiv Bhakt. People said, oh, he's doing this for politics. Maybe he strongly believes in that. And therefore, if he does, then he should go to the Kumbh too. And same is the case with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. I remember famously last time in the 2020 election, he had come for one of our events and he sang the entire Hanuman Chalisa. Again, no one said he's doing this for politics, but he was asked a question by the anchor and he recited the Chalisa. So the point is, I think politicians don't necessarily have to be devoid of what they believe in a very personal, religious and spiritual way. But to not go because it might be politically, inconvenient or it might politically backfire, I don't think that's particularly smart, even politically speaking. So we have the turnout numbers in Delhi till 11 a.m. It's 20%. So I think it's improving.
So 12% bump up between 9
and
a.m. numbers and 11 a.m. numbers.
That's a good sign.
Yeah,
that's a good sign.
Is this a Kumbh effect, or just that Delhi waking up a little later and then coming out to vote, as we had predicted that the numbers should go up between 9 and 11 and perhaps improve further between 11 and 2? I'm going to check if Akashdeep Muni is also with us. Akashdeep Muni, what is a fair voter turnout that the AAP is expecting?
See, at present, anywhere between 65 to 70% will be. I think it will go in the Delhi percentage elections. But the most important factor is that there has been number of issues that has been raised recently. At present, while the voting is on, like there are issues in Jankpura where money is being distributed by BJP karyakartas. So these particular lacunas in election day really marks a very bad impact on the procedure of elections.
So has the AAP formally complained to the Election Commission? Because the CEC was on record saying that any complaint will be very seriously looked into. And Jankpura is Mr. Manish Sisodia. The AAP should be very, very confident and comfortable.
See, as of now, I think that complaint has been made as per the information I have got. And Manish Sisodia is pretty confident in Jankpura specifically.
But what made him move away from Patpatganj? Many are asking that question.
See, there are many BJP karyakartas who have also shifted tickets. So shifting a ticket is now not a big issue. The big issue is that what the particular MLA is bringing on table for the people of Delhi. Are they giving free electricity? Are they giving good healthcare? Are they giving good schools, colleges, etc.? So, the most important question is that 8,000 schools in Assam are closed. And there's the same BJP government in Assam since last 10 years. I want to say that while you close schools in Assam, 2,500 new classrooms are opened in Delhi. So these things will really make an impact. New healthcare model, new schools, even mohalla clinics, proper sanitation, proper electricity, proper water supply. These all will be really making a difference in Delhi elections. Delhi elections is not about that Hindu-Muslim tirade. It is all about what you bring to the table. And specifically, while Parvesh Sharma is distributing money at his government residence, he can do that. But ultimately, everyone knows that ultimately Kejriwal is the one who will be providing succor, relief to all the.
Would you agree? Would you agree that this time around things are tougher compared to 2015 and 2020 for the Aam Aadmi Party?
Oh yeah, certainly. I think there are two reasons for it. One is, of course, the personal image of Mr. Kejriwal taking a bit of a beating. Not so much in the liquor gate thing, because I think that it still needs to be proven in a court of law. He's out on bail. Yes, a charge sheet has been filed, but ultimately the law of the land is you are innocent until proven guilty. So the ED, the CBI, these separate cases, they have to prove that he was a beneficiary of the kickbacks, or that the Aam Aadmi Party was a beneficiary of the kickbacks, and they changed the policy to get those kickbacks. That's still, the jury's out on that one. But I think the Sheesh Mahal thing, just purely from a perception point of view, has knocked the halo off a bit. This whole Kattar Imandar image, no doubt about it. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is this constant fighting between the central government and the state government, which has resulted, I think, in a governance deficit in the national capital. If you look at the condition of the roads, the condition of traffic. I mean, traveling between any of the satellite cities from Gurgaon to Delhi, if you are working in Gurgaon, living in Delhi, or similarly vice versa, if you're living in Noida, working in Delhi, the traffic, evening and morning peak hour traffic is just unbearable. I mean, there used to be a point of time when Delhi had the best roads in the country. I don't think that's quite the case today. In fact, the two satellite towns, Gurgaon and Noida, probably have better infrastructure today than it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So, and then the mounds of garbage. All of these are very serious governance issues, and there is a definitive governance deficit. Now, who the people of Delhi hold accountable for it? Do they hold the central government responsible for it? Do they hold the Aam Aadmi Party government responsible for it? Again, I don't think the central government's role can be brushed aside. I mean, the fact is that it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. A constitutional bench of the Supreme Court looked at the matter and said the state government should have the authority to appoint secretaries. And then what did we have? The judgment of the Supreme Court constitutional bench was circumvented with an ordinance, and then subsequently the ordinance became an act in Parliament, a bill, and then an act in Parliament. So I think this whole political back and forth that's been happening between the two governments, centre and state, has also taken a toll on governance in Delhi. But I want to come back to the pictures of the Prime Minister, taking the dubki, as it's called, in the Triveni Holy Sangam. Also, just want to bring our viewers up to speed. Mr. Kejriwal is right now at his voting booth in New Delhi constituency. Yeah. He's arrived there with his parents. I believe Priyanka Gandhi and her family, Robert Vadra and others. Her mother, Sonia Gandhi, is also there. So she's also arrived to vote. But we are, of course, squarely focused on the pictures of the Prime Minister.
Interestingly, Sandeep Dixit is accompanying Priyanka Vadra too. Yeah. So in the morning, he was there with Rahul Gandhi, and now he is there with Priyanka Vadra too. So clearly a shift in perhaps the Congress's positioning. Is it going to be limited only till the elections, Delhi elections, or is it a clear shift? We will explore that, and we'll watch that very closely. We'll be back with Mr. Kejriwal also casting his vote as the day Delhi goes to polls and Prime Minister is in Prayagraj. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because anytime now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players
I'm
are.
interrupting
This
you,
is where
but
the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
The
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity.
And
this
I would...
entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote, and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are... Back live with pictures to the left of your screen from a short while ago, with the Prime Minister taking the holy dip at Mahakumbh 2025 in Prayagraj at the Sangam Nose, the Sangam Ghat, Triveni Sangam Ghat. And then to the right, these are pictures of the Prime Minister post the prayers and also a short puja, changing his clothes, and he's actually wearing the Uttarakhandi topi. As he says, waves to the crowds there, and then makes his way back towards the helipad. So this is right outside the Arail Ghat, where he is. There is waiting crowds to whom he is waving, and then getting into the convoy, getting into his vehicle. That will then lead him to the Prayagraj airport, the helipad where he'll take the helicopter to the Prayagraj airport. So
it's a pretty short visit.
Yeah,
It's
very short
an
visit.
hour and a half at best.
In fact, he was earlier supposed to go to the Akshay Vat. These are pictures of the puja. So these are pictures of, this is the Himachali topi, not the Uttarakhandi topi. This is the Himachali topi that he's wearing. So, his prayers. Now, this again a standard ritual where you would offer ablutions and, of course, small offerings that include a piece of cloth, some flowers, and also some fruit or to the river. And at the Sangam, that's what you do.
ओम सुजात ज्योतिघासः संभवरूथम तदस्वाहा भासो अग्ने विश्वरूपद्भुंसं जयस्वविभावसो वस्त्रोपवस्त्रं समर्पयामि ओम नाभ्यायासीदन्तरिक्षगुंसे स्नोद्योः समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भो मृदेशः स्तोत्रान् तथा लोकान् कल्पयन् नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि द्रवदक्षिणां समर्पयामि ओम चंद्रमा मनसो जातचक्षुः सूर्यो वजायत श्रोत्राद्वायुश्च प्राणश्च मुखादग्निरजायत मन में बसा कर तेरी मूर्ति उतारू मैं मैया तेरी आरती मांगू तुझसे क्या मैं यही सोचूं मैया जिंदगी जब तेरे नाम कर दी अर्पण सब कुछ तेरा कुछ नहीं मेरा चिलता है तुझे कुमार संसार के मन में बसा कर तेरी मूर्ति उतारू मैं मैया तेरी आरती वेद तेरी महिमा गाए संत करे ध्यान नारद गुणगान करे चेड़ बीड़तान भक्त तेरे द्वार करते हैं पुकार हम सब तेरी माँ उतारे आरती मन में बसा कर तेरी मूर्ति उतारू मैं मैया तेरी आरती ओम मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष मंगलाय तनो हरि मंगलम भगवान शंभु मंगलम वृषभध्वज मंगलम पार्वतीनाथ मंगलाय तनोहरः ओम चंदनस्य महत्पुण्यं पवित्रं पापनाशनो आपदा हरते नित्यं लक्ष्मी तिष्ठति सर्वदा ओम अपवित्रः पवित्रो वा सर्वावस्थांगतोऽपि वा यः स्मरेत् संकल्पः ओम गंगे च यमुने चैव गोदावरी सरस्वती नर्मदे सिंधु कावेरी जलेस्मिन् सन्निधिं कुरु ओम सुजात ज्योतिघासः संभवरूथम तदस्वाहा भासो अग्ने विश्वरूपद्भुंसं जयस्वविभावसो वस्त्रोपवस्त्रं
Okay, now these pictures are now being relayed yet again. So it started with the Sankalpa and offerings to the river, the holy river Ganga, at the point of confluence. After the point of confluence, where the Prime Minister is making the offerings and performing the arti, he's already left Arail Ghat and is headed back towards the Prayagraj airport.
Co-powered by.
From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because anytime now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, you know, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, you know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players
I'm
are.
interrupting
This
you,
is where
but
the Sheila Dikshit legacy plays out.
would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
The
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity,
And I
this
would...
entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Well, now, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
But you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jayashankar is speaking.
Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public...
Good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. It's a very interesting day given that the national capital has gone to polls, and at the same time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken the holy dip at the Kumbh in Prayagraj just minutes ago. He was accompanied by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This visit underscores the spiritual importance of the day, which is marked by devotion and holy rituals at the Triveni Sangam. Prime Minister Modi also offered the puja at the Ma Ganga. Those visuals speaking 1,000 words for themselves. As you can see, Prime Minister on this very auspicious day, in fact, has offered his prayers. We all know that today is a very significant day when you look at the celestial alignment as well. In fact, it's also one that is marked by the Bhishma Ashtami and the Magh Ashtami, both taking place simultaneously today. And as we all know, Basant Panchami also occurred just a few days ago. And so it's a highly auspicious occasion when Prime Minister, in fact, arrived at the Arel Ghat and then proceeded towards the Triveni Sangam. In fact, CNN News 18 has been bringing you this live and rolling coverage of Prime Minister's dip in the Holy Ganga as he offered his prayers to Ma Ganga. And joining me live right now is Arun Dhanta, who's joining us live from Prayagraj. Arun, give us the status of Prime Minister's movement right now. Has Prime Minister arrived at the airport?
Well, Prime Minister Modi's convoy Akanksha has left. We are given to understand that he spent almost 35 minutes in Prayagraj, which of course includes the dip, the holy dip which he took, and also the Ganga Aarti and Puja, which he conducted. There were multiple programs earlier which were slotted for Prime Minister. We were given to understand that almost 5 to 6 hours he was to spend here, but he cut short that period because of course, the large number of devotees who are coming here. So he perhaps, does not want to create that inconvenience or the problem for the devotees who are coming here. And I think that's the reason why he left early. As we speak, Yogi Adityanath, was with him, and he, in fact, now going back from after, dropping Prime Minister Modi to his car. And in fact, the crowds which is swelling in here is very significant. And most importantly, Kanksha, because when you have Prime Minister's visit, security paraphernalia is something which create chaos for the people, difficulty for people. But today, in this visit of Prime Minister, we saw that there has not been any disruption. You can still see these people, even on that side and both sides, they are heading towards, and we'll try to speak to them. If you allow me to speak to them for a few minutes.
Sure.
आप कहाँ से आए? ये
नमामि गंगे से सर, नमामि गंगे से।
तो क्या है आप?
वन राष्ट्रीय वन जनस्थान।
अच्छा, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप कहाँ से आई हैं?
कोटा राजस्थान से।
इस तरफ कैमरे की तरफ आइए। इतना बड़ा बैग ले रही आप?
हाँ,
बैग लेके
हाँ, तो क्या करें, कपड़े भी तो है ना।
अच्छा, और कितने
हम 14 जने आए।
14 जने हैं।
हाँ।
कितने लंबे से आप
अब आ रहे हैं वहीं से 3 किलो 5 किलो।
कैसी व्यवस्था लग रही है?
बढ़िया लग रही है, बहुत बढ़िया।
अच्छा, आपको पता है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी भी यहाँ पर थे?
मालूम है, 5 तारीख को भी यहीं आए वो भी।
अभी और उनके आने की वजह से कोई परेशानी तो नहीं हुई आपको?
आराम से आ रहे, आराम से आ रहे, कोई परेशानी नहीं है, बहुत अच्छी तरह से आ रहे हैं, बढ़िया आ रहे हैं।
29 तारीख को यहाँ हादसा हो गया, तो उसके बाद कोई डर नहीं लगा आपको?
जिसके बाद में भी आए, आ गए, कोई परेशानी नहीं है हमारी। हाँ, सब एक ही है।
So Akanksha, these are the people. Look at the emotion, joy on their faces. They are not worried about the crowds. They have such a faith in the God. And most importantly, Prime Minister is here. They're saying that they did not face any difficulty due to his visit. So I think that's how it has been planned by the administration here, that Prime Minister visits here, but then ensure that there is no difficulty for the devotees.
It's extremely insightful that you shared all those details about the security arrangement, given that that stampede had just taken place some days ago. So it's in fact laudable that the security arrangements have been so stringent. But Arun, also give us a sense of how religiously, if you look at today, is a very significant day for Hindus, especially when you look at this is a day that marks the Bhishma Ashtami and the Magh Ashtami both occurring today. So the Prime Minister clearly taking that dip on a very auspicious day.
Well, 3 days after Basant Panchami, there is Magh Mas, Gupt Purnima, on which, in fact, Prime Minister Modi today has taken that holy dip. As we've been discussing about it, that earlier there was a plan of Prime Minister Modi to spend almost 5 to 6 hours here. And he was supposed to visit Hanuman Temple and Saraswati Koop, Akshay Vat. So these were the areas which were part of his itinerary. But today, he's understanding the fact that there are people who are coming in large numbers, because right now when he was here, he was in Triveni Sangam. So there was no difficulty, there was no problem for people because he was on the river. He took that holy dip, then he offered his puja. But if he had to come to Hanuman Temple, Akshavat, then of course there could have a disruption through the routes. I think keeping all these things in mind, this decision was taken. But Prime Minister Modi ensured that he did not cancel his visit. He came here, even though he came for 35 minutes, but he ensured that he comes here, because even in 2019, I was here in Prayagraj during the Ardh Kumbh's time when PM came here, and you remember when those visuals of feet being cleansed by Prime Minister Modi, of sanitation workers, such was the thing which happened at that point in time. So Prime Minister Modi's religiosity, devotion is something which is known to everybody. Kedarnath, of course, in 2019, that too same during the election season, he spent the entire night in that cave in Kedarnath, and even in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, before the last day of voting, he was in Kanyakumari in that meditation retreat for 45 to 48 hours. So Prime Minister Modi has been, has been a religious person, and he's been showing it. So today, once again, he showed that when you have, crores of people visiting here, he ensures that he comes here. At the same time, people do not face any difficulty while they are going towards the Sangam.
Arun, let's also look at the political messaging, as I've also highlighted right at the beginning of this show, that today is also when the national capital is headed to polls. What is the kind of messaging that now comes out when you have a Prime Minister accompanied by Chief Minister from his very own party at that massive cultural spiritual gathering that the Mahakumbh is, which has so far seen over 38 crore spiritual attendees so far?
Well, even today, but till about at 11 a.m., 38 lakh people have taken the holy dip here in Prayagraj, and the total number actually goes beyond 40 crore in this entire period. And by the time you have the closing of the Mahakumbh on 26th, the numbers will be mind-boggling. The administration, in fact, in the beginning of the Mahakumbh was saying that they're expecting 40 crore people, but you still have 20 days more for the Mahakumbhs, and already more than 40 crore people have taken the holy dip. So I think there was a dent, of course, due to the stampede which happened on 29th. But post that, the way administration changed the things around, some of the top officials were deployed here on the ground, especially those ones who were involved in the 2019 Earth Kumbh's management. They were also deployed here. And then onwards, we are seeing that there is a complete change of picture. The routes which were blocked for the VVIPs earlier, they are open now. People are getting, ghats available. The ghats are not blocked for the VVIP. So these are the changes which perhaps they could have done earlier. But now all these changes can be seen, are very much visible here on the ground. I think we have a few youngsters also. They are waiting patiently. Let me quickly cut across to them. आप कहाँ से हैं आप लोग?
हम एमपी से हैं।
एमपी से हैं। तो अभी जा रहे हैं या आ रहे हैं?
जा रहे हैं।
और कैसा लग रहा है? कैसा फीलिंग? इतने लोग हैं?
बहुत आनंद आ रहा है। बहुत ज्यादा भीड़, बहुत पब्लिक है।
तो घर वालों ने मना नहीं किया कि भाई अब आप 29 तारीख को वहाँ पे भगदड़ हो गई, मत जाइए?
नहीं नहीं नहीं।
तो क्या करके, मतलब कितना पैदल चल के आए अभी तक?
हम अभी तक 10 से 12
किलोमीटर। आप बताइए, क्या भावना, क्या लेकर आए हैं दिमाग में यहाँ? क्या सोच कर आए हैं?
सर ये संगम नहाने आए हैं।
संगम नहाने आए। आप बताइए, आप कहाँ से हैं?
विदिशा, एमपी विदिशा जिले से।
आपने स्नान कर लिया?
हाँ, स्नान कर लिए।
तो not only taking the holy dip, but also they are filling these bottles with गंगा जल। तो आप बताइए कि कैसा है, कैसा व्यवस्था कैसी है, कितना
बेहतरीन व्यवस्था की है और देखकर दिल गार्डन हो गया। बहुत शानदार व्यवस्था है।
बहुत शानदार व्यवस्था है। So I think this is the confidence which these people are actually keeping on the administration, the manner in which they are coming from different places, coming here and becoming part of this crowd, this environment, and taking the holy dip, the memories which they will keep with them, they will take with them themselves, will always be with them. So I think this is a huge and one-time occasion, of course, in 145 years when this Mahakumbh has fallen.
Oh, absolutely it is. And give us a sense of how the Prime Minister's visit, in fact, panned out so far. Arun, as you were also sharing with us that it was a short visit, though earlier reports were indicating that he may also be visiting the Akshay Vat and take a tour around the Mahakumbh. But why was this such a short visit? Was there a conscious effort to keep it this short, keeping the security arrangements in mind?
Well, see, I mean, yeah, it was initially the plan was very clear that on 5th, Prime Minister Modi will come here in Prayagraj, but then especially after the stampede which happened on 29th, Moni Amavasya, that's something which made them tweak the plan, because they do not want to create another situation like that. I think that's the reason why this planning was made, that Prime Minister will visit, but there will be reduction as far as his total itinerary, the time which he's going to spend here in Prayagraj, and that's the reason why you see he's only spending 35 minutes here, and those 35 minutes he was there on Triveni Sangam. He took that holy dip, and then of course offered his prayer to Ma Ganga, and then Yogi Adityanath accompanied him back to the RL Ghat, from where he went in his convoy, and then of course in fact as we speak he would have perhaps left the Prayagraj. But I think the enthusiasm and the josh which is amongst the people, it's very, very special, because the celestial alignment is something which is bringing these people here in Prayagraj.
Right.
This happened 144 years ago. Now, once again, if you want to witness this, you will have to wait for 144 years. So I think that's the reason why you see this massive crowd. You can see, let me quickly show a glimpse of these people. If my camera person can show on that side. Look at the crowd. Look at the crowds, the way they are coming in here. They have these heavy bags on their heads, and you don't know how much they have traveled on the foot. Like some of them are walking for 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 5 kilometers, but you don't see that the tiredness on their faces. They want to take. They know that once they are in on the ghats and take that holy dip, every pain, the tiredness will go away. So look at the crowd, the way they are swelling in here in Prayagraj, and also
Arun, that's why I want to ask you, the last time around when the stampede happened, it was discovered that, perhaps the advisory that had been issued by the local administration was not being adequately followed. How is the administration, especially the entire team behind the DM and the SDM and the SP, who are all involved in fact, ensuring that this is successful? How are they ensuring that there is adequate security arrangement, and that all those devotees who are now thronging in full force are following the guidelines?
Well, see, I witnessed this firsthand, because I saw what was before the Mauni Amavasya day when the stampede happened, and I'm seeing what is the reaction of it, what is happening post that stampede. So on 13th and 14th, there were few roads which were blocked by the administration. Those roads were kept for the VVIP movement, and similarly the same process was followed on the ghats. So there were very few, very limited ghats for the common people, very limited roads for people to reach to Triveni Sangam. But after that stampede, I am witnessing that all those roads which are blocked for the VVIPs, they are opened. And even if you have a certain VVIP coming here on a particular day, you will see that road being blocked for like 1 hour or for 2 hours. It's not like that where earlier you used to have the entire road blocked for 6 hours, 8 hours. So these are the changes which they have made. And also importantly, the senior officials' involvement. 6 to 8 senior IPS officers were deployed after Mauni Amavasya by Yogi Adityanath here in Prayagraj. They were camping here, and also importantly, some of the top officials who were part of the team in 2019 who conducted the Ardh Mahakumbh, they were also deployed here. So these are the changes which they were made, and I think the implementation of the planning which they made afterwards was something which is significant, and which can be seen on the ground, that how it has created that change. Yogi Adityanath, of course, he was under tremendous pressure. He was keeping a very, very close watch. He was in constant touch with his officials. In fact, when he was here, he took stock of the ghats, what is the situation there. He visited the hospital, spoke to the injured, and also, he held those meetings here in Prayagraj, and also when he was in Lucknow, he was ensuring that he gets regular feedback from the ground. So I think that's how we are seeing that this crowd is being managed, and different strategies are deployed on the ground to manage the crowd so that there is no untoward incident. happens here.
Oh, absolutely. Managing a crowd of over 36 crore people so far, which has been the turnout, is no ordinary task. In fact, quite a Herculean task, to say the least. On that note, let me quickly bring in Aman. Stay with me, Arun. Aman joins me on the phone line as well. Aman, the holy trinity, so to say, of Amit Shah, Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Modi, earlier seen campaigning on the streets of the national capital. Now they have truly become the highlight at the Mahakumbh, with Prime Minister's own dip culminating into that big, massive spectacle.
Well, absolutely. See, Akanksha, the Prime Minister visit, always have a larger audience in mind. So, when we see these visuals of Mr. Modi taking a dip at the Mahakumbh while voting in Delhi elections is on, the mix of spirituality and a subtle political messaging is not lost on anybody. The Prime Minister was earlier in Prayagraj during the Kumbh in 2019 also. Then also, he was dressed in trademark saffron, had washed the feet of sanitation workers, which had become a memorable picture. On the day of polling for the last phase of the 2019 general elections, I remember the Prime Minister had visited the Kedarnath and the Badrinath shrines in Uttarakhand, before spending the previous night meditating in a cave near the Kedarnath shrine. And we all know what happened in the general elections. BJP scored a big victory with 302 seats. So the party may be hoping for a similar stroke of luck and blessings, from Mr. Modi's Mahakumbh visit today. And this was a short visit, about 2 hours. Just the dip has happened, and after that he did the prayers. So there was a larger program planned earlier, but to ensure that there is minimum, inconvenience to the normal devotees here, the Prime Minister has kept his visit short and his program very, very short. But of course, the political messaging in Delhi,
Yes.
as I said, is not lost on anybody. And the Prime Minister, the visuals which have been streamed and which have been seen by millions, surely it will have an impact on the larger electorate, especially while Delhi is polling today.
Aman, I'm sure you'll agree that there is a dual advantage to Prime Minister's visit today. If you look at it religiously, not only is this a very auspicious day according to Hindu customs, but it's also the political messaging, as you rightly highlighted, given that Delhi is going to polls.
Well, absolutely. And, the Prime Minister in the past also, there are numerous instances where, when he has used, time which was like either the silence period or when polling was over to make these, a spiritual visit. I remember, after the campaign like for the 2024 general elections ended, and there were a couple of days to go for the final polling to happen, the Prime Minister spent 45 hours meditating in silence at the Vivekananda Rock Memorial in Kanyakumari, last year. So the opposition always, questions these visits, saying that, you're trying to influence voters. But the Election Commission of India has always given the green signal to such visits by the Prime Minister. And, they don't see any wrong in this because the Prime Minister is not speaking anything. He's not saying anything. There is no public rally being held in like today in Prayagraj, where the Prime Minister has not said anything. But of course, those pictures speak 1,000 words. And the BJP would be hoping, as I said, that the blessings from Mahakumbh that the PM has got also transfers to the party for the Delhi elections as Delhi is voting today.
All right, many thanks to you, Aman, for sharing those extensive inputs with us. Let me quickly go back to Arun, who continues to stay live with us from Prayagraj. He's been tracking a minute-by-minute update on Prime Minister's entire movement as he made and took that dip in the Ganga. Arun, if you look at the footfall on a daily basis, it's nothing less than 1 crore per day so far. And this is indeed a mean feat that the Prayagraj administration has pulled off with a footfall of over 35 crores till date, even though, yes, the stampede did arrive as quite a dampener to the spirits of not just the devotees who were there, but all of India. But having said that, I think we should also discuss how the administration has looked into how this entire footfall is maintained till the last day.
Well, see, crowd management is something which has been a huge problem for the administration here. Of course, more than 40 crore people have already taken the holy dip here. And when you have such a huge gathering, I mean, just imagine 3 crore people taking the holy dip. You have the presence of 3 crore people in Prayagraj, in Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. It becomes very difficult. Of course, the entire system is really working in this direction, that how they can make this Mahakumbh a successful religious event, because everyone is keeping a very, very close watch. Not only the opposition here in the country, but also the international global media is also watching it very, very closely. So I think that has been a huge challenge, and the dent, of course, came on the Moni Amavasya day when that stampede happened. That actually created problem for the administration. They had to go back to the drawing board and to think about that, how they can actually realign the things, how can they make strategies to really change things on the ground. And that is the reason why you see these things are happening. And in fact, even on the Basant Panchami day, more than 2 crore people had taken the holy dip, but that was a smooth exercise, as we've been discussing the changes which they made. And I think these are things which perhaps they could have done little earlier. But I think now the more and more people are coming here, they are getting that confidence that no, things are right on the ground. They can of course send their relatives here, they can send their friends here, they can tell about their experiences here, what they witnessed. So I think that's the reason why you see that post Basant Panchami's Snan, I can see more people. I mean, in fact, if you were to get the data of today's out, it would perhaps go over and above than what we witnessed on Basant Panchami day. So I think this is significant. People also understand the 144 years, celestial alignment is something which is very special. That's the reason why you see that these people are literally not thinking about anything, just wanting to come here, just wanting to take the holy dip.
Arun, also how the entire administration, Prime Minister himself, by taking that dip today, is also trying to restore faith. And this entire dip is also going to arrive as a morale booster for those who have perhaps been a little reluctant or apprehensive after that stampede took place. But given that the Prime Minister has also made that visit, take us through how the government is also ensuring that this also is now projected as a global event. Remember, just days ago, we saw close to 118-member delegation from 77 countries that arrived to visit this Mahakumbh. So take us through how the government of India is ensuring, not just the state administration, that this is projected at a global level.
Well, see, the likes of Home Minister Amit Shah, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, Akhilesh Yadav, and of course the foreign delegates. I think somewhere around 115, 118, people, which includes the family members of the diplomats. They all visited here in Prayagraj. They took the holy dip, and that happened. That visit of the delegates happened after the stampede which happened. So I think that was also a confidence building measure from the government side. These foreigners coming here and taking the holy dip, that sends a message. And also, of course, Yogi Adityanath's presence, especially after Moni Amavasya's day. Yogi Adityanath has been a regular visitor to Prayagraj. Yesterday he was here. When Bhutanese king was here, he also took that holy dip. So Yogi Adityanath also understands the importance of this thing, because there are so many people who got jobs or revenues through this Mahakumbh. I can see people making money here through different avenues. Some of them are running small rickshaws here. These eateries are doing well. The fruit shops. So many people are making money through this. So I think that has been one of the purposes and the thinking behind this, that how you can make it big and profitable also.
Well, absolutely. Many thanks to you, Arun, for bringing us all those latest details from the ground level. And as Prime Minister takes that dip, yet another dip, which in fact marks his spiritual sojourn, something which Prime Minister has been known for. We'll keep tracking all the latest, but for now it's time to slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we bring you all the latest news and updates, not just from the Mahakumbh, but also the ongoing polls in Delhi.
यहाँ
Audio from you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because anytime now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, you know, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP. The Congress, you know, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, you know, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because
But
this
Pallavi,
is where the big players
I'm
are.
interrupting
This
you,
is where
but
the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
The
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity,
And
this
I would
entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Well, now, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in the mood for change.
Sir, what are the issues that you're voting for? Sir, what are the issues that think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me. And this is a very interesting picture, because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, the New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly. But I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dixit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dixit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together. And after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting.
Welcome back to our special segment, Battle for Delhi, because it is polling day for the national capital today and stakes remain high as three parties clash for over 70 seats. Now, as we speak, voters have queued up to decide Delhi's fate. Initial figures have revealed that 19.95% voter turnout has been recorded till 11 a.m. Babarpur has registered the highest voter turnout of 31.3% so far. Major leaders across party lines have reached poll booths to cast their votes. Leaders such as Manish Sisodia, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, Basuri Swaraj, Rahul Gandhi, Virendra Sachdeva, Alka Lamba and Sandeep Dixit have all already cast their ballot. Even on the voting day, both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have launched scathing attacks at each other, with the Aam Aadmi Party slamming BJP for hooliganism and Bharatiya Janata Party raining fire at Aam Aadmi Party for corruption and more. The AAP, led by Arvind Kejriwal, banking on its welfare schemes and governance, is now seeking a third consecutive term. While the BJP is aiming to reclaim power after more than 2 decades, will it break its 27-year-old jinx is to be seen. Now, the Congress, on the other hand, is striving for its survival and hopes to regain its lost ground. We bring you some reactions.
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
दिल्ली की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएगी, गंदे पानी पर वोट करेगी, सीवेज की समस्या पर वोट करेगी, टूटी हुई सड़कों पर वोट करेगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल के भ्रष्टाचार पर वोट करेगी। आज का दिन हमारी जीत का दिन होगा और ये परिणाम दिल्ली की दिशा तय करेगा।
निश्चित रूप से हमें जनता पे भरोसा है, हमें दिल्ली के लोगों पे भरोसा है। अब आपदा जाएगी, भाजपा आएगी।
बड़ा एक्साइटमेंट था कि वोट डालने जाना है, वोट डालने जाना है, तो वो पूरा अपना एफर्ट्स लगा के आज वोट डालने के लिए आए हैं। मैं दिल्ली के सभी लोगों से भी विनती करना चाहूंगा कि सब लोग वोट डालने के लिए निकलें, अपने अपने वोट का अधिकार इस्तेमाल करें। अच्छे स्कूल बनाने के लिए, अच्छे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाने के लिए, अच्छा इलाज के लिए, अस्पतालों के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए वोट डालें सब लोग। ऐसा मेरी सब लोगों से विनती है। जाहिर तौर पे जो काम करेंगे उन्हीं को जनता वोट देगी।
All right. So Arvind Kejriwal hoping to come back on that promise कि जो लोगों के लिए काम करेंगे जनता उन्हीं के लिए वोट करेगी. Let's quickly try and get in a sense of what's happening on the ground level, what's been the voter turnout also so far. Let's quickly bring in our correspondents. I'm joined in by Arunima, Aman and Pallavi also to be joining in some time from now. In fact, I can see Pallavi is also joined in. Arunima, if you could tell us, where are you currently stationed and what has been the voter turnout so far? We were being told that till 11 a.m. it was recorded at 19.1%.
Yeah, so I'm in the New Delhi constituency. Till 9 o'clock, New Delhi was one of the constituencies with the lowest number of voter turnout at about 6 o'clock. It has picked up since then, but New Delhi constituency has a mix of Lutons as well as some Jhuggi Jhopri clusters. So the big netas, the bureaucrats, the family members of the judges and the who's who, so to say, not just of this city, but of the country, is voting in New Delhi. And therefore, the onus is on them to come out and lead the way. But sadly speaking, New Delhi, which is also Khan Market, which is also Connaught Place, has not really pressed on the accelerator as yet. We still have half the day left, and we are hoping that it will turn things around. As far as the Jhuggi Jhopri clusters in this vicinity are concerned, they say that they want better delivery on promises of civic amenities. For example, dirty water in their tap, water coming in only twice in a day, sewage facilities not being available. These are big concerns of the population here. Some of the others are wanting, and at the Lady Irwin booth where Arvind Kejriwal voted, Election Commission of India was actually handing out small plants to voters, especially first-time voters, doing their bit to clean the air of Delhi. And that's something that a lot of voters said, that we want the talking point to be the bad air quality in North India. We want the talking point to be pollution. So they have multiple issues on which they are holding their netas accountable. When I was speaking to the AAP and the BJP functionaries about the lower voter turnout, they expressed hope that as the day progresses, the voter turnout will go up and will be closer to the figures from last year. Will that happen? Keeping our fingers crossed.
All right. Aman, if I could bring you in, what are the constituencies that you are, in fact, expecting the voter turnout to be extremely high? People are, in fact, hoping that all those constituencies, especially in Eastern Delhi, are going to see a high voter turnout. Is that true, and why so?
Well, Akansha, that is expected. That was so the last time also. The clusters, the Jhuggi Jhopdis, outer Delhi seats always vote higher. This time it is no different, about 20% polling till 11 p.m. As Arunima was saying, and I also went to Lodhi Estate, this area is around Khan Market. Their polling in the New Delhi district seats, there are about 5 seats in New Delhi district. The voting is less than 17%. So obviously the upper middle class, the middle class is not showing the same enthusiasm as maybe the lower income strata of society. In fact, at one polling booth where Priyanka Gandhi was voting, I was present there. There was more media present than the number of voters. So clearly, this is very different. Delhi situation is very different from what we see in normal elections in states. When you go to villages, you see queues and queues of people lining up in huge queues. Here, nothing of that sort is being seen, at least in the central part of Delhi. But that said, it was a wintry morning as well, and it is expected that polling could pick up after noon, when people have had their breakfast and early lunch and they come out. That said, I think the larger picture in Delhi is very clear, that the middle class voter and whoever I've spoken to who have voted in the middle class are clearly saying that they are backing the BJP. They feel that the city has gone to dogs. As one person told me, there's a sanitation issue, potholed roads, bad air. The recent income tax, relief which has come is also acting as a bonus for the BJP. The middle class is voting for the BJP, but is middle class coming out in full numbers? Because there is 60% middle class in the city, but are they coming out in full numbers? It doesn't seem so. On the other hand, the Jhuggi voters, I think, which are a big vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party, there's a bit of a split there this time, but Aam Aadmi Party, I think, still holds to a large majority of Jhuggi voters. There, the voting percentage is very high. Similarly, I think Muslim voters also, the AAP, I think, is managing a stronghold over them despite the efforts of the Congress Party. I think the Muslims in a large measure may also vote for the Aam Aadmi Party in seats like Babarpur and other seats where there is extremely high polling, 30% plus. So that is the larger picture. We should wait, I think, till the about 5 p.m. to know the final voting figures. But so far, it seems Delhi is in for a keen two-horse race, which is a very, very tight race, I feel, for the national capital, power in the national capital.
That's a very interesting point that you've made, Aman, which I'd also like to take forward with Pallavi. Pallavi, whether it is the issues related to sanitation, clean drinking water, or pothole-ridden roads, or even education for children, why do you think this election in Delhi, the key to it is held by the middle class?
Well, Delhi has around, if you go by the figures, at least 45% of Delhi's population are the middle class, which is actually more than 31%, which is the national average, which is why the middle class becomes extremely critical for every political party. And while in the Lok Sabha elections, Akanksha, it's the middle class which voted for the BJP, which is why they won all the 7 seats. As far as the state polls go, they have consistently backed Arvind Kejriwal. 2013, when he romped to power for the first time ever, the entire middle class moved away from Sheila Dikshit and the Congress Party and shifted towards the Aam Aadmi Party. So traditionally speaking, if you look at Delhi's politics, the middle class has usually been either with the Congress. Since the entire Congress vote bank seems to be shifting towards AAP, the reason for the success of AAP in 2013 was largely a shift of the Congress vote bank, which is the Muslims, that's the minorities, plus the Jhuggi Jhopdi and plus the middle class. That is where the BJP really wants to make an inroads into. That is the BJP's political strategy. So very quickly talking about all the three, for example, the middle class, we all know the tax reliefs is where it's hoping to make the counter. Even among the minorities, I mean, look at the Okhla constituency, 3 Muslims pitted opposite one Manish Chaudhary of the BJP. So the BJP hopes to utilize this kind of a polarization or division of the Muslim votes to work to its advantage. And in case the BJP wins Okhla, that's really going to be a huge story for them. Finally, when we come to Jhuggi Jhopri clusters, always backed either the Congress party earlier, HKV Salve and all of those people were considered to be the icons of the Jhuggi Jhopri politics. That again shifted almost en masse to the Aam Aadmi party. The BJP is now trying to work on them, night and middle night, kind of working around the Jhuggis, leaders visiting them, and the Prime Minister's promise of a better future for them in terms of properly constructed flats and houses for them. That is what the BJP strategy is all about. It's still early days yet. I mean, I'm looking at the figures of the voter turnout, even in the minority-dominated areas of Okhla, Selampur, Muzaffarabad. The figures are not yet crossing 25%. So maybe it's lazy Delhi, which wakes up post-lunch. But so far, almost all of Delhi seems to be quite sporadic and little lethargic as far as the vote bank is concerned.
Well, the sun is out, so let's hope
Voter
that they are
turnout is
not.
concerned.
Yes, the sun is very much out. Let's hope that they are not as lethargic as they were at 7 a.m. in the morning. So here's hoping that the voter turnout will only increase. Going to request you, Pallavi, Arunima, and Aman to continue staying with us. Let's also listen in to some more reactions that are coming in thick and fast before we go back to them.
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस धर्म युद्ध में कालिका माई का आशीर्वाद सच्चाई के साथ, सत्य के साथ, काम के साथ रहेगा और दिल्ली के लोग भी इस धर्म युद्ध में काम को, सच्चाई को, अच्छाई को अपना वोट जरूर देंगे।
दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
I just like people to come out and vote because I hope so.
Only 6.5% in New Delhi.
Yes, so I hope people come out and vote.
मुझे लग रहा है दिल्ली की 1,55,00,000 मतदाता उत्साहित है बिकॉज मुझे पूरा विश्वास है वो बदलाव चाहते हैं, विकास चाहते हैं। अब दो ही शब्द है, बदलाव और विकास। अब इस बदलाव को होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता है।
मैं सभी मतदाताओं से अनुरोध करूंगा कि बाहर निकलें और आकर के वोट दें। ये हमारे लोकतांत्रिक धर्म हमारा है और उस लोकतांत्रिक धर्म का पालन करें।
Right, and we have Arunima, Aman, and Pallavi joining us back. Arunima, if I could bring you in on the fears that the Aam Aadmi Party is currently shelving in terms of their vote share being eaten, because that's what he's constantly, as far as Kejriwal is concerned, he's always cautioned his voter base to not vote for the Congress Party, to not vote for an AIMIM. I'd like you to shed some light on the role that perhaps the Congress and the AIMIM could play in perhaps posing more hurdle to a clean sweep for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, you're absolutely right. In the minority pockets that I moved around and I spoke to, initially there was some confusion whether they should go with the Aam Aadmi Party, because yes, they are a religious minority, but they're also living in the same colonies, the same Jhuggi Jhopri clusters, have concerns about clean sewage, have concerns about clean drinking water. So in those minority pockets, initially there was some confusion. Then Congress Party threw its weight completely. We saw Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra coming out, campaigning. Congress's candidates were seen more, their vehicles, their flags were seen more on the streets of Delhi. And the third factor that emerged was AIMIM. Even though their footprint is limited to a couple of seats, the fact that Asaduddin Owaisi is emerging as an option for the minority voters, there's no denial of that. Aam Aadmi Party is hoping that by now the minority consolidation has happened behind them, because they seem to be the only challenger right now at the national level. Many of the minorities feel that Congress, this is Aam Aadmi Party's narrative, they feel Congress can't be a real option. But, it is also correct, like Pallavi just pointed out, when there are 3 or 4 players vying for the minority vote, then there is a real possibility of a Hindu consolidation with the BJP's candidate. So that's what the BJP is hoping for. They're watching the situation very closely. After traveling all around Delhi, all I can tell you is that this is one of the closest elections in recent memories, where both parties are giving it all that they have. And Congress, initially it looked that it was the third player, but now it seems that this is a two-way fight between the AAP and the BJP.
Right. Aman, if I could bring you in on that bipolar contest, which many still look at as a tri-cornered contest. So if you look at whether Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP all have been trading charges at each other over corruption and bad governance as well. But having said that, is that going to have any impact with the Aam Aadmi of Delhi? What will Delhi ki Janta choose? Or is it going to be the freebies that are being offered so far by the Aam Aadmi Party that will still continue to hold water for the Aam Aadmi in the national capital?
Well, Akanksha, I would agree with what Arunima is saying. I also believe that this is now a two-horse race. I think Congress is just a marginal player. It was always a marginal player with just 4% vote share. Yes, Rahul Gandhi did try to revive the chances of the Congress by doing a spirited campaign, speaking things about Arvind Kejriwal. But I don't think Congress has the kind of the cadre on the ground or that kind of narrative that it can pull voters towards it in big measure. I think voters are going to choose between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. When the election began about 2 months back, Aam Aadmi Party was in a pole position. Of course, it has a 14% vote gap from the BJP from the 2020 elections. But I think the BJP has made very, very spirited progress as the election campaign has moved on ahead, especially on the issue of freebies, if you ask me. If we see the 2020 Assembly election, Akanksha, the word Revdi was coined by the Prime Minister during the 2020 Delhi election. He criticized the Revdi culture of the AAP, and BJP said that, we do not believe in this freebie culture. The voters did not believe in them. BJP lost that election big time because the voters thought, BJP, if it comes to power, it's going to stop all those freebies. This time, BJP has completely changed its strategy. We had the Prime Minister saying from the election stages that none of the public welfare schemes or the subsidies in Delhi, like free water or free electricity or free bus rides for women, will be stopped. Everything will continue. To top it all, BJP promised rupees 2,500 to women. So the women voters also, which has been a strong, votary of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, has been pulled to its side in some measure by the BJP also. So I think the freebie war is very much on. It depends. I think it will boil down in the end on whose freebies do the Delhi voters really trust. The BJP's freebies. BJP has a record of delivering on its promises in Maharashtra, in Madhya Pradesh, in other states, or the Aam Aadmi Party, which has delivered free power and free water in Delhi, but it has failed to deliver the free women scheme in Punjab. So it depends on whose promises the voter will ultimately go for, Akanksha.
All right, Pallavi, if I could bring you in on what the voter in Delhi wants. If you look at the three governing factors in the national capital, there is the factor of the JJ clusters. You have the minority factor as far as the Muslim vote is concerned. And on the other hand, you also have a major role being played by the women voters, which are being wooed by all parties. So, Pallavi, in your point of view, do you think that the BJP is being able to have enough impact on these major factors?
Well, I think the BJP is, of course, trying. I mean, see, they've been out of power for so many years. It's actually a huge critical battle for them. When was the last time we actually saw, and that has often been an observation, that when was the last time the BJP went out in such a spirited and coordinated manner? I mean, very quickly, we also know, for example, Delhi is actually a melting pot. Different cultures, different language, people from across the country who are coming here, they've settled down here. So if there's a Malayali vote bank, there's a Gujarati one, there's a Bengali one, Tamil, Telugu and Bihari, of course, is so on and so forth. And the BJP, through the NDA, has tried to carry out a coordinated strategy and campaign. So if a Chandrababu Naidu and his team are concentrating on the Telugu voters, you also have leaders coming in from different states and the NDA partners, the Chirag Paswan or Praful Patel, for example, the Marathi voters, so on and so forth. The BJP's Bengal unit concentrating in many of the pockets of the national capital who are Bengalis. So that is one melting pot culture which the BJP is trying to tap, which again, very interestingly, was significantly shifting from the Congress to the AAP, which explained the AAP success. That's one. And the second, of course, is the middle class, which we all are talking about. And we'll have to wait to see what kind of a resonance the budget has on the ground. And of course, the women factor. I mean, election after state elections, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, the ones in which Congress also won, Himachal, Karnataka, Telangana, the latest being Maharashtra, women have been the clincher. They have been the ones who have been the clutter breaker, and therefore they clearly matter. This is something which all the three political parties, the AAP and the BJP being the main players, understood it from day one. They say a one vote to a woman actually decides the vote of the entire family. So I think the BJP is also trying to whip up on this factor which worked for them at other state level as well. So they are going to be very important. The few areas I did visit, I did see a large number of women voters as expected coming out to vote. So, these are the many factors which both the BJP and the AAP are eyeing.
Oh, absolutely. And it will be the results which will govern whether there or not there has been any anti-incumbency in the national capital, despite the corruption, despite the kind of allegation we've seen coming in from not just the BJP, but even the Congress party. Stay with me, Pallavi, Aman and Arunima, as we play out some more reactions.
सबसे अपील है कि घरों से बाहर निकलिए, आइए और अपना वोट डालिए। ये संविधान ने आपको सबसे बड़ा, सबसे अहम अधिकार दिया है, इसका ठीक तरह से इस्तेमाल करिए। मैं जानती हूँ कि दिल्ली की जनता उठ चुकी है। जहाँ जहाँ मैं जाती हूँ लोग कह रहे हैं कि पानी की सुविधा ठीक नहीं है, सड़कों की सुविधा ठीक नहीं है, पोल्यूशन इतना ज्यादा हो रहा है, तमाम समस्याएं इनका हल करना है। तो आइए, बाहर आइए, वोट डालिए।
All right, we're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, there's been some disturbance in the Jangpura constituency is what we are learning, because Manish Sisodia's presence led to Aam Aadmi Party and BJP workers clashing. They even chanted slogans against each other. The Aam Aadmi Party has now accused that money was being distributed at the location in Jangpura. Manish Sisodia had arrived after receiving information about the money distribution. Remember, in fact, Manish Sisodia is now fighting election from the Jangpura constituency. Earlier, he used to fight it from Patparganj. But the breaking input that we are bringing to you, those visuals coming in of Manish Sisodia, in fact, accompanied by the police force there after a tip-off was passed on to him that there was money being distributed, and soon that led to, in fact, a clash between workers of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Arunima joins me with the latest breaking inputs. Arunima, share with us what exactly transpired.
So you've given the details of why Manish Sisodia was there, but to give you the larger picture, Aam Aadmi Party is being extremely aggressive, as is BJP. Like last night, BJP had complained against one of the personal staff members of Atishi. Today, there was Sanjay Singh putting out a video from one of the constituencies here in one of the booths here in New Delhi. Now from Jangpura also similar allegations coming in of money being distributed. The Election Commission of India, the Delhi Election Commission Office, as well as the Delhi Police, they are repeatedly responding on social media, saying every time such a video comes up or such a complaint is put out on social media, they're responding immediately, saying that our officials have reached on the ground, they're identifying what's really going on. I think in Jangpura also, the situation is now limping back to normalcy. It's a very, very high stake battle there. Farhad Suri, Tejinder Babbar and Manish Sisodia, Tejinder Marwa. It's a very, very high stake battle there also. And once what was considered a relatively safe seat for AAP has now suddenly become a triangular contest in Jangpura. No wonder then that Aam Aadmi Party cadre is being extremely vigilant and looking at every little thing which they can flag off.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, the Bharatiya Janata Party also being extremely vigilant. They are in fact also monitoring the voter pattern right now. Let's quickly bring you some breaking inputs. In fact, we're learning that the BJP president, Mr. JP Nadda, has arrived at the Delhi BJP office. He's currently holding a meeting with in charge Bejant Panda and State President Virendra Sachdeva, only to review the voting patterns in each assembly constituency in the national capital. Live visuals coming in of JP Nadda, in fact, arriving at the BJP headquarters in the national capital over there. He's accompanied by Virendra Sachdeva, as you can also see. This is to review the voting patterns in each assembly constituency. Akash joins me with those breaking inputs. Akash, why is it so crucial for the BJP to keep a hawk's eye on all those voting patterns from each assembly constituency?
So this is how a political party works, Akanksha, because you see, BJP is also hopeful as far as these elections are concerned, and we have seen an intensified campaign from the party. And this is the reason why, the national president is, in fact, has reached, Delhi BJP headquarters at 14 Pandit Pantmas. And in fact, we have Bajan Panda, who is the Delhi in charge for the election, and also the Delhi BJP chief, Virendra. They are basically reviewing the reports that they have got from each constituency. And there was a micromanagement. In fact, in every election, the BJP goes for micromanagement where they have their booth level volunteers, booth level karyakartas. From these karyakartas, they get routine input, regular input as to what is happening on which booth. What is the turnout? If people are coming in large number, if people are not coming in, everything else related to it. So as of now, they are basically keeping an eye on the kind of pattern that they have. In the voting from 70 different constituencies in the National Capital Territory of Delhi. And
also, Akash, if you would share with us your inputs on how has been the voter turnout so far. We were learning that till 11 a.m. they recorded 19.1% voter turnout. And is that a cause of worry? Because it was a meager 8.1% till 9 a.m. All right, we have some more breaking inputs. Let's quickly go across to those breaking inputs right now. But so far, what we can tell you is, all right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has put out a post after his holy dip at the Ganga in Mahakumbh and the puja at the Ganga Ghat. The post reads, and let me quote, "Blessed to be at the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. The Snan at the Sangam is a moment of divine connection, and like the crores of others who have taken part in it, I was also filled with a spirit of devotion. May Ma Ganga bless all with peace, wisdom, good health, and harmony." That's the message coming out from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's quickly go across to Arun, who will share more perspective on that message. Arun, certainly this is not a first for Prime Minister, whether it is Mahakumbh or his spiritual sojourn, but certainly a very significant and one to remember.
Well, that's right. Prime Minister Modi spending 35 minutes here in Prayagraj and ensuring that due to his visit, people, the common devotees, do not face any difficulty or inconvenience. And that's the clear message which came from PMO side to Uttar Pradesh government. And subsequently, of course, it was trickled down to the officials who are present on the ground. So Prime Minister Modi now putting out this post, and I think that's a testimony, for everyone that the Prime Minister of the country, coming here in Prayagraj, witnessing the atmosphere, and then of course wishing everyone a wonderful time here in Prayagraj, a blessing, a divine feeling that he got after taking that holy dip. And I think that's the reason why you see these crores of people, more than 40 crore people till today have taken the holy dip, and it is ongoing. And by the end of the Kumbh, I think you will see all the records will be broken. The UP administration in the beginning was saying that they're expecting that 40 crore, close to 40 crore people would take a holy dip. And here in the, I think halfway of the Kumbh, you have already crossed 40 crore. So I think such is the devotion and the dedication. And when you have Prime Minister of the country is such a religious person, right, and showing that religiosity and blessing and wishing people a wonderful time here in Prayagraj, that is a testimony of the culture and the emotions and the ethnicity and everything which this country is known for.
Absolutely, Arun. And the Prime Minister has also talked about how his holy dip has been a moment of divine connection for him and for all the crores of devotees who've gathered there in full force. Having said that, take us through the auspicious and highly religious significance of today.
Well, see, it's a very, very important day, and that's the reason why many are saying that it's a voting day in Delhi, and then Prime Minister Modi planned his visit here. But the fact here is that it's a very auspicious day. Many may not know about it, but as per Hindu Panchang, today is Magh Mas, Gupt Navratri ki Ashtami Tithi, which is considered to be a very auspicious day. and due to which we are seeing that Prime Minister Modi is coming here. We were discussing earlier that his visit was actually slated for like 5 hours, but it has now cut short to 35 minutes just
Many
because
thanks
of
to you, Arun, for bringing us those extensive inputs. We'll have to leave it at that since we are running short of time. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue with Kritsween Walia on the other side.
Hello and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Walia and it is polling day in the national capital, viewers. Stakes are high, 3 parties clashing. These are 70 seats that are witnessing voting today. As we speak, voters have queued up. They're deciding Delhi's fate. Results, remember, will be declared on the 8th. So it's going to be a super Saturday indeed as far as the national capital's decision is concerned. And we've been tracking the voter turnout as well. The most important figure on any voting day. Initial figures reveal 19.95% voter turnout till 11 a.m. We're going to put out fresh figures at 1 p.m. That's when that's when the hiked voter turnout is expected. But Babarpur so far has registered the highest voter turnout of 31.3%. Several leaders across party lines have been making it to the polling booths to cast their votes. We've been putting out all of those important visuals from the national capital since early this morning. Manish Sisodia, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Mansuri Swaraj, Rahul Gandhi, Virendra Sachdewal, Kal Lamban, Sandeep Dikshit, they've all cast their ballot already. Arvind Kejriwal also in contention this time around from New Delhi is also just a short while ago cast his vote. Even on voting day, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have been trading barbs. They've been hitting out at each other. The Aam Aadmi Party slamming the BJP, once again repeating the hooliganism charge. The BJP raining fire back at the Aam Aadmi Party and repeating the corruption allegations. So there's lots happening on voting day in the national capital. The AAP led by Arvind Kejriwal, viewers, remember, is banking on its welfare schemes. But the BJP and the Congress not too far behind. Similar promises that have been made by the other two parties in fray as well, which makes one wonder whether or not there will be any exclusivity in the mind of the voter when they're looking at welfare schemes and the promises so far that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. The last 10 years, we've seen some being delivered, some the voters say they're not quite content with. BJP, of course, wanting to come in and really use all of those loopholes to its advantage. But whether or not the BJP will be able to hurt the Aam Aadmi Party's prospects is something that we're going to have to wait till the 8th for. But the BJP also aiming to reclaim power. This is, after not being in power for 27 years, will it break its 27-year-old jinx? Is something that is being watched very closely. The Congress on its part is striving for its survival. It's a do-or-die battle for the Congress party going into Delhi elections. Voting taking place, like I said, on 70 constituencies in the national capital. First up, let's play out the big reactions that have come in from Delhi.
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
दिल्ली की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएगी, गंदे पानी पर वोट करेगी, सीवेज की समस्या पर वोट करेगी, टूटी सड़कों पर वोट करेगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल के भ्रष्टाचार पर वोट करेगी। आज का दिन हमारी जीत का दिन होगा और ये परिणाम दिल्ली की दिशा तय करेगा।
निश्चित रूप से हमें जनता पे भरोसा है, हमें दिल्ली के लोगों पे भरोसा है। अब आपदा जाएगी, भाजपा आएगी।
बड़ा एक्साइटमेंट था कि वोट डालने जाना है, वोट डालने जाना है, तो वो पूरा अपना एफर्ट्स लगा के आज वोट डालने के लिए आए हैं। मैं दिल्ली के सभी लोगों से भी विनती करना चाहूँगा कि सब लोग वोट डालने के लिए निकलें, अपने अपने वोट का अधिकार इस्तेमाल करें। अच्छे स्कूल बनाने के लिए, अच्छे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाने के लिए, अच्छा इलाज के लिए, अस्पतालों के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए वोट डालें सब लोग। ऐसा मेरी सब लोगों से विनती है। जाहिर तौर पे जो काम करेंगे उन्हीं को जनता वोट देगी।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस धर्म युद्ध में कालका माई का आशीर्वाद सच्चाई के साथ, सत्य के साथ, काम के साथ रहेगा और दिल्ली के लोग भी इस धर्म युद्ध में काम को, सच्चाई को अच्छाई को अपना वोट जरूर देंगे।
दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
I just like people to come out and vote because yeah, I hope so.
Only 6.5% in New Delhi.
Yes, so I hope people come out and vote.
मुझे लग रहा है दिल्ली की 1,55,00,000 मतदाता उत्साहित है, बिकॉज मुझे पूरा विश्वास है वो बदलाव चाहते हैं, विकास चाहते हैं। अब दो ही शब्द है, बदलाव और विकास। अब इस बदलाव को होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता है।
मैं सभी मतदाताओं से अनुरोध करूंगा कि बाहर निकलें और आकर के वोट दें। ये हमारे लोकतांत्रिक धर्म हमारा है और उस लोकतांत्रिक धर्म का पालन करें।
सबसे अपील है कि घरों से बाहर निकलिए, आइए और अपना वोट डालिए। ये संविधान ने आपको सबसे बड़ा, सबसे अहम अधिकार दिया है, इसका ठीक तरह से इस्तेमाल करिए। मैं जानती हूँ कि दिल्ली की जनता उठ चुकी है। जहाँ जहाँ मैं जाती हूँ लोग कह रहे हैं कि पानी की सुविधा ठीक नहीं है, सड़कों की सुविधा ठीक नहीं है, पोल्यूशन इतना ज्यादा हो रहा है, तमाम समस्याएं, इनका हल करना है। तो आइए, बाहर आइए, वोट डालिए।
आज के दिन सभी को मेरी शुभकामनाएं और सभी को आह्वान करता हूं, अपने मत का दान अवश्य करें। प्रजातांत्रिक महायज्ञ के इस महाकुंड में अपने मत के दान को देकर अपनी आहुति दें। ये बहुत बड़ा जो महायज्ञ है प्रजातंत्र का, पूर्ण आहुति इसी मतदान से होती है।
Going across to Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma joining us live on the broadcast. Pallavi, to you first. You know, you've been getting us a couple of reactions. You've been sensing the mood on the ground. We've seen some of the big faces already cast their vote. Interesting visuals with Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit. So what's all that you've picked up so far from the signaling that's been sent out?
You know, the interesting part, Christine, is that even when the Congress party was very low decibel as far as the campaigning for Delhi elections are concerned, one of the loudest voices were actually coming in from Sandeep Dixit. He decided to take on Arvind Kejriwal, also evoked the memory of his mother, Sheila Dixit, who also faced some personal attacks coming in from Arvind Kejriwal. And then we saw somewhere midway a turnaround moment happen when Rahul Gandhi seemed to be convinced by the likes of Sandeep Dixit or an Ajay Makan that yes, we need to wage an all-out war, not just against the BJP, but also more importantly at AAP. I heard Rahul Gandhi for the first time ever calling, say, Manish Sisodia a kingpin of the Liquorgate scandal, or Arvind Kejriwal living in a sheesh mahal and of being extremely corrupt, to being called a threat to democracy. Therefore, what I'm saying is that the accompanying of Rahul Gandhi with Sandeep Dixit seen along Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is sending out a very critical message that the party is completely backing those who are fighting Arvind Kejriwal on the ground, leaders like a Sandeep Dixit. And you know, this is very important nuance which I think the Gandhi family wanted to highlight, that we are going to wage an all-out war against the Aam Aadmi Party. Also, the timing is important. You know, early morning, Rahul Gandhi goes out to cast his vote at 8:15 a.m. before leaving for Bihar, being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit. I think it's also an effort in the minds of top Congress leaders to convince the voters of Delhi that voting for Congress is not going to be a wasteful venture. That, you know, I mean, I would see this on the ground when people would say that we don't want to vote for the Congress party because kya faida, it's a wasted vote. I think that is the messaging which the Gandhis wanted to convey, that voting for the Congress is not actually going to be a waste.
You know, we began building up to the elections by saying that this is going to be a triangular contest. But like you said, the sentiment on ground appears to be indicating otherwise. It's mostly the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, Aman, that we've seen at loggerheads over key issues, debating it, you know, thick and thin through each passing day. So it's pretty much centered around how the two are taking each other on, isn't it? And how does it look like on voting day, D-Day today in the national capital?
Well, absolutely, Kritsveen. It looks like a two-horse race to me. It was always a two-horse race, I think, to start with. Even from last elections, if you see, there was a 15% vote gap between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. But the Congress was just at 4% votes completely irrelevant in Delhi politics. And, even though I think now they have put up a show, they have tried to send out signals, Rahul Gandhi's rallies, but has it really percolated to the ground amongst the voters? Do they have that cadre? Do they have that narrative to tell to the people? I don't think so in a Delhi state election. I think the people's choice is between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. When this election began 2 months ago, I thought that AAP is in a pole position, mainly due to the vote cap difference which was there. Kejriwal also having some sympathy because he had stepped down as the chief minister. But I think in the last 2 months, the BJP has done a stupendous work on the ground. The campaign that they ran, starting with the campaign on corruption against Sheesh Mahal, against the liquor scam. Then we had BJP's freebies coming in, a change from the 2020 campaign where the Prime Minister had coined the Revdi word to criticize Aam Aadmi Party on freebies in 2020 to a full U-turn now when the BJP says, no, we will continue all these welfare schemes. We will in fact bring more schemes. And, introducing rupees 2,500 promise for women, telling the women voters of Delhi, 42% women voters in Delhi, that if we come to power, we'll give you money like we've given in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. We carry that credibility. So I think the BJP has made this election very, very tight. It's a very tight contest. Right now, the voting percentage is not that encouraging, just a bit, 20% voting. In fact, in the New Delhi seats, in the urban seats of New Delhi, 5 seats come under that. The New Delhi district, just about 16.7% polling. So that is definitely on the lower side. The outer, the Jhuggi Jhopadi seats and the outer Delhi seats are reporting far higher percentage. But I think this election will be decided if on the fact that is the Jhuggi vote getting divided between the BJP and the AAP. The Jhuggi voter, which has completely reposed its faith in AAP in the 2015 and 20 elections, if that vote gets divided this time, BJP gets a look in there. BJP is in a very strong chance in Delhi because the BJP is saying that it has the middle class voter has totally consolidated behind it on various, infra issues in Delhi, bad air, the pollution, the Yamuna state, the pothole roads, and now this latest announcement which came in the budget, the IT relief which has been given to the middle class. So the BJP feels the middle class is totally behind it. It may not vote in bigger number. The voting percentage of middle class may be low, but the Jhuggi Jhopadi voter, if that voter BJP is able to get a look in, BJP is able to divide it, BJP stands a good chance. But if the Jhuggi Jhopadi voter and the Muslim voter, as we expect, stay with the Aam Aadmi Party, then BJP may find it very difficult to stop the Aam Aadmi Party from coming to power for the 4th time.
Oh, yes, absolutely. A lot of talking points that we need to still discuss in detail. So, Aman, Pallavi, stay on with us. We need to quickly shift our attention to a breaking news update coming in from Battleground, Delhi. This is news coming in from Seelampur, and we're learning that some women voters in Seelampur have alleged that when they went out to the booth to cast their vote, they were told that their vote had already been cast. Delhi police team and the election commission officials are now doing a identification checkup of the documents. The situation as of now is normal, is what we're learning. And our candidate from Greater Kailash, Saurabh Bhardwaj, has also alleged that the Delhi police is the one trying to stop people from casting their vote at a polling station in Chirag, Delhi as well. We've already seen a little bit of a drama breakout in Jangpura. Manish Sisodia's presence led to Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP workers chanting slogans at each other. So all's not as calm in the national capital. It's voting day, and we're seeing this friction play out in the open in several constituencies. I want to first up play out this reaction of Saurabh Bhardwaj that's just come in. Listen in.
वहां पे वो कह रहे हैं कि आपने लगवाया है, आप बताइए ना। ये इस तरीके से आप वोटिंग को यहाँ पे प्रभावित करने के लिए सुबह से लगे हुए हैं। सुबह सुबह आप लोगों ने बोला कि हम हटवा रहे हैं, फिर आपने वहां पे जो है बैरिकेडिंग कर दी। आप सारा का सारा मीडिया आप मेरे साथ चलिए, आप देखिए वहां पे पूरा जैम लगा हुआ है। तो सबके लिए होगी ना, साउथ एक्स में भी होगी। क्या आप मुझे बता दो, मैं मीडिया से पूछ रहा हूँ, मीडिया मुझे बता दे। मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, क्या आपने देखा कि वीरेंद्र सचदेवा 200 मीटर उतारे गए हों और वहां से पैदल आए हों, या आपने अभी राष्ट्रपति जी को भी वोट डालते हुए देखा है? आपने देखा कि 200 मीटर की गाइडलाइन थी यहाँ पे, वहां पे वो कह रहे हैं कि आपने लगवाया है। आप बताइए ना, ये इस तरीके से आप वोटिंग को यहाँ पे प्रभावित करने के लिए।
Going across to my colleague Anshul, joining us with more details. Anshul, tell us a little bit about these allegations being leveled by Saurabh Bhardwaj. He's raising questions with the manner in which the Delhi police, is trying to gain control over the situation, alleging that the police officials are stopping people from casting their vote in Chirag, Delhi.
Well, this is the same tone in which the Aam Aadmi Party has been talking over the last 2 months. They have constantly raised allegations that how the Delhi police is actually going ahead and helping the Bharatiya Janata Party to win these elections. But if you see, most of these allegations have absolutely come out unfounded. If we talk about this specific case of Saurabh Bhardwaj, what the Delhi police has to say, since the area is inside a colony, since the voting booth is inside the colony, and if at all vehicles are allowed to go over there, then there could be a massive mismanagement of traffic and people that could happen. And that is the reason why they have decided to stop vehicles that will be traveling towards the voting station a few meters before the polling is where the polling is happening. Now, this is not only happening over there, but in several parts of the national capital where the polling booths are actually in very congested area. The Delhi police takes this decision that vehicles should not be allowed to reach over here, and hence they are stopped at least 100 to 150 meters away from the polling booths, so that the people can go over there freely. So this is another allegation that has come to the fore. Apart from this, there are several other allegations that have been raised from the Aam Aadmi Party of how voting is being rigged out here in the national capital. An incident came in from Seelampur just a few minutes ago, where the Aam Aadmi Party had alleged that the BJP has brought in fake voters, whereas the BJP claimed that the Aam Aadmi Party has brought in fake voters who are burqa clad and are voting in particular seats, in particular polling stations in the Seelampur area. Now, we spoke to the top officials of Delhi police. They have said that all these allegations are absolutely unfounded. There were a few people who were trying to create this tension, who were trying to create some confusion amongst the voters over there. They have all been taken care of. The documents of all the voters have now been absolutely been verified, and none of these allegations have found any relevance on the ground. So definitely the Aam Aadmi Party will continue to rake up this issue as how the Delhi police is actually helping the BJP, but there is no evidence to substantiate this claim, because remember, there are cases that have been registered against several BJP leaders in this run up to the elections as well, and this is what the Delhi police had to say throughout, that they have worked in a bipartisan manner. But Aam Aadmi Party raising such questions is something that is on the expected lines. And once the 8th of February comes in, and if at all the Aam Aadmi Party in a surprising move is not able to make the government over here, then we can expect the allegations against the EVMs to also come to the fore. We saw a glimpse of that just day before yesterday, when Arvind Kejriwal went to the Election Commission and raised allegations of how EVMs can be misused, and in fact he did that press conference in which he said that the BJP can actually hamper at least 10% of the voting through EVM. So vote for me in a larger manner. So EVM is something that is also going to come up in the next few days, if at all the Aam Aadmi Party is not able to form the government over here. But yes, these allegations are going to continue. But the message from the Delhi police is very clear, that everything is fine on the ground. People can easily safely come out and cast their ballots to the nearest polling stations.
Okay, stay on with us, Anshul. You know, there's lots happening in some of these constituencies. Like you said, the Delhi police has cleared the air and says their only duty is to maintain law and order. But let's play out reactions coming in from Seelampur, where some women have alleged that they were not allowed to cast their vote.
यानी यहाँ कोई हंगामा नहीं है, कुछ नहीं, आराम से वोटिंग हो रही है, समझे। ये जो कांग्रेस का जो कैंडिडेट है वो हार रहा है, वो जो है अब्बा फैला रहा है यहाँ पर, समझे, क्या फर्जी वोटिंग हो रही है, ये हो रहा है। वो चाह रहा है कि किसी सूरत से इलेक्शन ये पोलिंग पोस्ट हो जाए, पोलिंग, समझे। ये एक तरफा आम आदमी जीत रही है।
पार्टी दोनों आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, आप यहाँ पे टकराव कराया दोनों ने, और बीजेपी ने आकर यहाँ पे हंगामा करना चाहा कि पोलिंग रुक जाए, यहाँ वोटिंग ना हो पाए पूरी तरीके से, क्योंकि जो अनिल गौड़ जो है वो, हाँ, बीजेपी का जो कैंडिडेट है अनिल गौड़ जो है, उनने आकर के यहाँ पे कहा जी फर्जी वोटिंग कैसे करते हैं, हमारे पास पहचान पत्र, आधार कार्ड, सब चीज है, हम उससे दिखा के कार्ड पोलिंग वोट कर रहे हैं, मगर यहाँ पे इल्जाम लगा रहा है कि यहाँ पे फर्जी वोटिंग हो रही है। कुछ नहीं हो रहा, ये सब रोकने की साजिश है, बेवजह के अंदर नाटक है सिर्फ, और कुछ नहीं।
Okay, so the allegation being leveled by some in Seelampur is that some women have come out to say that they're not being allowed to cast their vote, while the BJP, as per those who've spoken to the media, they've been alleging that there is fake voting that is also happening. Going across to Anshul, On that note, once again, Anshul, can you clear the air for us a little bit of what the version really is from some of these people who've spoken out, who'd actually gone to Selampur to cast their vote?
So yes, there are two versions that have come in from either sides, both from the Aam Aadmi Party and from the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Aam Aadmi Party says that the BJP is trying to go ahead and make sure that the election, entire process of voting does not happen in a peaceful manner, and hence they are trying to create some sort of a disturbance in that area. Whereas the BJP has gone ahead and claimed that that there are some burqa-clad women who do not have their names in the voter list, but are trying to go inside the polling station and trying to cast their ballots. Because of this confusion, there was a small ruckus that happened over there. But I spoke to the top officials of the Delhi police, and they have confirmed that the flying squad team of the Delhi police reached on the spot. They verified the documents of each and every person who was going inside to vote, and they have absolutely cleared this air that that there is no untoward incident or no fake voting that is happening at this point in time, and hence they have asked people to maintain calm in that entire area. At this point in time, as we speak, the leaders who are present over there have in fact gone back, and the situation is absolutely calm. Voting is going on at the normal pace. At this point, it remains to be seen what will eventually happen on the 8th of February. But yes, allegations like these are likely to come up through the day, as it is expected that in many constituencies where the fight is very, very close between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, such head-on-head fight is likely to happen in all these seats itself. Remember, another big controversy that had broken out was regarding the Kalkaji seat, and how the PA of Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi, was actually caught last night with 5 lakh rupees cash. The allegation against him that was being put up by the BJP that he had taken out this cash to distribute amongst the voters, but the PA, who has been taken into custody by the Delhi police, in fact informed the Delhi police that this is his personal money and it has nothing to do with the election. So all these facts are being verified. Allegations and counter allegations are continuously coming out, but one thing that we are seeing is the presence of police and security forces on each and every place out here in the national capital. The entire national capital has absolutely been turned into a cantonment at this point in time. At every nook and corner, there are police officials that are present over there. In fact, outside the polling stations, there are special deployments that have been made. Remember, more than 1,300 polling stations out here in the national capital have been demarcated as sensitive polling stations, and all these polling stations, there are additional forces that are present. So it is very, very difficult for anyone at this point in time to go ahead and disturb the voting or try to cast a fake vote, because the number of security personnel that are deployed on the ground, that is definitely outnumbering the voters that are turning up one by one.
Okay, so allegations coming in of fake voters attempting to cast their vote is why now the Delhi police personnel in Selampur, amid ongoing voting, are trying to go through identification check of everybody who's queuing up to cast their vote. That's the clarification that's been issued by the Delhi police personnel. Stay on with us, Anshul. We also need to talk about the host of controversies we've seen on this very day, which is polling day in the national capital. First came the news of an FR which has been registered against Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, also candidate of AAP from Okhla, this for allegedly violating the Model Code of Conduct. In more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, an FIR has also been registered against AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal. Why? This over his poisonous Yamuna remark. Remember, he made this remark against neighbouring BJP-led government, and now an FIR has been filed against him over the same remark. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Dinesh Mohania was also booked by police after a woman alleged sexual harassment. So that's another setback that's coming from the Aam Aadmi Party. How it plays out by investigations, we'll have to wait a little bit. And in the last 24 hours, viewers, this one sensational 12 lakh cash. 12 lakh rupees of cash has been seized, and an alleged link to the Delhi Chief Minister's office is now under the probe. Of course, Chief Minister Atishi has come out to deny all of these allegations. In fact, has pinned the blame on the Delhi police personnel and has accused the Delhi police of partisan behavior, that there are illegal activities in violation of MCC that are being carried out by BJP leaders, but they're being left unchecked. My colleagues continue to stay on with us. Aman, Pallavi and Anshul are with us on the broadcast. Aman, it pretty much explains or, puts in perspective how heated a battle this is, isn't it? It's been full of controversies the last so many days. We've seen very serious allegations being leveled, so much so that it's seen the intervention of some of the constitutional authorities, bodies in the country, and allegations being leveled against Election Commission and Delhi police personnel as well.
Well, absolutely, Kritswin. It's been one hell of a bitter election. You know, one of the bitter, I think the bitterest election I've seen in recent times, maybe in Delhi in the last decade or so. The last time I remember such a bitter election was when Arvind Kejriwal was taking on Sheila Dikshit in 2013 and vowed to defeat her and send her to jail. Said he had evidence of corruption against her, which never came forward. But that said, I think this election has also become so bitter. We saw the Prime Minister equate Arvind Kejriwal with Charles Sobraj, speaking on one occasion. So it's clearly that both sides have the daggers drawn in this election. That is also because it's a fight for the Aam Aadmi Party also knows that if it loses Delhi, its fortress, which is there, the entire party's existence comes into question. They may be in power in Punjab, yes, but Delhi is where from AAP's politics began, on the plank of anti-corruption, on the plank of simple living, high thinking, which of course has come under focus in the present election due to the entire Sheesh Mahal controversy or the liquor scam in which the former chief minister, former deputy chief minister, nearly half the cabinet of Arvind Kejriwal had to go to jail. So obviously the Prime Minister leading the campaign for the BJP leading a very, very aggressive campaign first on the issue of corruption, trying to corner Arvind Kejriwal on that. The Prime Minister coining Aam Aadmi Party's name as Apda, like a disaster. He said the city wants to get rid of this Apda this time. So I think the BJP has put in a Herculean effort in this election, trying to take away the loyal vote base of Aam Aadmi Party, Juggi Jopadi voters. Maybe the Congress, if it had fought aggressively, it may have split a bit of the Muslim voters. That would all have been advantage the BJP. But the Aam Aadmi Party also, I think, has left no stone unturned in turning this election very bitter. You see Arvind Kejriwal saying poisonous water being sent by the BJP government in Haryana through the Yamuna to Delhi to ensure a genocide of people in Delhi. When have you last heard an elected representative, elected former chief minister speak like that in a public forum? So an election commission took very strong notice of it, though it never took any action against Mr. Kejriwal. That whole complaint of BJP has become infructuous because Arvind Kejriwal, no decision came by the EC on that. So I think both sides have made it very bitter because the contest is itself so bitter. Delhi is just an assembly of 70 seats. It's a small state, but its national imprint, I think this time is very, very high because this is a prestige battle for the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. And after the big wins in Haryana and Maharashtra, the BJP is very, very keen to win Delhi and make a statement.
Oh yes, and like you rightly pointed out, the BJP has made a point through its Haryana and Maharashtra victory, Pallavi, but this one's not going to be easy, isn't it? And tell us how it's been shaping up in the minds of the voter. You've been speaking to so many people the last few days. What's the key issue that they're keeping in mind while casting their vote? A lot of importance has been given to Bijli Pani, and that's where Arvind Kejriwal's poisonous water attack also came in from. But equally important is the fact that BJP and Congress are also following a similar model and have promised a certain welfare schemes that takes away the exclusivity from the Aam Aadmi Party. Is the voter viewing that closely?
Well, Delhiites, I think, are spoiled in the sense of they are used to, at least the voters are very much used to this entire concept of freebies, which is what has been the hallmark and the basis of the Aam Aadmi Party's politics ever since they came in from 2013. The successor of AAP, because of the free Bijli and Pani and also very truncated electricity bills and water bills, is something which clicked for AAP. And no matter how much the Congress or the BJP may attack Aam Aadmi Party, saying that, freebies or a ravery culture is something which is going to spoil the economy and the people lose their kind of momentum to understand what's good or bad for them, they all were forced to fall in the same track. And that's why if you look at the Sankalp Patra, whether it's of the Congress, whether it's of the BJP, all of them seem to be promising pretty much the same thing. So one, it's going to be a fight as far as the so-called freebies are concerned. So the Delhiites are having it easy on that count. So in that sense, the AAP and the BJP are not going to be very much different. So they're going to decide on that. I think state election after state election, Christine, always makes it very clear. Not always a national issue, it's actually the local issues which matter. Lok Sabha elections are completely different. So while the people over here may have voted for the BJP en masse as far as Lok Sabha goes, at the state level, of course, it's issues like water, issues like pollution, which really matters, health for that matter. And I think in that sense, the BJP has tried to make an inroad.
Oh, yes, absolutely. For the rest, we'll have to wait till the 8th, but we'll keep continuing with these conversations. Thank you to Aman, Pallavi and Anshul for joining us with those details. Heading into a very quick break for now. We'll be right back.
From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered because anytime now, Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP, Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP. The Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week, they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
So what are the
voting for?
Sir, what are the issues that you think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at this pictures right in front of me. And this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, the New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly. But I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dixit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dixit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together. And after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting their votes, I think it kind of answers your question that the Congress party has decided to up its ante, and the Congress and Rahul Gandhi have also decided that this really has to be the big fight and the gloves needs to be off. I mean, the Aam Aadmi Party can never ever be a friend of the Congress because the genesis and the growth of the AAP has been at the cost of the Congress.
So Rahul Gandhi goes in, he's cast his ballot, he's gone with Sandeep Dixit, Zaka. That's interesting. Now,
we were expecting him to come with Sonia Gandhi because they are voting in the same booth. Priyanka Gandhi votes in a different booth. But interestingly, he's come with Sandeep Dixit. And Sandeep Dixit...
Welcome back. We return with a source-based input that's just come in. CNBC TV 18 has learned that Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, who's also part of the Donald Trump administration in US now, remember he leads the US Department of Government Efficiency, is likely to call on Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the Prime Minister's visit to US next week. The Prime Minister, viewers, remember, is expected to be in the United States from February 12th to the 14th after an invite from US President Donald Trump. And Elon Musk is likely to be a part of a select group of CEOs who will meet the Prime Minister on the 13th of February. So that's the latest, as is being learned by CNBC TV 18. Elon Musk, remember, has had plans to take Tesla cars into the Indian market for a few years. In fact, his much anticipated visit to India last year was postponed due to some obligations at Tesla. But I want to go across to CNBC TV 18's Parikshit Luthra joining us live on the broadcast. Parikshit, tell us what we can make of the news that CNBC TV 18 has picked up. It's once again a forward-looking development. Could this also mean something big for manufacturing in India?
Well, there have been a lot of meetings between Tesla and the Indian government over the last few years, and India has been engaging with them to come and manufacture here. But there have been some concerns around tariffs. Also, the global EV environment has also started slowing down. So the plans of Tesla have kept on changing over the years. But what we're told right now is that Elon Musk will be among a group of key CEOs who will be meeting Prime Minister Modi in the US. That is on the 13th of February. So what's really on the agenda? Elon Musk would be seeking lower tariffs on importing electric cars into India. Currently, the tariff is around as high as 100%. It has been slashed to 70% in the union budget, but Musk may want it even lower for electric cars to be brought in. He would want a level playing field with domestic car makers in India, the likes of Mahindra, Tata Motors, Maruti Suzuki, who are big players in both the ICE and the EV segment. Secondly, he would want early approvals for Starlink to start operations in India. Thirdly, he would want a closer collaboration, a deeper collaboration between SpaceX and also ISRO. So let's see what happens on all these fronts. We also know that Tesla has been scouting for locations in India to open up a showroom. They want to start retail operations before setting up manufacturing. And it's quite possible, and industry sources tell us that they are considering bringing their low-cost model to India this year. By June, they would be launching an affordable electric car in the US market and global markets, and India could be one destination where they would like to bring those cars to. Having said that, what has India been offering Tesla and Elon Musk? Number one, last year in February, we launched a scheme for manufacturing electric cars in India, which would give the likes of Elon Musk and Tesla a 15% concessional duty if the company commits to manufacturing in India and invest $500 million. Number two, in the union budget, we slashed import duty on cars costing over $40,000 from 125% to 70%. Basic customs duty on lithium-ion batteries, the key component of electric vehicles, has been scrapped completely. So all these are positive signals to the Trump administration, Elon Musk, but it remains to be seen whether he will make any immediate announcement on India, considering the global EV environment and how electric vehicle sales have been slowing down in some geographies.
Oh yes, whether or not this is going to be in his capacity as a Trump colleague or as a businessman. So we're watching out for that one. But Parikshit, you briefly touched upon this as is. I also want to understand the industry response to this, because Donald Trump has been mounting the tariff war and India is keenly looking at shaking off the, the tariff king label that's been spoken of by Donald Trump. So overall, we need to look at how India is going to respond to this huge development.
You're absolutely right. And India has already offered some positive signals and sweeteners. I spoke about high tariffs. India has removed the high 100% duty rate. So currently we have a 70% duty rate, which is going to be the highest for any product in the country. So your sales of electric cars being imported into India, all those cars, if they are brought in as fully built units, completely built units, the tariff on that would be 70%. If you speak about electric motorcycles, high-end motorcycles like Harley-Davidson, they would also now enjoy a lower tax regime, import duty regime after this last union budget. So those positive signals to the Trump administration are already there. We would also signal that we're open to business, open to negotiating lower tariffs in certain areas which benefit US companies. But at the end of the day, it has to be a win-win partnership on both sides. Elon Musk has always complained about high tariffs in India, saying that they would like tariffs in the range of 20% to 40%. But there is also a pushback from Indian car makers saying that over the years, we have invested so much because of the FAME scheme, because of PLI schemes. Then what is the point of all those investments if companies like Tesla give those major duty concessions without any commitment to manufacturing? So this is going to be the sense from the Indian side that fine, we can give you lower duties, but please commit to manufacturing in India within a scheduled time frame.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And this indeed is going to be the first interaction in Donald Trump's second presidency between the two world leaders. So surely the two want to start off on a good note. Thank you so much, Parikshit, for joining us with all those details. We now shift our attention to another bit of breaking news update coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah is chairing the review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir as we speak. The meeting is currently underway in the national capital, and Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is also in attendance. Now, it's a crucial security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir that is taking place in Delhi as we speak. The high-level discussions, remember, have been ongoing for a while now. Have previously been attended by the Home Secretary, the Army Chief and other senior officials, and is focusing on assessing the security situation in the Union Territory, reviewing measures taken to combat terrorism. But I want to go across to Payal Mehta, who's going to come in on the host of issues that are going to be taken up through this meeting. Yes, Payal.
The security situation in the state, also the build-up to the fact that, we are already going to start our preparation, Christine, as far as the next year's Amarnath Yatra, etc. is concerned. What is the situation on ground? Because you've had a change of, government that you've now seen. Umar Abdullah has taken up from the Lieutenant Governor's rule over here in the in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. That is something which is going to be discussed, as far as the Home Minister is really concerned, keeping a very, very close eye. Remember, there was a meeting which took place yesterday also in the Parliament, along with the Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha and the other security officials, and the meeting continues today as well. So obviously, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, was absolutely firm on the fact that they do not they feel that there's a different sunrise in Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370, and that they allowed the elections to really take place peacefully. The people of the state need to be congratulated, but at the same time, they need to be protected from any such elements who would try to disturb the peace and tranquility of the region, and that's the reason these review meetings are extremely important.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, we've been tracking similar meetings that have taken place in the past, Pile, and the Home Minister was unrelenting in reiterating the zero tolerance policy towards terrorism.
Well, absolutely. That's been a policy of the government, saying that they do not have any sympathy whatsoever with terror sympathizers or probably, people who actually support terrorism in any form as well. And the visuals that we are seeing on our screen is of the meeting that took place yesterday. Remember, there's a change of guard in the central forces also. So we have a new DG CRPF now. Former, Assam DGP, GP Singh is back to the national capital. He's holding the reins of the CRPF. So the other security agencies, the IB, the RAW, all of these are very, very crucial departments as far as the focus is concerned. And that is something which, of course, the Home Minister will have at the top of his mind, given the fact that, yes, now elections have taken place. There is also scope for the local body polls to take place. That is something also which the center is extremely keen on, seeing that undergo as well. And at the same time, you've got a new government in place. So their demand has been to restore statehood, and statehood cannot be really restored without, the center giving its approval as well, the parliament giving its approval. So that is also something which they're going to be doing. A timely review take place from period to period, assessing the situation, especially in the valley, where of course multiple people had, remember, made all kind of assumptions that there would be a lot of unrest after the abrogation of Article 370. But the government of the day keeping a close watch on it, especially the man Amit Shah himself.
Oh yes, thank you for that, Payal. Home Minister chairing this crucial security review meeting yesterday, and those were visuals of the same. Now moving on, viewers, opposition ruled states are up in arms against UGC proposals giving chancellors greater power to pick vice chancellors, saying it would undermine federalism and higher education sector. Karnataka has organized a conclave of state higher education ministers in Bengaluru today to discuss the draft UGC regulations. The draft is currently open for public consultation, and the grading of institutions based on the implementation of the national education policy. Draft guidelines propose sweeping changes to the process of appointing vice chancellors and ministers for higher education from 7 states, namely Karnataka, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and Kerala are all participating in this conclave to build consensus against UGC guidelines. Let's listen into some of the reactions first.
I had moved an adjournment motion in Lok Sabha against the proposals of the UGC, which encroaches into the states' powers and the education system. The BJP, when they formed the government in the center, from that day itself, they have been trying to communalize the education and capture. The RSS is trying to capture it through many kinds of ways. And now UGC has come out with a new plan to control the VCs and other institutions. And we are in Tamil Nadu, and Telangana chief ministers has wrote against that to the education minister and the prime minister. The education minister must answer to the queries which we wanted to ask.
Going across to Harish Upadhyay, who joins us with more details. Now that this conclave is being attended by top leaders of several opposition-ruled states, we've named some of them for our viewers already. Harish, tell us what's the broader plan in place and how do these states plan to take this forward post the conclave?
Well, they want to draw consensus on how these states want to come together and fight against this draft regulation, whether to approach the Supreme Court or whether to fight it individually. These are things that are being deliberated upon. Remember, already states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala have already passed a resolution against it in their respective assemblies. Would they want to take up the legal battle, or would they want to take a delegation to the union government? These are things that are being currently discussed. Interestingly enough, the Karnataka Education Minister's office has claimed that even Maharashtra Education Minister is taking part in this particular conclave. Remember, it's an NDA-ruled state in Maharashtra. If it's indeed the Maharashtra Education Minister takes part, that would be a huge turn of events in this whole fight against the draft regulation. Perhaps by the end of the day, there will be a consensus on how these states want to fight against this.
Harish, very interesting, the fact that the Maharashtra Education Minister is also participating in this conclave. But what's also interesting is that this conclave is being hosted in Bengaluru. The manner in which some of these opposition-ruled states in particular went up in arms against the draft guidelines when they were first published, the criticism was mostly restricted to Tamil Nadu, Kerala, so on and so forth. So what really had been the backroom strategy here?
Well, Kerala and Tamil Nadu have had multiple issues with the governor, with the Raj Bhavan, especially with the appointments of VC and others in these universities. We've seen in Kerala multiple instances, and perhaps several universities crippled because of this administrative fix between the governor and the government. At the same time, in Karnataka, let's not forget that the Panchayat Raj University, we've seen the government moving a bill making the chief minister as the chancellor, giving him the powers to nominate the vice chancellor. So we've seen all these three states in a way already fighting it out with the Raj Bhavan over the appointment to universities. And perhaps that's why Karnataka has taken the first move to build consensus and to gather a strategy to fight this.
Okay, all right. Many thanks for that, Harish. I want to take a quick comment from Payal Mehta joining us as well. Payal, what has been the central government's response to this? How has the education minister viewed this conclave and coming together of some of the opposition ruled states? Also, interestingly, Harish tells us the Maharashtra education minister is also in attendance.
Well, that's very interesting given the fact that the Maharashtra government is also an NDA government, and for the Maharashtra education minister to come by there, on an issue like this is very interesting. Having said that, yesterday when the debate was taking place in the Rajya Sabha on the reply to the President's address, Dr. John Brittas, who is of course a member of Parliament from the left parties in Kerala, he essentially had, said that question saying that Dharmendra Pradhan, he had in fact questioned the motive of the central government, essentially questioning Dharmendra Pradhan, saying that why does they want to capture everything? Why does the center want to capture everything? To which Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, India's education minister, said that the decision is not final. And there is no reason for anybody to panic right now, because remember, multiple states had in fact created a conglomerate of sorts to in fact take this issue on as well and probably take the fight even up to the doorsteps of the court if required. So MK Stalin was one of those first movers as far as that is concerned. But the position of the center right now, Kritsveen, is that there is no decision which is final as of now. So we'll be able to hear Mr. Pradhan, in that conversation that he had on the floor of the House, which essentially means it's a comment on record.
But has the government also responded to pointed allegations around how, they say this is centre's unilateral step, it's going to keep them completely out of the recruitment process?
Since the decision is not final, I think that's what the education minister has really said on the floor of the House, which clearly means that he said it on record. But there's no discussion which is happening essentially just on this right now, Christine, right? So, when Mr. Brittas was making his speech as a minister of the government, Mr. Pradhan has the right to intervene or interject into any conversation or interject into any speech that has been delivered. So that is what, in limited terms, is what Mr. Pradhan has said, is what we heard.
Okay, we'll have to wait a little while longer for another detailed response from the education minister. But this is an anti-UGC draft conclave, which is currently taking place in Bengaluru, being attended by several opposition-ruled states. Interesting fact that was pointed out by Harish was that Maharashtra education minister is also in attendance. Thank you for that, Payal. We're tracking the several reactions that are slowly coming in on this big story from Karnataka. For now, we shift our attention, I beg your pardon, to another update coming in on the Delhi elections. Delhi has registered a total voter turnout of 33.31% till 1 p.m. So it's a little bit of a jump from the 20% that Delhi had recorded till 11 a.m. 1 p.m. 33.31% is the voter turnout, and top leaders across party lines, remember, have already cast their vote. They've already been making appeals to the voters of the national capital to come out, cast their vote, do what is their rightful in a democratic setup. So we've seen those kind of reactions come in already, but that's the figure that you need to focus on right now. It's 33.31% till 1 p.m. and hope is that the number will go up, because the more the number, the more interesting the election fight, the electoral fight, and that's what's expected of the national capital, given the heated exchange we've seen in the run-up to this big battle in Delhi. Now, do remember, we've seen Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, accompanied by New Delhi candidate Sandeep Dixit. We've also seen Arvind Kejriwal cast his vote. As far as BJP is concerned, we've seen Union Minister Jai Shankar, Hardeep Singh Puri, Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva, BJP candidate from New Delhi seat Parvesh Verma. All the big wigs have essentially come out. They've stepped out of their homes, they've cast their vote and have been making non-stop appeals to the voters of the national capital to do the same. We'll put out some of those visuals of what we've managed to access from the national capital, but going across to Pallavi Ghosh as well. Pallavi, how does this figure look to you? 33.31% till 1 p.m. Nothing great. It's a slight jump from the earlier 20% till 11 a.m.
That's right. But, also, Christine, maybe post-lunch people come out, because very often we see the trend and a surge which takes place post-lunch and late into the evening. There's still some hope. See, a lot has been discussed as far as the surge in voting percentage is concerned. It can go either which way. Earlier, people used to think that a surge would mean a strong anti-incumbency vote. Sometimes it really hasn't happened so way. In Maharashtra, I remember there was a huge surge in the electoral turnout. And it did not mean the end of the present government. It actually meant that the Mahayuti alliance came back with an even larger margin of victory. Same was the story in West Bengal. So what does increase in vote percentage mean? Does it mean that people are now coming up in large numbers to vote against the anti-incumbency? BJP certainly would want to look at that this way. The AAP, of course, would want to read it as an attempt made by its core vote bank to come out in large numbers to ensure that the AAP government continues. So we have to wait to see. Obviously, we've seen the results on the 8th. But of course, the Election Commission has been doing a very aggressive campaign on the ground, urging the people to come out and cast their vote.
And all political parties in fray, Pallavi, surely are tracking this closely, isn't it? Because the common perception is right now that Arvind Kejriwal has enjoyed the support of the slum dwellers, the minority vote to a certain extent, and they're surely going to come out in large numbers to cast their vote. The BJP really relying on the middle class. So the number game is something that the political parties are also pinning their hope on.
Yes, absolutely. And we were talking about this earlier, Christine. What is it that the BJP is counting its hopes on? It is counting its hopes on the unfulfilled promises of AAP, as they have called it, which means that the middle class, which earlier would vote en masse, and 45% of them in Delhi had voted almost for the AAP completely en masse. That is something which the BJP is counting on post the budget, and constantly drilling in the fact that a vote for Kejriwal would mean that you will have a helpless CM. And again, there would be promises which would not be fulfilled, whether it comes to roads, infrastructure, water, electricity, and so on and so forth. Jhuggi Jhopri cluster is something which the BJP has been working upon, because that has been extremely loyal to AAP. The BJP's argument, and that is by way of the Prime Minister's inauguration of this flag, is that we are going to change your life for the better. That is also something which they are looking at. A three-cornered or a four-cornered fight in some areas where the AIMIM is also pretty strong, gives hope to the BJP that they can divide the anti-BJP vote.
Okay, thank you for that, Pallavi. Well, let's hear it from the voter, including some of the first timers, on what are the key issues that they're voting on today. Take a look at these reports.
So at yet another polling booth here in Lodhi colony, and you can see just a trickle of voters. Not many voters again. So the New Delhi voter especially seems to be disappointing the election process a bit, because the rush is not there. There are no huge queues, just about 10 to 15 people inside, and you can even see at the booth where people are getting their votes, their polling slips validated and then going to vote. Not many voters here. That is the story of the New Delhi constituency, which is very keenly contested constituency, with Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Parvesh Sharma and Sandeep Dixit in the fray. But the voters are not there in large numbers and just single-digit voting. In fact, in New Delhi so far, we have a group of women actually coming out after casting their vote. So maybe let's ask them, why do they, whom did they vote for, and what do you think are the big issues? Ma'am, vote डाल के आई हैं, ज़्यादा रश नहीं लग रहा है अंदर. वोटर्स को अपील करेंगे ज़्यादा नंबर में आए वोट डालने.
बिल्कुल आना चाहिए. इट इज़ आवर फंडामेंटल राइट, है ना, और सबको वोट करना चाहिए. जो नहीं कर रहे वो बाद में फिर कोसते हैं कि क्यों नहीं राइट्स मतलब हमारे यूज हो रहे हैं प्रॉपर्ली, एंड हर किसी का राइट है, यू शुड अवेल.
जी, वोट बहुत कम, वोटर्स बहुत कम है सर, रश नहीं है. आपको लगता है ज्यादा वोट आए डालने आए लोग वोट? न्यू दिल्ली में क्यों नहीं आते लोग वोट डालने?
आते हैं, लेकिन इस टाइम मुझे लग रहा कम है.
और किस मुद्दे पे आपको लग रहा है वोट डलेगा इस बार दिल्ली में? आपके लिए क्या बड़े मुद्दे हैं?
मुद्दे तो बहुत सारे हैं, अब क्या है. सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि साफ सफाई होनी चाहिए, और थोड़ा महंगाई वगैरह कंट्रोल हो. पानी की सबसे बड़ी वो है, पानी बहुत
खराब है, पानी साफ होना चाहिए.
यंग फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स, आप लोग पहली बार दिल्ली में वोट दे रहे हैं? हाँ. तो ये हाथ में पौधा लिया हुआ है, ये किसने दिया है?
ये अंदर मिला है, इलेक्शन कमीशन से मिला हुआ है, क्योंकि दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन की वजह से उनका एक चला होगा कि मुहिम के पेड़ लगाओ, दिल्ली बचाओ.
तो क्या दिल्ली मतलब जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स है वो प्रदूषण को इशू बनाकर वोट दे रहे हैं? क्या पोल्यूशन एक इशू है?
नहीं, पोल्यूशन हटाना है.
पोल्यूशन हटाना है. तो जो भी कैंडिडेट पोल्यूशन के लिए कुछ करने का आश्वासन दे रही है, आपका वोट उसी को जाएगा.
यस.
What else are the issues for the young voters of Delhi? आप भी पहली बार वोट देकर आ रहे हैं, मैं देख रही हूँ आपके हाथ में भी पौधा है. क्या इशू है यंग वोटर्स का?
एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एजुकेशन.
आप क्या करते हैं?
कॉलेज.
कॉलेज में
हाँ।
तो आपको सरकारी नौकरी की उम्मीद है या प्राइवेट सेक्टर में आप गवर्नमेंट से एक्सपेक्टेशन रख रहे हैं?
दोनों में ही है, दोनों को ही मतलब किसी में जहाँ
दोनों ही फॉर्म भरते रहते हैं, मतलब एजुकेशन के लिए वे ऑफ से कि उसमें मतलब सरकारी में ही भरते हैं और क्या कहते हैं जिस
हम कर रहे हो उससे आपसे सैलरीज वगैरह मतलब इतना वो इतना
मिलता
ठीक नहीं, इतना मिलता नहीं है।
अच्छा, तो सबसे बड़ा इशू आप लोगों के लिए एजुकेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट का है, और जो फ्रीबी कल्चर जो शुरू हुआ है उसके बारे में क्या ओपिनियन है? हर पार्टी फ्री में पैसे देने की बात कर रही है।
तो क्या कोई देता, सब पैसा टैक्स हम भरते हैं, वो हमारा ही पैसा है।
हमारा ही पैसा है वो तो।
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul, and we are in fact focusing on elections in the national capital, as Delhi has registered a total voter turnout of 3.31% till 1 p.m. Now, top leaders across party lines have cast their ballots. Leaders like Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, Manish Sisodia from the Aam Aadmi Party have all voted. From the Congress, significantly, we've seen Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, who were accompanied by New Delhi candidate Sandeep Dikshit. From the BJP, Union Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, Hardeep Singh Puri, Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva, BJP candidates, from New Delhi seat, Parvesh Verma, have all cast their ballots. Stakes remain really high as three parties clash at 70 seats. Baburpur has registered the highest voter turnout so far, which is at 31.3%. And even on voting day, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party have launched scathing attacks at one another, with the Aam Aadmi Party slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party yet again for hooliganism. Now remember, just yesterday, we'd seen the Delhi police register 2 cases against Atishi and the supporters of Aam Aadmi Party of having campaigned after the silent period came into play. BJP was quick to join in the bandwagon and accuse the Aam Aadmi Party of going against the model code of conduct. Atishi and Aam Aadmi Party claimed otherwise. BJP, in fact, is raining fire at the Aam Aadmi Party over corruption. Remember, the Prime Minister spearheaded that entire attack against Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, and he was the one who came up with the term Sheesh Mahal and Apada for misgovernance against the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital, and that is what the BJP has been claiming. Aam Aadmi Party, led by Arvind Kejriwal, is banking on its welfare schemes and governance, is right now seeking a third consecutive term, and this is a do and die really for the Aam Aadmi Party, kind of a referendum election for AAP. We will have to see which way does it really swing. Now, if we take a look at Bharatiya Janata Party, this party also aims to reclaim power after more than 2 decades or 27 years. That's the jinx that we're talking about, that the BJP is looking at breaking. Congress, on the other hand, is striving for its survival, and it hopes to regain lost ground. But is it really anywhere as far as this big battle of Delhi is concerned? We take a look at a series of ground reports that my colleagues have filed, and also the reactions that we are getting from on ground.
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
दिल्ली की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएगी, गंदे पानी पर वोट करेगी, सीवेज की समस्या पर वोट करेगी, टूटी हुई सड़कों पर वोट करेगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल के भ्रष्टाचार पर वोट करेगी। आज का दिन हमारी जीत का दिन होगा और ये परिणाम दिल्ली की दिशा तय करेगा।
निश्चित रूप से हमें जनता पे भरोसा है, हमें दिल्ली के लोगों पे भरोसा है। अब आपदा जाएगी, भाजपा आएगी।
मैं दिल्ली के सभी लोगों से भी विनती करना चाहूंगा कि सब लोग वोट डालने के लिए निकलें, अपने अपने वोट का अधिकार इस्तेमाल करें। अच्छे स्कूल बनाने के लिए, अच्छे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाने के लिए, अच्छा इलाज के लिए, अस्पतालों के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए वोट डालें सब लोग।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस धर्म युद्ध में कालिका माई का आशीर्वाद सच्चाई के साथ, सत्य के साथ, काम के साथ रहेगा और दिल्ली के लोग भी इस धर्म युद्ध में काम को, सच्चाई को, अच्छाई को अपना वोट जरूर देंगे।
दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
I just like people to come out and vote because yeah, I hope so.
Only 6.5% in New Delhi.
Yes, so I hope people come out and vote.
मुझे लग रहा है दिल्ली की 1.55 करोड़ मतदाता उत्साहित है
बिकॉज मुझे पूरा विश्वास है वो बदलाव चाहते हैं, विकास चाहते हैं। अब दो ही शब्द है, बदलाव और विकास। अब इस बदलाव को होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता है।
मैं सभी मतदाताओं से अनुरोध करूंगा कि बाहर निकलें और आकर के वोट दें। ये हमारे लोकतांत्रिक धर्म हमारा है और उस लोकतांत्रिक धर्म का पालन करें।
Now let's take a look at the reactions that we have played out for our viewers so far. If we take a look at this reaction of Manish Sisodia, who's now fighting from Jangpura and not Parparganj as was his earlier constituency. He claims that the people of Delhi should come out and vote. He says people should come out and vote for Shiksha Ki Kranti, that education model that Arvind Kejriwal really had, in fact, assumed power over. One of the key aspects that got Aam Aadmi Party the reins of the national capital, that in turn is now being questioned by not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but also the Congress Party. Sandeep Dikshit has been leading this attack along with Ajay Makan against the education model of the national capital and how this is very detrimental for the future of the students who study in Delhi, and that is something which has been the Congress's direct line of attack against the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP, on the other hand, we've seen how that entire line of attack has been spearheaded by the Prime Minister himself. When he started campaigning in the national capital, he came up with the term Apada for misgovernance under Aam Aadmi Party. And then he further claimed the ample amount of alleged corruption that have happened under Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party. And he also said that there is a lot of splurging in the name of the Chief Minister's residence at 6 Flagstaff Road, which he coined the term as Sheesh Mahal. So that barb's really flowing thick and fast right as this election goes down to the wire. 8th of February is when Delhi decides who is it that is in fact going to wrest control in the national capital. Let's take a look at more reactions that are coming in. In fact, before we go to that, we are now getting some breaking news on the broadcast, and we are looking at the entire aspect of illegal immigrants coming in from the United States of America. Now we are learning that a flight with illegal immigrants who had been residing in the US is now landed in Chandigarh. This flight, which possibly has 100 of those Indians who had crossed over illegally to the United States, have now been sent back, deported by America into India. This is, of course, a work with the authorities, Indian authorities and the US authorities working in cooperation, where 18,000 illegal immigrants have been deported to India. And this is a lot of, I believe, 100 of those immigrants who have now landed in Chandigarh. That's a special flight that is carrying these illegal immigrants who were currently residing in US, and they have now returned to the country. This is the flight that's landed in Chandigarh. These are live visuals of that special aircraft that's currently at Chandigarh. It is touched down at Chandigarh, and it carries the illegal immigrants who have been sent back to the country. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is joining us on the broadcast for more on this. Siddhant, we have been talking about how the US and the Indian authorities have been working in cooperation, talking about the illegals who have, or undocumented Indians who've been residing in the US, and how by and by this entire lot is being sent back to the country. 18,000 is the number that the United States of America has spoken about. How many so far have landed in Amritsar?
Well, Greha, there is a list of about 17,900 illegal Indian immigrants living in United States. This list was prepared during President Biden's time, and now this list, in fact, this number is perhaps floating on social media platforms, that these many illegal immigrants from India will be sent back to India. But I'll again want to remind our viewers that it is not that easy. This list will be verified by the Indian side, and then only these immigrants get deported. Now, the first batch, I would say, the first batch in Trump's administration of 205 illegal Indian immigrants have landed in Amritsar. This is what we have been told. This is the Donald Trump administration's first crackdown on India's migrants. A total of 30 deportees aboard the flight were residents of Punjab. This is what we have been told. And this flight has landed at Sri Guru Ram Das International Airport amid high security. So the law enforcement officers are also present there, Greha. In fact, Amritsar Airport Director, Deputy Commissioner of Police and CISF senior staff had held a meeting, and proper barricades and the protocol rooms, briefing room, etc. have also been developed at the airport. And in fact, an official has also confirmed that C-17 aircraft carrying migrants had departed from India. This is what we have been reporting since yesterday. So this is the first batch. But also, if talking in terms of India-US relationship, then this is a good sign. Perhaps this is a good signaling that India has made, that within the first month of Trump administration, India has done the identification of these 205 illegal immigrants living in US, and this first batch has been deported by US back to India.
Right.
So,
Siddhant, do we know, are they all hailing from the state of Punjab, or there are other states that they belong to? And I believe there are about 45 US officials also on board this special US military aircraft.
Well, indeed, there are US officials on board, and since it's a US military aircraft, and also, Greha, it's a very expensive process to deport these illegal immigrants back to their native countries. But since this was the promise which Donald Trump made in elections, in fact, he won the election on the issue of illegal immigration into America. So now he wants to be seen in action. He wants to deliver on this front. And since he wants to deliver, India has analyzed that, and India knows that this is what Trump wants. So India is cooperating with Trump. India is cooperating with US administration. 205 have already returned. We could expect more such flights to come from US to India in days to come. But as I said before, that largely this is a principal position of India. And it is not that India is showing some special gesture in this particular case, since Trump administration is involved, or it is US. Wherever in the world, if an Indian citizen is living illegally without papers, then India is always ready to accept them. So it's a principal position, it's a principal practice that India does. So there's nothing new in this. But without any opposition, smoothly cooperating with the Trump administration, perhaps does shows that how willing India is to work closely with Donald Trump. And
Yes.
This is a good messaging, good signaling that India has done by accepting the first batch of 205 immigrants. In fact,
Absolutely.
this is
Siddhant,
one
if we
ahead of
talk
Prime
about
Minister's
what is now left for India to do now that these people have landed in the country, and we are learning from the Punjab DGP and the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann that they are going to be dealing with all these individuals in a very, very friendly manner. But what is the process like? Because possibly out of these 205, many individuals or some of them could be criminals, could be incarcerated. What is the government here in Punjab also planning to do about those who are now landing?
Well, Greha, they are Indian citizens.
Hmm.
They can go back to their hometowns.
Hmm.
They can do whatever they want to do here. They don't have cases against them in India. So they obviously there's going to be one session with the authorities where
Okay.
definitely authorities are going to note down their names, their profiles, etc., and then they will be free. They can go wherever they want to go. But yes, I have also been told that there is a possibility, though I'm still trying to verify from people in the government, that there could be some people with the criminal antecedents.
Yes.
Okay, so if any individual has a criminal background in India, then that individual will be handed over to the law enforcement agency of that particular state. So that would be followed if somebody is a criminal or has been involved in some criminal activities in India. So he or she would be handed over to the law enforcement authority of that state. Other than that, if there is no criminal background of the person. If his or her background is completely clean, then he's free to go to his native place, his home. Yeah, there's no. He or she is an Indian citizen. So if there is no case against them, then they are free to go wherever they want to go.
Right. So then to stay on with us, we also have our colleague Akanksha Swaroop, who's joining us from the CNN News 18 newsroom. Akanksha, the first batch of illegal immigrants now deported from America, they have landed in Amritsar. Now it's over to the Indian authorities.
Oh, absolutely. And important to highlight the fact, Griha, that India has always maintained whenever it comes to the issue of illegal immigrants, whether the United States, Libya, or elsewhere, in whatever part of the globe, Indian authorities have always extended their full cooperation, and that first flight under Donald Trump 2.0 is in itself testimony to India's cooperation with the United States, especially when it comes to the issue of illegal immigrants. Now, remember, as far as the United States is concerned, there are two key sticking points, whether it is trade or illegal immigration. These two key sticking points have been red flagged by Donald Trump. The timing of this is extremely crucial. We've all been talking about for the past 7 days how Prime Minister Modi will be welcomed by the White House, in fact, in the White House on February 13. So as far as delivering upon that cooperation as far as deporting those illegal immigrants, as far as these Indians are concerned, that has already happened. This is the first batch, remember, Griha, over 100 illegal immigrants deported. Visuals, in fact, very much on the screen of that flight arriving in Amritsar. As far as verification of the credentials and the record of all these deported immigrants are concerned, you rightly highlighted, Siddhant also highlighted that, yes, they will be also checked for any criminal antecedents. And after that verification, they'll be free to go. But sources are also telling, CNN News 18 government sources, that many of them, in fact, hail from the state of Gujarat. Many of them, in fact, even from the state of Punjab, several also coming in from Haryana. So we'll have to see that entire breakup of all these deported immigrants. Who are these people? Which states are they hailing from? And of course, once the verification is done, are they any with criminal antecedents or not? So that's going to be happening in the days ahead. Will there be more being sent? Something we'll have to look at. But Riha, I think what stands out right now is the timing of this deportation.
Absolutely, Akanksha. And while we were talking about people who might just be having certain criminal antecedents, is there also an effort to be cracking down on certain agents, travel agents, so whether it is in the state of Punjab or Gujarat for that matter, from where many of these illegal immigrants really belong from, on these donkey routes that have been established?
Absolutely. And in fact, as we speak, Griha, that we are already being made aware of that the fact that, you know, these kind of illegal immigrants are being sent through these rackets that are running, not just operating on Indian soil, working towards the United States, but we've seen how many of them are bluffed into being hired for the Russian army as well. All of 2024 was with India, in fact, addressing that struggle as far as all those Indians stranded in that war between Russia and Ukraine is also concerned. So do consider this entire racket now being already flagged off. We are also learning that the Union Home Ministry is also been looking into these concerns. We'll have to see how they now crack down, because the issue of illegal immigrants is not just related to the United States. It's also related to countries like Canada, Australia as well. So we'll have to see how far they're able to crack down and address the issue of criminals also being part of all those illegal immigrants. But I'm sure this is a step in the right direction, one that is bound to be welcomed by Washington as well.
Also, Akanksha, Siddhant made a mention on the use of a military aircraft for this deportation. It's very unusual, even in the US, something that has been denied by, Colombia for that matter, not allowing any military aircraft, even if it has illegal immigrants, to land on its soil. How is India allowing it, and why this insistence of using such an expensive US military aircraft for deportation? What is the reason behind it?
that is, I think the messaging is very strong, because that's the kind of messaging that is coming in from the White House, that they look at the issue of illegal immigration as a vital threat to the democracy, to the US democracy, and that is the kind of involvement that you have a US military plane. But it's interesting, Griha, that you mentioned Colombia, because look at how Colombia treated the issue of deportation. They in fact refused the entry of the US airline at that time, and India has very much cooperated. So that is the level of threat perception that currently the Trump administration holds, especially when it comes to the issue of illegal immigration, and they're going to treat it very, very with tremendous gravity, and we'll have to see how it shapes up the entire bilateral meet between the heads of state, Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump, when that bilateral meet takes place on the 13th of February. Trade and illegal immigration is going to be one of the key issues. Having said that, Griha, remember that India is not one of those countries which has the highest number of immigrants. So India can, in fact, also sort of dodge that live wire as far as deportation is concerned of these illegal immigrants, because the highest number of illegal immigrants do not come from India. They are in fact coming in from the South American, Latin American countries, and something Donald Trump has already been lashing out ever since he was campaigning. So we'll have to see how India is able to use its own diplomatic heft, considering that we also have tremendous strategic interests with Washington, especially when it comes to Quad. The previous Biden administration has already opened or paved the way ahead for nuclear talks to go forward. Do expect certain amendments to be made to India's nuclear law of 2010. And the United States also has strategic when it comes to New Delhi, and perhaps India is only going to see this in a very diplomatic fashion, to put it. They'll be able to pave the way for a very healthy bilateral relationship under Trump 2.0.
Absolutely, Akanksha. And, back home, there has been a fair amount of facilitation for these illegal immigrants who will be now landing in the country by and by in these lots. 205 is the first number that is landed in Amritsar. We are learning of these counters that have been set up. And you were talking about how this is a welcome step right ahead of Prime Minister's visit to America. But there was a comment that was made by the foreign minister about identification of what America is claiming is illegals coming in from India. The number is almost at 18,000. What is the Indian government really planning on doing about this identification that the External Affairs Minister has spoken about?
Right. The External Affairs Minister has been talking about it. In fact, the MEA has been of this view that India is going to only extend its complete cooperation when it comes to zeroing in all those illegal immigrants. This was much before Prime Minister's visit to the United States was even discussed upon, or his phone call also went to Donald Trump. It was, in fact, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who had made his third trip of 2024 itself. In fact, it was his third time around when he visited the US in the last 1 year, and he was very warmly welcomed at the inauguration of Donald Trump. So during that time, when he met with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the issue of illegal immigration was also flagged off by the United States, to which India was very vocal in extending its cooperation, in fact saying that if they are illegal immigrants, it is incumbent upon India to in fact have them come back. So now you can expect that process is very much underway as we speak, Griha, which is why that first batch of over 100 illegal immigrants have been deported. They have arrived in Amritsar, and we can expect several more such batches, given that you also highlighted that there are 18,000 of them. So we'll have to see how often these batches are going to now arrive, and what will be the verification process that will be followed. The number one priority or the need of the hour is going to be a check into their credentials, into their backgrounds, to see if they have any criminal antecedents.
Right,
if
absolutely.
they do, what happens next then.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much. for all of that perspective. Let me now, on that note, bring in Major General A.K. Sivach, who is joining us on the broadcast. Major General Sivach, first of all, what do you make of this exercise? US has already begun deportation of Indians who they believe have been undocumented, have been overstaying their welcome in the United States of America, and is also getting ample amount of cooperation from India. Now, this first batch has landed with 205 Indians on board this US military aircraft.
You know, as far as India is concerned, we were very forthright and open that if there are illegal migrants which belong to India and the documents prove that they are Indians, we are ready to take it back. I think it's a step in the right direction, because the point is that India itself is a victim of illegal migrants which have taken place from Bangladesh. So we have sent a very correct message as far as the US is concerned. If there are illegal migrants, which are approximately about 18,000 as it's been now projected out of 1.4 million people which have been identified as illegal migrants, we will take back. And remember that as far as Donald Trump is concerned, it is give and take. You have to also understand that if you have to take something from Donald Trump, Prime Minister Modi will be visiting US on 13th, 14th February. He has got number of things on his plate, especially as far as the defense equipment is concerned, also about the energy sector. So we are very positive as far as illegal migrants is concerned. I think we are sending a very correct message, and also a very right message across the world that illegal migrants is not going to be accepted anywhere now in the world. Even in India, we are going to deport them as and when the time will come. But I suppose as far as India is concerned, the first batch has already landed in Amritsar. They have come by C-17 Glowmaster. That's a US aircraft, US military aircraft. I can only say that India has been very positive. India is there to cooperate with the US. And as far as India-US relation is there, it will go very high in Donald Trump 2.0 basically administration.
Right, Major General Sivach, thank you so much for joining us. Let me take this back to my colleague Akanksha, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Akanksha, I was earlier asking you about this Trump administration's insistence on using C-17s. Why is it that Donald Trump is ready to pay that extra cost? And we are not just talking a few $100s. This is 5 times the cost of what a normal American airlines really will have, if at all you do not use a US military aircraft. Why then have the C-17s been pressed into service?
You know, that's a very interesting question, Griha, because the use of a military aircraft has a broader messaging behind this. This also goes on to talk about how the Pentagon is treating the issue of illegal immigration with utmost seriousness, with utmost gravity, and that this is number one on their agenda as far as the initial few days of Trump 2.0 is concerned. Remember, this is Donald
Absolutely.
Trump's
Akanksha, I'm really
way
sorry.
of
Can I interrupt you for just a bit? We have a guest on the broadcast, Mr. Ashok Sajanar, former diplomat, is with us on the broadcast. Mr. Sajanar, let me ask you that very question that I was in fact discussing with my colleague. Why is America so pressed upon using C-17s for deportation of the illegal immigrants?
You know, basically what I think is it is sending out a message to its domestic constituency with that, because, you know, it wants to show in terms of, you know, the muscular strength, muscular power. We are doing it, and you know that Donald Trump is abiding by his commitment, his promise that he had made to the people that the world's biggest illegal deportation, deportation of illegal migrants, that will take place starting the first day that he comes to power, and that is what he's doing it. It's also a message signaling to the global community that he is serious, he means business, and so the the other countries, they take cognizance, they take note, and fall in with if there are some who are going to object to it, like we had for Colombia or any of the other countries, then they should fall in line.
Mr. Sajanar, in fact, I was reading out this report which, puts out a comparison of the two planes. And it really says that a recent military deportation flight that was sent out to Guatemala, it said likely costed at least $4,675 per migrant, and this is more than 5 times the $853 cost of a one-way first-class ticket on American Airlines. Who's bearing the cost, sir?
Oh, it's the American taxpayer. It's the American economy that is bearing the cost, because even earlier when they used to send the illegals by chartered civilian aircraft, it was basically the Americans who are footing the bill. So it is, and this is, I think, the amount is Donald Trump is willing to pay this extra amount for the show of determination and show of strength that he both domestically as well as internationally.
So in the end, it all boils down to PR, because he did realize that those commercial charters were not as imposing as C-17s, and they were not garnering that kind of attention which he wanted the media and the global media to have as far as the crackdown on illegal immigration is concerned, because eventually that was essentially his key poll plank that got him back into the power in America.
No, absolutely. I think that, and of course the economy, and the economy is not doing well, so what is he going to do with the economy? So on that he has come down very heavily in terms of tariffs on different countries. But of course that is a negotiating ploy, that's a negotiating leverage that he wants to use against countries. We've seen that with Mexico and with Canada, that he wants to get his own way, and then he will sort of go somewhat soft. But that also is the messaging that he is sending. But yes, illegal immigrants, that was on the top of the agenda, and that is where the Democrats had been found severely wanting. So that is why he is making an example of what he's doing.
Absolutely. Ashok Sajanar, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, sir. And with that, let me take this back to my colleague, Akanksha, who continues to be with us. Akanksha, you just heard the former diplomat there who's talking about how all of this is to present that perception that he's fought the elections on, that it is a crackdown on illegal immigration, that Trump is really, really pressed upon, and he's doing exactly that. And that's why possibly the use of the C-17s. And I just spoke about Guatemala, but India becomes the longest route. So this is much more money that US is investing, and in fact, paying through the nose and getting these C-17s into service for illegal immigrants, crackdown, and sending them back to their respective nations.
And perhaps that's why he has the Department of Government Efficiency now with an Elon Musk, so that all that money which the United States so far has been regarding as extra spending can be diverted into causes that he not just campaigned on, not just believed in, but is now fully cracking down on, which is equivalent to now him delivering upon those key campaign promises. But having said that, yes, it's a C-17 military aircraft, as you were highlighting. When you talk about the broader messaging over here, it is the involvement of the Pentagon, of the US military. That is the point that, remember, Donald Trump is trying to make over here, that they are going to make this a national issue, that the issue of illegal immigrants is a national threat to the United States, which is why, if you look at it, he's also deployed additional army troops at the Mexico border soon after he entered the White House. And not just that, it is these army bases which are also being used to house these immigrants as well. So that is the broader messaging. If you look into why an army aircraft has been accompanying these illegal immigrants, yes, the cost of this, as you rightly highlighted, going into thousands and thousands of dollars per illegal immigrant. In fact, that was on the flight of Guatemala. But yes, this is going to only double up in its cost as far as the entire route to India is concerned. But that's the kind of messaging. You already have the border czar over there. As far as Tom Homan is concerned, he's known to be a hawk. He's completely cracking down, much to the dislike of all those Mexicans and these Latin American immigrants who have been staying. Remember that video that was going viral of one of the pop stars as well some days ago, where she was in fact seen crying about this entire deportation that's taking place, to which Tom Homan said that these are illegal migrants and not the legal ones that are being deported, and so there's no point of shedding tears for them. So the United States at the moment is very clear that if you're an illegal immigrant, you have no space in the United States. And the army is very much ensuring that this crackdown happens. And trust me, it's going to get even tougher for the Latin American nations, whether it is Colombia, Brazil, Guatemala, or even Peru.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for that perspective. And on that note, we're shifting our focus. Let's now talk about elections in the national capital and the war of words between Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress specifically. Now, even as Delhi voters vote for Delhi's fate, this political war of words is only continuing. In the latest, we are learning that Congress's Pawan Khera has hit out at Aam Aadmi Party, calling it a dangerous party and quote-unquote a threat to democracy. Mr. Khera has even gone on to say that Congress did not want to ally with the Aam Aadmi Party and agreed on an alliance for the sake of the other allies. Pawan Khera also, however, has said that the India bloc continues to remain intact despite this internal rift between AAP and Congress. Now, Congress's New Delhi constituency candidate Sandeep Dixit has also reached the polling booth to cast his vote with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. That was also an important messaging on part of the senior leadership of the Congress that really wanted to suggest to the Delhi voter that it is not a sidelining of these Delhi netas that the Congress really wants. Now, Sandeep Dixit has expressed concern at the low voter turnout, and he's urged the voters of the national capital to come out and vote for the Congress party.
First of all, I've heard your statements of the Congress party. Suddenly, the love seems to have been over between AAP and the Congress party. You're calling them an enemy of democracy?
Look, why do you call it love? That the other partners of India Alliance wanted us to take Aam Aadmi Party in the alliance, and therefore we agreed, because that's the kind of sense of democracy we have in our hearts. But in the longer run, people like Arvind Kejriwal, parties like Aam Aadmi Party are dangerous for, not just for democracy, are dangerous for the politics of this country, because they have no ideology. They stand for nothing. They stand against nothing.
But isn't there a sense of flip-flop within the Congress's strategy also? You seem to be going soft on him in the beginning, and suddenly towards the end of the campaigning.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I don't know why you think we were soft on them. We were never soft on them. But of course, we have to prepare our own ground in order to fight. We are fighting two parties after all in this city. So obviously, we'll first prepare our ground and then start talking against them.
Okay. And finally, in case whatever be the results, do you think it's going to have an impact on the future of the India bloc? Because in case AAP loses, they are certainly going to be blaming, along with the Trinamool Congress, for example, that the Congress was the one who helped the BJP win.
Let them do that. Why did they contest Gujarat? Why did they contest Haryana? Did anyone question them? Tell me. So why they contested Punjab? They contest every state, and then suddenly this is our state. We've been in power here for 15 years. Mrs.
India bloc will remain intact.
15 years, of course.
India bloc,
of course.
Let me take this across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's with us on the broadcast now. Pallavi, we heard that interview of yours with Mr. Pawan Khera, and he is, leaving no stone unturned to accuse the Aam Aadmi Party of being a threat to democracy. He's standing by that statement, and yet he says that there is no rift within the India bloc. That really stays intact. How does one see these two statements? Because one is contradicting the other.
Absolutely, and this is very, very confusing. I mean, I remember in the times of the West Bengal elections, the Trinamool Congress was miffed with the Congress for having tied up its left. And even though there were clarifications issued and the Congress tried to reach out to a TMC, Mr. Kharge did a press conference and saying that she's not our enemy, we want her to win and her fight against the BJP. The relations between the two have never ever improved. Inside the parliament during a winter session, whenever the Congress would begin protest, the TMC would stay out of it. I foresee a similar situation in Delhi also. In case the Aam Aadmi Party fails to win the elections, and even if it wins with a little less margin, the AAP, the TMC and the Samajwadi Party, who campaign for each other, are bound to blame the Congress Party for getting ambitious and aggressive on the ground. I mean, the words which are now being used by the Congress leaders are very, kind of bitter, are very strong, accusing AAP of being a threat to democracy. And Pawan Khera is saying this on the day when the polling is taking place, so as to ensure that the voters are not confused. They don't think that voting for the Congress party makes no sense at all. This is bound to have an impact on the India bloc after the 8th.
And how much of it will have an impact on the Congress party as Delhi is voting today? Do you see the people in Delhi or the voters in Delhi who probably traditionally voted for the Congress party are still willing to go ahead and associate themselves with the grand old party?
I think it's a very tough call. I agree with you. 2013, when AAP came on the scene and won the elections, the reason it did so is that traditional vote bank of the Congress, the Jhuggi, Jhopris, the middle class, all of them shifted towards the AAP. Now, the Congress has not been able to reclaim that ground largely because of their laziness. There was a substantial amount of infighting. And as a result of which, the Congress got 0 seats both in the Lok Sabha as well as far as the Vidhan Sabha is concerned. Look at this in this way: for 15 long years, the party which was in power, today you have 0 MLAs from that party. Now, even if the Congress party is able to increase their vote percentage by 5 to 6%, that can be seen as a huge success for them, leave alone if they win even 1 or 2 seats. It's very challenging times, but what the Congress's calculation is, just in case the AAP is defeated, it's going to be the return of the traditional vote bank to themselves, and therefore it will become a BJP versus a Congress fight in the national capital, and therefore the Congress at some point of time will come back to power.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much for that. And with that, we're shifting our focus. Let's now talk about how the opposition rule states are all up in arms against UGC proposals that gives chancellors greater powers to pick vice chancellors, saying that it would undermine federalism and higher education sector. This is what is the view of the opposition rule states, when in Karnataka there is a conclave that has been organized, and this is of the state higher education ministers in Bengaluru to discuss the draft UGC regulations. This draft is currently open for public consultation and the grading of institutions based on implementation of the national education policy. The draft guidelines propose sweeping changes to the process of appointing vice chancellors. In fact, ministers for higher education from 7 states, that is Karnataka, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, are participating in this conclave to build consensus against UGC guidelines.
I had moved an adjournment motion in Lok Sabha against the proposals of the UGC, which encroaches into the states' powers and the education system. The BJP, when they formed the government in the center, from that day itself, they have been trying to communalize the education and capture. The RSS is trying to capture it through many kinds of ways. And now UGC has come out with a new plan to control the VCs and other institutions. And we are in Tamil Nadu, and Telangana chief ministers has wrote against that to the education minister and the prime minister. The education minister must answer to the queries which we wanted to ask.
My colleague Sudat Bhardwaj is with us on the broadcast. So that, while this UGC regulation is out for the public to really weigh in on, as far as this particular conclave is concerned, how much of the politics really is looking at getting the people involved? Or are they only choosing to probably fight it out amongst themselves? Because there has been a usual case, this fight between the governor and government whenever there is a non-BJP rule state. Same goes whether it is about the appointment of vice chancellors and whether that amount of greater power needs to be given to the governor. What is it that you're learning from this conclave?
Well, this is largely a conclave to build consensus against the center. They are very unhappy with the UGC regulations, this time, or the draft regulations. They believe this is infringing upon their rights, the state's rights, to control and run the state-run universities. And they're also unhappy with the fact that the governor has a role in appointing the vice chancellors, and that they do not have any role at all. So, and they're also unhappy with the fact that how vice chancellors will be picked, and there are specific criteria that are present that they may not be academicians at all. They could be experts in other industries. So these are the new conditions. These are the new conditions in the draft regulations. So that's why many non-BJP rule states have expressed clear displeasure with the latest UGC guidelines. While yes, they have taken into consideration some of the experts' views, this is largely seen as a conclave that makes sure that all the states that are against the UGC regulations are on the same page and essentially go as one against the center to ensure there are any changes in the regulations. They hope to, move the center and hope that any of these contentious changes are made as soon as possible. So this is largely seen as such an exercise. We are yet to hear exactly what has happened. We are likely to see, in fact, we are expected to hear a press conference from Higher Education Minister Sudhakar later in the day, and the other ministers too, to see what exactly is the outcome of the conclave today and what are the resolutions that have been taken.
Absolutely. So that do stay on with us. Let's listen into Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan on what does he have to say about the draft UGC guidelines, and of course, if at all he is weighing in on this conclave as well.
Certain regulation has proposed. It's a draft regulation proposed by UGC. Everybody has right to put their views, and I am happy certain states are giving their opinion. UGC, I think I've inquired with UGC. UGC will look into all the things and come out with a final draft. But my dear friend John Brittas, he has cited some example. In states, I'm not taking any state's name, but through you only, I would like to apprise this August House. Few states chosen vice chancellor to whom their personal aide's wife, their personal assistant, chairs are. All these things should go on. क्या यही राज्य पैसा देता है इसीलिए आप वाइस चांसलर की जगह पे अपनी निजी सहायक की पत्नी को बिठा दोगे?
Now let's take a look at this anti-UGC draft conclave. What is it that this conclave is looking at achieving? The first objective is to challenge the attempt to centralize the vice chancellor appointment process. That is the claim of all these non-BJP ruled states. Then they also go on to claim how this is an attempt to safeguard the federal structure of the country and also build alliance with non-BJP ruled states against this particular draft of the UGC. They also would like to examine the potential adverse effects of the regulations and discuss and propose alternatives to draft regulations of the UGC. They also further go on to discuss the autonomy of state universities and how that is being undermined as per their accusations, and that's why this conclave. My colleague Sudat continues to be with us on the broadcast. Sudat, just noted out certain objectives that this conclave is planning on achieving. As far as the people who are attending or the stakeholders from the various states, are they state chief ministers in attendance? Who all really are part of the conclave?
Well, there are higher education ministers from Kerala, from Tamil Nadu, from Jharkhand, from Telangana, and several other states. Mostly all the 7 non-BJP ruled states, including Karnataka. So there are top officials from each of these states, top education officials and ministers are present in the meeting. And you can already see that, Tamil Nadu and Kerala have actually already passed a resolution against the UGC guidelines in the assemblies. So this is largely, once again, an exercise to build consensus, be on the same page against the UGC regulations. Perhaps they could all discuss what all objections that they have, what they're okay with the UGC guidelines. Because, remember when MC Sudhakar recently talked to CNBC Awaaz, he mentioned that they had no objections with the previous UGC regulations, but the latest one clearly infringe upon the state's rights. In fact, we believe that this is an assault on the federal structure and how the states should actually run their state-run universities. So, yes, several ministers, all the top, higher education ministers and the officials from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Jharkhand, Telangana, and the like, Himachal Pradesh, all of them have come here for the conclave. So again, we have to see what the outcome of this conclave will be, whether they will send a solid list of objections that they have, and what action the center or the UGC will take. That is something we have to do.
Right. Sudha, thank you so much for that information. And we are right now shifting our focus. We're getting some breaking news on the broadcast. Let's take a look at that. We're learning that ChatGPT chief Sam Altman has met with Union IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. And soon after that meeting, Altman said that India is now the second largest market for OpenAI, with the company having tripled its user base in the country over the past year. That's a very important statement that is being made by OpenAI chief Sam Altman. And he has in fact said that India has become one of the leading markets, in fact the second largest markets, where OpenAI and its user base really has tripled, and that is just happened in this last 1 year. A very, very constructive piece of news that was coming in, and something that will be a major boost for India and its association with AI and the AI market, like was also talked about by the Union Finance Minister in her budget address. And now with OpenAI chief Sam Altman really saying exactly the same, this is a huge boost for the country. Let me take this across to my colleague Payal Mehta, who's joining us on the broadcast. Payal, an important meeting with the IT Minister, Mr. Vaishnav, OpenAI chief really vouching for India, claiming how it's raring to go.
Well, absolutely. You've seen the announcement that was made by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman allocating funds worth 5,000 crores, for the development of infrastructure and promoting of AI in India. And in a few days from now, the Prime Minister himself will be participating in the global conference which takes place in Paris to do with artificial intelligence and its use. And the Prime Minister Griha yesterday coined an interesting term that, aspirational India stands for AI for him as much as artificial intelligence really does as well. So Mr. Altman's meeting with Ashwini Vaishnav is extremely significant. We are also given to understand that probably later in the day he could also be meeting with Prime Minister Virendra Modi in the national capital as well. The government of the day has said that any form of intelligence, whether it's artificial intelligence or otherwise, is going to be extremely welcome in a country like India. And also at the same time, the government feels that there are multiple facets to this use of technology, and probably it should be going in the right direction, because AI and deepfakes have also been concerns for many countries, including India in the past as well. So obviously, India is ready to open its arms to the world to come and invest in India, to come and make in India, and to probably to come and innovate in India. That's something which the Prime Minister and the and the Minister for Information and Technology have time and again said at multiple global platforms as well.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for that perspective. Let's in fact listen into that conversation that the OpenAI chief Sam Altman had with the IT Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav.
Sent a mission to the moon at a fraction of the cost that many other countries did, right? Why can't we do a model which will be a fraction of the cost that many other countries do? So yes, innovation will bring that cost down. Within the applications in healthcare, in education, in agriculture, in weather forecasting, in disaster management, in transportation, multiple different things we are working. And I request the entire startup community to come up with very unique solutions, and we'll be open. We are very soon starting a kind of open competition for it, open empanelment competition kind of thing. So that will be huge. So many problems can be solved, and why don't we use this latest technology that we have for solving these problems, right? You guys are good with that? Yeah. We'd love to do. Our country.
Remember, this is a huge impetus for the country, something that the finance minister also spoke about, on how the budget this year is going to lay a lot of emphasis on AI and education, which is to do with artificial intelligence. And now with the OpenAI chief, Mr. Altman, really lauding India for the progress that it's made as far as AI is concerned. This is a huge feather in the cap. And the Union IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, was really gung-ho about that conversation with Mr. Altman, while he said that India has now tripled its user base as far as OpenAI is concerned in just this last 1 year. So with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the broadcast. Stay tuned for more.
Whenever I had from you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because anytime now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped
Yes,
the
totally.
intensity.
And
this
I would...
entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
But you're absolutely right, Anand, and a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitwa. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote, and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in a mood for change.
Sir, what are the issues that are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me. And this is a very interesting picture, because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, a New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly. But I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dixit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dixit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together. And, after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether, you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting their votes, I think it kind of answers your question that the Congress party has decided to up its ante, and the Congress and Rahul Gandhi have also decided that this really has to be the big fight, and the gloves needs to be off. I mean, the Aam Aadmi Party can never ever be a friend of the Congress, because the genesis and the growth of the AAP has been at the cost of the Congress.
So Rahul Gandhi goes in, he's cast his ballot, he's gone with Sandeep Dixit. Zaka, that's interesting.
You know, we were expecting him to come with Sonia Gandhi because they are voting in the same booth. Priyanka Gandhi votes in a different booth. But interestingly, he's come with Sandeep Dixit. And Sandeep Dixit is putting up a fight in the New Delhi constituency. It is a triangular fight, no doubt about it, between Parvesh Verma of the BJP. That's where the former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is fighting from. He really shot to fame in 2013, the first election that he won, by trouncing Sheila Dixit, who was the incumbent Chief Minister at that time. He was considered the giant killer. This time around, it is truly a triangular fight. Like I said, Sandeep Dixit may not win, but can he take away enough votes from Arvind Kejriwal, from the Aam Aadmi Party, that might make this contest much tighter? I think the last time around, Kejriwal won by about 25,000-30,000 votes. This time, the margin might actually come down.
67% of the voters are the middle class. Now, what is the middle class thinking, especially after the developments over the last 4 or 5 days? What are the voter of Delhi thinking? Is Delhi coming out to vote in large numbers? We're just about 20 minutes now past 8 o'clock. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll get you more reporters and, of course, Zaka on the wall, magic wall with us. Stay with us on this continuous coverage as Delhi goes to the ballot here at CNN News.
Very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swarup. Let's dive into this segment with some breaking inputs. In fact, coming in with regards to the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, which has now taken a firm step towards implementing the decision made by its governing body on 18th of November 2024. It is now that the board is prioritizing the sanctity of the Sri Venkateshwara temple, which has initiated its first action against non-Hindu employees. This is the breaking input that we're bringing to you. In fact, remember, it was in November last year that was decided, that the board had decided that non-practicing Hindus or non-Hindu employees will in fact be removed from the board. Let's quickly go across to PV Ramana, who brings us more inputs on that news story. Ramana, what is the latest that you're learning in terms of this decision that has been taken? How many employees are being transferred or removed from the board?
Yeah, Akanksha, as of now, Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam decided to almost remove 18 employees who is working in the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam temple and temple its other associations of the temple. So actually, the decision was taken. Who is working in the who belongs to different castes other than the Hindu. So these people are the temple authorities issued a memo with their names, who is the 18 people, and the temple authorities decided not to allot any kind of duties to them. As of now, it's not a removal kind of a memo, but further they will not perform any duties. So next month they are going to constitute a committee how to deal with these 18 people. Along with these 18 people, another 31 people are there who identified as a non-Hindus in the temple. So accordingly, they are going to take a decision. The committee will take a decision if they wanted to remove or they wanted to transfer to any other government agencies, and if at all, if there is any other duties other than the temple duties. So they have to take a decision on that. Accordingly, they will move forward. So actually, the temple authorities taken a decision on the November 18th of 2024. The decision was pending till now. So now it's a high time for them to preserve the sanctity of the temple, so that the new governing body take a decision to remove or to transfer these 18 people from the temple itself. So actually,
right.
The thing is that
but Ramana, many would want to also know that what happens to these employees. You know, these employees and their families can also turn around and say that it was not, upon our insistence that we were employed here, and what happens to their bread and butter.
Yeah, as you said, it's a very valid thing because they have to survive and their bread and butter is very important for them, as you said. So actually, they wanted to, as of now, the temple authorities decided not to allot any duties which is related to the temple or temple allied organizations which is having in the Tirumala. So they wanted to transfer. Actually, this committee next month, which is going to be constituted, that committee will take a decision whether they have to transfer to any other department or any other government departments, whatever the thing. They wanted to provide. They will provide some other duties to them, but they will not directly remove them, but they will allot some other duties to them. And people who are very close to the retirement age,
the authority is asking them to take a voluntary retirement so that they will get the benefits, so accordingly they can retire from their services. And who is having a more service? They will be deployed in other sectors, in other organizations of the government, in other organizations of the temple. Accordingly, they will take a decision that directly they are not going to remove them. This is a primary decision of the temple authorities. Further, they will act accordingly on the report of the committee, which is going to be launched next month.
All right, stay with me, Ramana. In fact, I'm also joined in by Payal Mehta on the phone line. Payal, tell us such kind of a decision. How pivotal is this for the Hindu faith and sanctity?
Well, it's very, very important given the fact that Tirupati Devasthanam board came under a lot of controversy recently in the wake of what happened with the Tirupati laddus, that were distributed by the contracts given by the last government. Also, the fact that Jagan Mohan Reddy's uncle was also the TTD board chairperson. There was a lot of controversy back then also about, certain promotions being made on TTD board tickets, displaying Christian, sort of symbols as well. So something that the government of the day is extremely careful about. It's a matter of great importance that the TTD board is one of the richest boards of the country. And more than anything else, it's a very, very pious place where crores and crores of devotees turn up for the whole year. And that's something which the state government of Andhra Pradesh wants to be extremely careful in terms of government. You do not want to, have anything which is going to create any sort of a furor or controversy of this sort coming up, at least as of now.
All right, let me quickly go back to Ramana as well. Ramana, first of all, when the 1989 Endowment Act refers to how the TTD must be in fact comprising of employees of Hindu custom, why was there a violation in the first place?
Yeah, actually, as you said, Tirumala is a very precious temple and it completely belongs to the Hindus itself. So, primarily there is a temple act that says that the people who is working in the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, they should be Hindus, because they have to preserve the sanctity of, they have to respect the Hindu tradition and the custom. That was the main aim behind that. So accordingly, they are making the recruitment process, whatever the things is happening in the temple, according to that law only. Somehow, some people came across, and some people providing their wrong identity, wrong caste certificates and all. They got the jobs in the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. Earlier, some of the Hindu organizations made some sting operations while they are going to while they are going to the churches and all.
All right.
So they captured that visuals, and accordingly.
Raman, I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, I'm also joined in by Harish, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Harish, first of all, what will be the consequences of such a decision in terms of the employed? B, what, is this a decision which can also now be challenged in the court?
Well, definitely, this is a decision that the employees can challenge in the court. And there are two options right now before the government. One, to give them VRS. Will the employees be willing to take it? Especially if they are still young, then will they be okay with the VRS? Second, the government has the option of transferring them back to a different department. Then they perhaps can avoid legal complications. These are two options before the government. Which one would they choose? Also depends, would they have different yardsticks for all these people who've been removed? Would they treat it on a case-by-case basis? That's something that has to be seen. Also remember, although this notification says that they have found that these people were indulging in non-Hindu practices, how will they go ahead and prove it in court? Because if you're making that as the base for removal of these people, and if any of them lands in court, the board needs to have solid evidence to prove that there was enough ground and evidence to remove these people. Perhaps the TTD would have, in a way, anticipated this before going ahead and putting out this notification and taking action against all these people, especially when you're making a serious charge saying that they were indulging in non-Hindu practices. Would just few videos done in a sting operation be enough? Will the court look at it in a positive manner? That's something that the TTD will have to face in the coming days.
All right, Harish, stay with me. In fact, I'm joined in by Ravula Sridhar Reddy of the BRS. How do you assess this entire decision? Do you think removing non-Hindu employees is justified?
Yeah, there are rules actually to be followed by the TTD. It is not just somebody who would have taken the personal decision, because any activity that is not related to Hinduism is not allowed on the shrine of Kumbh. And for a long time, there were allegations that there were certain practices, allegations. I'm saying at times, there were serious allegations, few were proved or not proved and all that. But however, it is linked to the crores of the devotees of Lord Balaji, Lord Venkateshwara, and their sentiments. So if the TTD would have taken a decision in that line to protect, rather to honor the sentiments of the crores of devotees of Lord Venkateshwara, I think it should be welcomed. It should not be politicized first. See, there is a code of conduct, there is a set of rules and regulations for TTD to follow, how the Agama Shastra has to be observed in various activities and all that. So definitely one need to respect it. If anything against, rather violating the code of conduct there, definitely the TTD and the government of Andhra Pradesh must take a decision on that, and that should not be politicized. That's what I can tell you.
But Mr. Reddy, the 1989 Endowment Act in itself that prohibited non-Hindus from becoming part of the board or become, employees at the TTD. Having said that, why did such a violation even take place?
See, I think for somebody who is not a Hindu, to the best of my knowledge, they have to give a declaration before visiting the Lord. But for the employees and all that, I think there must be some rules. And if that's what I'm trying to say. It is up to the TTD and the government there. If anything it is against the code of conduct which must be observed there, they can take a decision. And if we look everything in the political angle, nothing can be run. The governments cannot run any system properly.
All
so
right.
One needs to, respect the sentiments of crores of devotees.
All right, many thanks to you, Mr. Reddy, for joining in. I quickly go back to Ramana and Harish, who continues to staying with us. Harish, important to highlight, this is not the first time that such a decision has been taken. The courts and the law, what have they been saying so far? Take our viewers through the past court hearings as well with regards to this matter.
Well, remember, as you rightly mentioned, this is not the first time that TTD is taking action of this nature. But when this sort of action has been taken, this gets challenged in the court. There are 2-3 aspects that the TTD will have to look at, or the courts will look at, in fact, on whether the fundamental rights of these people have been in any way violated. Second, when the TTD talks about having enough evidence, what is it that they are saying? They're saying that the investigation or their own investigation has brought out these details, who carried out, what is it that they base their decision on. Second, the third and the most important factor is where these employees given an option to respond to the TTD, where they served notices, did they respond to the kind of findings that the TTD believes or claims it has, and were they given a fair hearing? Because these are basic principles of law that any of these employees will now go to court and say that that has been violated, that hasn't been followed by the TTD, because that's something that these employees have an option now. Will they exercise, or would they not want to take on the TTD, and then the government, would they rather prefer a transfer? That's something that we'll have to see in the coming few weeks.
All right, stay with me, Harish and Ramana, because we also have a reaction coming in. Let's listen in to what Bhanu Prakash Reddy, who's the TTD board member and also a BJP leader, what he has to say. Let's listen.
TTD में अभी ज़्यादा लोग ऑन पेपर हिंदू से, लेकिन प्रैक्टिसिंग क्रिश्चियनिटी है। ऐसा नहीं चलते हमारा TTD में। फर्स्ट बोर्ड मीटिंग में हम एक रेजोल्यूशन ले लिया और TTD चेयरमैन सभी मेंबर्स में, who are practicing non-Hindu in TTD institution, they must quit from TTD. ऐसा एक resolution हम ले थे TTD board meeting में. अभी yesterday we identified 18 members. उसमें 2 नाम विजय भास्कर और रेणु दीक्षित, और they are practicing Hindu religion, but unfortunately वो दो नाम कैसा है तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं। हम ईओक से भी रिक्वेस्ट किया वो 2 नाम डिलीट करने के लिए, क्योंकि विजिलेंस इंक्वायरी में पूरा एक सेंसिटिव इशू है ना, इसीलिए पूरा इंक्वायरी करने के बाद मेमो और चार्ज देना पड़ता है, शोकास नोटिस। हम ईओ से भी बोल दिया। अभी मेरी खिलाफ से और 500 लोग ज्यादा अभी टीटीडी में अनियमितता से काम करने वाले, और सबको हम इधर से टीटीडी से बाहर करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं।
All right, so that is one of the TTD board members, in fact, responding to the decision. Let's quickly go back to our correspondents. Ramana, if I could come to you, important to take us through all those moments when, you know, this has courted controversy. Remember, there was a video which went viral back in the year 2017 when one of the members of the TTD was, in fact, even spotted visiting a church. So having said that, in 2007, we know that the existing law was also amended. Take us through all, you know, the entire timeline of how every time the TTD and the non-Hindu employees being part of the TTD have in fact courted controversy.
So there is a certain rules and regulations for the TTD employees and TTD board. Accordingly, they have to follow, and there is a main rule is that they have to everyone the persons who is working for the TTD, they must be Hindu only. So accordingly, they have caught by the on the in cameras by the some of the Hindu organizations who was going churches and who was going other places other than the temples and all. So they caught red-handedly, and the videos were submitted to the
Ramana, I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, I'm joined in by Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP on the phone line as well. Krishna Sagar Rao, what is the guarantee that this time around all of these non-Hindu employees will be removed from the board or transferred? Because remember, this has been a bone of contention for quite some time now.
See, the decision by TTD, the new chairman, Mr. Naidu, to ensure that the non-Hindu employees are removed is a good decision, and Bharatiya Janata Party welcomes it. And it has been a demand for a long time that the non-Hindu employees are not working in the TTD, as this is a very pious location for many, I mean, for millions of devotees. So it is essential that this order is enforced, and very soon, I suppose, it will be enforced, because Chandrababu Naidu right now is the chief minister of the state, and he has actually promised to the people that he will ensure that the TTD, despite being an autonomous board, will function in the larger interests of the Hindu devotees.
How do you respond to criticism that this will also be taking away the bread and butter of the existing employees who are non-Hindus but had been part of the board or were serving the board even before that amendment was made back in the year 2007?
See, we have always been proposing that the employees can be shifted out to other places, because TTD has many institutions which the TTD funds, and it necessarily need not be the Tirumala, which is the deity's main place, which is the sanctorium and the temple. So apart from the temple, these individuals can be placed in some other positions. So they don't need to lose jobs as such, but it is better not to have them around in the Hindu worshipping place, because there have been a lot of accusations that the religious issues were cropping up, because some people were actually trying to convert using their positions in the TTD.
But how was that even being allowed, Mr. Rao? I want to ask you this, that despite the amendment being made to the Endowment Act in 2007, how was such an activity then even permitted when the Act, in fact, clearly spelled out that no non-Hindu employee will be welcomed at the TTD?
See, there were many other, I mean, if you know that this is only the third government of Andhra Pradesh. The first government of Chandrababu Naidu, he should have actually implemented when he came in. But I suppose the act came in only towards the tapering end of his term. But Jagan Mohan Reddy obviously did not do anything about this particular act. So that is why it continued. Now, he should have done it, but now Chandrababu is back, so he has to do it. There is no other way.
Many thanks to you, Krishna Sagar Rao, for joining in on CNN News 18 with your insights. And with that, I'd like to thank you and, of course, even Ramana. Harish, going to request you to continue staying with us because our next breaking story will require your inputs. We are learning Vijay Mallya has now approached the Karnataka High Court seeking a direction to banks to provide a statement of accounts for the amounts owed by him and United Breweries Holdings Limited. This is the breaking input that we're bringing to you as Vijay Mallya approaches the High Court in Karnataka. Harish continues to stay with us. Harish, share with us the details and what is it that Vijay Mallya is hoping to achieve from this.
Well, two things here. One, Vijay Mallya's counsel is asking the Karnataka High Court to instruct the banks to give a statement of account on what has been recovered. Remember, there's a recovery process that's been on for the last several years. So how much has been recovered? Because there are different numbers being quoted. They're saying a little over 6,000 crores is what Vijay Mallya owed to these banks. So how much has been recovered in the liquidation process of the UB group and others? That's something that they're asking, because they're saying that there are multiple numbers being given and the recovery process hasn't concluded yet. It's still going on. And his advocate claims that more than what the banks claim is due to them has been recovered and the process hasn't been completed. They're hinting at different numbers, one given by the banks, the other given by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the floor of the House recently in Parliament. And they're asking, so eventually how much has been recovered by these banks and why is this liquidation and recovery process not concluded by the banks? That's something that Vijay Mallya's counsel is asking the Karnataka High Court to give instruct these banks to give a statement of account.
Many thanks to you, Harish, for bringing us all those extensive inputs. And with that, let's now shift focus over to the national capital. Delhi has registered a total voter turnout of 33.31%, this till 1 p.m. today. Top leaders across party lines have cast their votes. Leaders like Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, Sisodia from the Aam Aadmi Party all have cast their vote. Now, from Congress, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were accompanied by New Delhi candidate Sandeep Dixit. From BJP, Union Ministers Dr. S. Jaishankar and Hardeep Singh Puri, Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva, BJP candidate from New Delhi seat Parvesh Verma have also cast their ballots. Stakes remain high as three parties now clash for the 70 seats. Babarpur has registered the highest voter turnout of 31.3% so far. Even on voting day, both Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party have launched scathing attacks at each other, with AAP slamming BJP for hooliganism and BJP raining fire at AAP for corruption and a lot more. The AAP, led by Arvind Kejriwal, banking on its welfare schemes and governance, is seeking a third consecutive term, while the Bharatiya Janata Party aims to reclaim power after more than 2 decades. Will it break its 27-year-old jinx? That is yet to be seen. Perhaps it will even get clearer on 8th of February. Now, the Congress, on the other hand, is striving for its survival and hopes to regain its lost ground. We bring you some political voices.
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
दिल्ली की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएगी, गंदे पानी पर वोट करेगी, सीवेज की समस्या पे वोट करेगी, टूटी हुई सड़कों पे वोट करेगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल के भ्रष्टाचार पे वोट करेगी। आज का दिन हमारी जीत का दिन होगा और ये परिणाम दिल्ली की दिशा तय करेगा।
निश्चित रूप से हमें जनता पे भरोसा है, हमें दिल्ली के लोगों पे भरोसा है। अब आपदा जाएगी, भाजपा आएगी।
मैं दिल्ली के सभी लोगों से भी विनती करना चाहूंगा कि सब लोग वोट डालने के लिए निकलें, अपने अपने वोट का अधिकार इस्तेमाल करें। अच्छे स्कूल बनाने के लिए, अच्छे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाने के लिए, अच्छा इलाज के लिए, अस्पतालों के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए वोट डालें सब लोग।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस धर्म युद्ध में कालिका माई का आशीर्वाद सच्चाई के साथ, सत्य के साथ, काम के साथ रहेगा और दिल्ली के लोग भी इस धर्म युद्ध में काम को, सच्चाई को, अच्छाई को अपना वोट जरूर देंगे।
दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
I just like people to come out and vote because
I hope
It's
so.
only 6.5% in New Delhi.
Yes, so I hope people come out and vote.
मुझे लग रहा है दिल्ली की 1 करोड़ 55 लाख मतदाता उत्साहित है बिकॉज मुझे पूरा विश्वास है वो बदलाव चाहते हैं, विकास चाहते हैं। अब दो ही शब्द है, बदलाव और विकास। अब इस बदलाव को होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता है।
मैं सभी मतदाताओं से अनुरोध करूंगा कि बाहर निकलें और आकर के वोट दें। ये हमारे लोकतांत्रिक धर्म हमारा है और उस लोकतांत्रिक धर्म का पालन करें।
All right, but remember, even voting day in the national capital has been marred in controversies. What are they? Let's take you through them. An FIR has been registered against Amanatullah Khan for allegedly violating the moral code of conduct. But that's not all. In more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, an FIR was also registered against AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal. This over his poisonous Yamuna remark. The AAP MLA Dinesh Mohania was also booked by the police after a woman alleged sexual harassment. And in the last 24 hours itself, 12 lakh cash has been seized, and an alleged link to the Delhi Chief Minister's office is currently under probe. The Aam Aadmi Party candidate Saurabh Bharadwaj has alleged that police officials are blocking voters from casting their votes in Chirag, Delhi. Now, women voters in Seelampur have claimed that their votes were already registered when they reached the booth, and somebody had perhaps already cast the vote on their names. And with that, we have some breaking inputs, in fact, coming in. We're learning that the district election office in the New Delhi district, some incidents regarding relievers now not being allowed inside the polling booths were reported by political parties. This is the breaking inputs that's coming in as far as the district election office is concerned. They've shared this information. However, on-ground verification now reveals that polling agents inside were unwilling to come out, which prevented their relievers from being accommodated as well. Now, sector officers and presiding officers have been sensitized to ensure the smooth relieving of the polling agents. Let's quickly go across to Pallavi, who will share more details with us. Pallavi, what exactly happened, and those polling agents who were inside, why did they refuse to step out?
See, basically, this is the Election Commission's clarification coming in on the basis of a soundbite which was given by the AAP MP from Rajya Sabha, Raghav Chadha, where essentially what he's talking about is that they are given the status of polling agents, but they're not being allowing our reliever to go inside, which is the AAP relievers who also go in to monitor the entire process. According to Raghav Chadha's claim, they were not being allowed to go inside. That clarification, of course, has come in from the Election Commission that this was just a case of technicality where they were inside, the agents were not coming out, and therefore the new relievers were not able to go in, and the matter has now been sorted out. I think the point over here also, Akanksha, is that step-by-step constant clarifications coming in from the Election Commission, because accusations are flying thick and fast, especially coming in from the AAP and also some from the BJP. But AAP consistently has maintained the line that whether it's the Delhi police, whether it's the Election Commission, and whether it's the agents on the ground in the polling booths, they are all working towards helping the BJP and is working against AAP, and all of that has been scotched categorically, periodically, and pretty frequently, I would say, from those clarifications coming in from the EC.
Oh, absolutely. We'll have to see if the remaining 3 hours, or rather less than 3 hours that are left, how do they in fact go on, and how in fact the polling in fact closes. Going to request you, Pallavi, to continue staying with us. Let's also get our viewers a ground report by Arunima and Aman. Remember, they have been in fact shuttling all across the national capital, which is currently casting their ballot. Let's have a quick look.
Very few voter turnout, and people like the gentleman have come and vote, even on the wheelchair, but very sadly, very few voters inside. The line is almost non-existent. Sir, would you appeal to people to come out and vote in larger numbers?
That's right. They should come and exercise their right to vote. They should decide which government they want, whether they want BJP to form the government or they want Kejriwal to continue. Congress has virtually withdrawn from the contest. So these are the two parties in the fray. And people should come and decide which party they want to rule the state assembly and do something for them. Kejriwal has promised to clean Jamuna and to tackle the problem of of pollution. Let him come and do it. BJP has also made promises. We want a party which should deliver on the promises. Delhi is suffering from pollution, very high level of pollution, for a long time. The water of Yamuna is undrinkable. So we want somebody to clean up and take care of the hygiene of the city and also the health of the people of Delhi.
So would you appeal more people to come out? There are very few people inside, sir.
That's right. Unless they come out, how will they decide which party should rule the state assembly?
यंग फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स, आप लोग पहली बार दिल्ली में वोट दे रहे हैं? हाँ? तो ये हाथ में पौधा लिया हुआ है, ये किसने दिया है?
ये अंदर मिला है, इलेक्शन कमीशन से मिला हुआ है, क्योंकि दिल्ली में पॉल्यूशन की वजह से उनका एक चला होगा मुहिम के पेड़ लगाओ, दिल्ली बचाओ।
तो क्या दिल्ली, मतलब जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स है वो प्रदूषण को इशू बनाकर वोट दे रहे हैं? क्या पोल्यूशन एक इशू है?
नहीं, पोल्यूशन हटाना है।
पोल्यूशन हटाना है। तो जो भी कैंडिडेट पोल्यूशन के लिए कुछ करने का आश्वासन दे रही है, आपका वोट उसी को जाएगा।
यस।
What else are the issues for the young voters of Delhi? आप भी पहली बार वोट देकर आ रहे हैं, मैं देख रही हूँ आपके हाथ में भी पौधा है। क्या इशू है यंग वोटर्स का?
एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एजुकेशन।
आप क्या करते हैं?
कॉलेज
में। तो आपको सरकारी नौकरी की उम्मीद है या प्राइवेट सेक्टर में आप गवर्नमेंट से एक्सपेक्टेशन रख रहे हैं?
दोनों में ही है, दोनों को ही, मतलब किसी में जहाँ दोनों फॉर्म भरते रहते हैं, मतलब एजुकेशन के लिए वे ऑफ से कि उसमें मतलब सरकारी में ही भरते हैं। और क्या कहते हैं, जिस
हम कर रहे हैं उससे आपसे सैलरीज वगैरह मतलब इतना मिलता नहीं है।
अच्छा, तो सबसे बड़ा इशू आप लोगों के लिए एजुकेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट का है। और जो फ्रीबी कल्चर जो शुरू हुआ है उसके बारे में क्या ओपिनियन है? हर पार्टी फ्री में पैसे देने की बात कर रही है।
तो क्या कोई देता, सब पैसा टैक्स हम भरते हैं, वो हमारा ही पैसा है।
वो तो
All right, we're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this one coming in from the Finance Ministry, which has asked its employees to avoid using AI tools, including ChatGPT and DeepSeek for official purposes. They've cited risks posed to confidentiality of government documents and data. An internal department advisory is now being issued as well. This is the latest a word of caution coming in from the Finance Ministry with regards to AI tools such as ChatGPT and DeepSeek. This is the word of caution coming in fact, from the Finance Ministry. And we're also learning that the Finance Ministry has now cautioned that this is also posing a threat, citing risks to confidentiality of the government documents and data as well. Let's quickly go across to Pallavi, who will put this into perspective for us. Pallavi, why are these AI tools going to be prohibited? A, B, what kind of a threat are they now posing to government data?
So we saw, Akanksha, a lot of controversy which broke out over the DeepSeek issue. There have been concerns over AI and ChatGPT as well. Now, this notification was issued on 29th of January, and you know the Finance Ministry had some super confidential documents, and they do not want any of these documents to be leaked out or information to go out in a public space and into a dark world of the internet. And that is why all employees have been asked not to use ChatGPT or DeepSeek, anyone on their official computers or laptops, so that the pilferage possibility is completely ruled out. Akanksha, not just this, we are also being told the possibility of a similar kind of a guideline and a notification to be issued to other ministries, especially the sensitive ones, is also likely to be sent out. For example, the External Affairs Ministry or the Defense Ministry as well.
Also, the timing is very interesting because remember, it was last week itself that Mr. Vaishnav also had announced that India plans to come up with its own AI tool.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is also the time when the AI chief, Sam Altman, is also right over here. He's met with the IT minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, as well. Possibility of a later meeting with the prime minister also cannot be ruled out. See, the prime minister and the government have made it very clear, Akanksha, and all of us know it. This is a realm, this is a AI or chat GPT is a reality which none of us can be escaping from. And that is why India wants to be very much a part of this race and a part of this game, but with keeping all the protections intact. And periodically, these kind of riders, these kind of precautionary measures are often announced by many ministries. And that is also where Ashwini Vaishnav talked about India or indigenous alternative to be coming up. But for now, for the ministry itself to issue this kind of a notification becomes significant, because it also shows that our ministries, especially those which work in sensitive documents, are trying to make it sure that there is no threat to the information that they have. It doesn't get leaked out in the wrong hands. But at the same time, India wants to work well as far as this reality of AI, chat GPT is concerned.
Well, absolutely. That too at a time when especially DeepSeek is going through global scrutiny, where in fact it's already been banned in Italy and is currently under investigation by the Dutch as well. Many thanks to you, Pallavi, for sharing those extensive inputs. Now, a United States military flight carrying 205 illegal Indian immigrants has already landed in Amritsar. These immigrants reportedly belong to Haryana, Gujarat, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, and even Chandigarh. The deportees include women and minors. The deportation flight has already carried migrants that are deemed illegal to Guatemala, Peru, and Honduras. This comes as part of the US President Donald Trump's campaign pitch of sending back illegal aliens from the United States. The Trump administration has sought the US military's help to assist his immigration agenda by sending additional troops to the US-Mexico border, using military aircraft to deport migrants and opening military bases to house them. This deportation is the first since the return of US President Donald Trump to the White House, even though other deportation exercises were also carried out under the Biden administration between the year 2023 and 2024. It also comes a few days ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States. All right, and staying with the story, we have some more breaking inputs coming in. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive. The first batch of illegal immigrants plane has landed from the United States at Amritsar. The Punjab Police and the Intelligence Bureau are currently conducting a joint examination, is what we are learning. This is to look into the credentials and the background of all those who have been deported. These are exclusive inputs being shared by Network 18's Mr. Manoj Gupta. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant Mishra, who's joining me on the phone line. Siddhant, as we've been discussing earlier as well, that the verification and a background check is the need of the hour now that these illegal immigrants have been deported.
Well, that's right. Background check is the basic, perhaps part of a protocol that if Indian citizens returning back to India and being deported by US, perhaps it's the responsibility of Indian law enforcement agencies, intelligence wing of the Indian government to do the background check of each and every individual. Because there was a list which was shared by US to India. India has identified these 205 individuals as Indian citizens, and therefore they have been sent back. So whether they are the same people which those who were mentioned in the list which was given to the Indian side, that is the one reason to do the background check. The other is, I have been told that whether in this flight or maybe a flight which are expected in days to come, there could be people with the criminal antecedents. So those individuals will be handed over to the state police forces. Rest all will be free to go to their native places.
Many thanks to you, Siddhant, for bringing us all those inputs. In fact, let's quickly now cut across to Bengal Global Business Summit, where the chairperson of RIL Industries, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, is currently addressing. Let's listen.
Bengal and beyond, where a mother's love is considered sacred and divine. Empathy for the common people is the guiding principle on all your policies and welfare schemes. This is most striking, seen in your initiatives for the education of the girl child, women's empowerment, and poverty alleviation. All of India needs this kind of inclusive and sustainable model of development so that no Indian is left behind and no region in India is left behind. Thank you for your leadership, Mamta Didi. Esteemed friends, in today's fast-changing world, India has become a beacon of growth and hope. Within this fast-changing India, Bengal has become a source of growth and hope. Therefore, it is the best time for investing in Bengal as we are marching towards leadership based on technology and the power of our youth. Bengal's strategic location and fast improving physical infrastructure gives the state an enviable edge. But the biggest asset of Bengal is its people. Over 100 million hardworking, extremely talented, and highly cultured people. In the emerging era of knowledge economy, your state has a special advantage because Bengal has always been a land of super intelligent people. When natural intelligence is enhanced by the capabilities of artificial intelligence, there is no way that Bengal can fail. And no power on earth can stop Bengal's resurgence. Distinguished friends, Reliance's commitment to Bengal's all-around development remains unwavering. In 2016, when I first attended this summit, Reliance's investments stood below 2,000 crores. Today, in less than a decade, our investments in Bengal have increased 20 times, and we are invested over 50,000 crores of rupees. Mamta Didi, we shall double this investment by the end of this decade. More importantly, our investments have created over 1 lakh direct jobs and spurred significant economic growth in West Bengal. Today, I want to make 5 specific commitments. First, digital infrastructure and services. Back in 2016, Jio opened its commercial operations from Calcutta, this very city, the city of joy. This auspicious launch has proved Didi very lucky for us. It not only triggered a digital revolution across the whole of India, it transformed India into a digital superpower.
All right, the RIL chairperson addressing the Bengal Global Business Summit there. With that, let's now shift focus over to Prayagraj. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a holy dip at the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. Upon reaching the venue, the Prime Minister also took a boat ride. Soon after Prime Minister arrived in Prayagraj, he took a boat ride to Triveni Sangam with Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This visit now underscores the spiritual importance of the day as it marks the observance of Magh Ashtami and Bhishma Ashtami, both deeply rooted in religious and historical beliefs. After the holy dip, Prime Minister Modi also offered prayers at the Sangam and also performed the Ganga Aarti. Prime Minister took to social media X. The post read, and let me quote, "Blessed to be at the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. The Snan at the Sangam is a moment of divine connection, and like the crores of others who have taken part in it, I was also filled with a spirit of devotion. May Ma Ganga bless all with peace, wisdom, good health, and harmony." All right, so we all know that this is not the first time that Prime Minister has taken a dip in the Ganga. In fact, it was in 2019's Kumbh that Prime Minister had taken that holy dip, and this time being the Mahakumbh and a deeply auspicious day makes this holy dip extremely significant also on a day when the national capital is also going to polls. Arun Data joins me live with more inputs on that news story. Arun, give us a sense of the mood there in Prayagraj today. I'm sure this has also been a confidence-building exercise, especially after the stampede that took place last week.
Well, that's right. And Prime Minister Modi's presence here was something which was very significant because everybody knew that a stampede happened on 29th, and there were various reports that PM would be cancelling his visit to Prayagraj. Of course, he cut short that with that entire plan, because earlier he was scheduled to go to different religious places here in Prayagraj, which of course includes Saraswati Koop, Akshay Wat and Hanuman Temple. So these are the religious places where he was actually supposed to go earlier. But then instead of cancelling his entire program, he ensured that he visits there, and also on top of it, there is no problem, there is no inconvenience to anybody. I think that was the message which came from the PMO's side to the UP government, and then of course it was followed by the administration. All those people, in fact, as we speak, the latest data that we have for today, it has already gone beyond 50 lakhs rather people who have taken holy dip today. So I think this is very significant, and in totality, if you see, somewhere around 40 crore people have taken the holy dip. So this is very significant, and everybody knows the importance of Mahakumbh. This is coming after 12 years, and also importantly, the celestial alignment, which is very unusual, comes in 144 years for once.
Absolutely, and with Magh Ashtami and Bhishma Ashtami both happening in parallel today itself. Many thanks to you for bringing us all those latest inputs, Arun. And with that, let's now take our viewers to all the latest happenings that we are tracking this hour. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has chaired a crucial security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir in Delhi. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, senior officials of Jammu and Kashmir Police have all attended this crucial meet, which comes against the backdrop of the attack on an ex-serviceman, Manzoor Ahmad Baghe, and his family on Monday when they were shot at by terrorists. Otelia, who had been absconding after a 24-year-old woman employee jumped down from the first floor of a building here while resisting his alleged sexual assault attempt, has been arrested by the Mukkam police from Kunnamkulla. Other accused who were also with Devdas, the prime accused at the time of the alleged sexual assault attempt, remain at large, and a manhunt is also currently underway. Former India cricketer Rahul Dravid has lost his cool after an auto driver hit his car in Bengaluru. Dravid got involved in a heated argument with the Bengaluru auto driver after a minor collision on the road with his car. Fortunately, none of the parties got injured during this collision. OpenAI chief Sam Altman met with Union IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Soon after the meeting, Altman said that India is now the second largest market for OpenAI, with the company having tripled its user base in the country over the past year. Altman's visit to India comes at a time when the Chinese foundational model DeepSeek has gained popularity due to its significantly lower costs compared to companies like OpenAI. Ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States, CNBC TV 18 sources have revealed that Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who is also part of Donald Trump's administration, is likely to call on Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the latter's visit to the US next week. Musk is likely to be part of a select group of CEOs who will meet Prime Minister Modi on February 30. In a shocking statement, US President Donald Trump has proposed taking ownership of the Gaza Strip and redeveloping it after saying earlier that Palestinians should move out of the region. Trump made these comments after meeting with Israeli Prime Minister at the White House, while Netanyahu responded saying the idea is worth paying attention to. Australia has become the latest nation to take action against DeepSeek, a Chinese AI chatbot, by banning the program from all federal government devices, citing national security risks linked to the app. The decision comes amidst growing global concerns about the chatbot's potential threat to data security and its ability to censor sensitive information. Now, opposition-ruled states are up in arms against UGC proposals giving chancellors greater power to pick VCs, saying it would undermine federalism and higher education sector. Karnataka has organized a conclave of state higher education ministers in Bengaluru today, only to discuss the draft UGC regulations. The draft is currently open for public consultation and the grading of institutions based on the implementation of the national education policy. The draft guidelines propose sweeping changes to the process of appointing the VCs. Ministers for higher education from 7 states, Karnataka, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, are participating in the conclave to build consensus against the UGC guidelines.
I had moved an adjournment motion in Lok Sabha against the proposals of the UGC, which encroaches into the state's powers and the education system. The BJP, when they formed the government in the center, from that day itself, they have been trying to communalize the education and capture. The RSS is trying to capture it through many kinds of ways. And now UGC has come out with a new plan to control the VCs and other institutions. And we are in Tamil Nadu, and Telangana chief ministers has wrote against that to the education minister and the prime minister. The education minister must answer to the queries which we wanted to ask.
Certain regulation has proposed, it's a draft regulation proposed by UGC. Everybody has right to put their views, and I am happy certain states are giving their opinion. UGC, I think I've inquired with UGC, he has cited some example. In states, I'm not taking any state's name, but through you only, I would like to appraise this August House. Few states chosen vice chancellor to whom their personal aide's wife, their personal assistant, chairs are, all these things should go on. क्या यही राज्य पैसा देता है इसीलिए आप वाइस चांसलर की जगह पे अपनी निजी सहायक की पत्नी को बिठा दोगे?
All right, so critics of the new UGC proposal say that this will turn the university into a warring battle between the center and the state, and that the state cannot let go of when it comes to critical decisions with regards to the university. So that joins me on the phone line with more inputs. Let's quickly go across to Sudat for more. Sudat, take us through why is this now still becoming an issue for other states like Karnataka, Jammu and Kashmir, even Jharkhand and the likes? Sudat, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Sudat, but as we've been highlighting that the opposition parties have in fact been questioning that why give the actual and entire content in one go when in fact they can be monetized in each part as well. Let's quickly go across to Sudat, who's joining me on the phone line. Sudat, first of all, what is the state government's point of view right now? That is also important.
Well, in fact, Higher Education Minister MC Sudhakar, as we speak, is holding a press conference after a thorough meeting with all the higher education ministers of various states, including Maharashtra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand. All of them are here. 7 states overall, including Karnataka, are present here. Their demands is that the latest UGC regulations infringe upon the rights of states to control and run state-run universities. They believe, especially when it comes to the appointment of vice chancellors, there is a say that the center has, and how governors are only able to appoint the vice chancellors. They do not want this to happen. They want to have a say in how vice chancellors are appointed as well. And the fact that there are also conditions like how vice chancellors will no longer be academicians and that it can even be industry experts. The various objections that in fact the higher education minister is listing out. So again, we have to see what are the resolutions that they will mention right now, but clearly they feel this is an assault on the federal structure.
Many thanks to you, Sudat, for bringing us all those latest inputs. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in from Bengal. We are now learning that the Eastern Army Command headquarters, Fort William in Kolkata, have been renamed. They've in fact been renamed to Vijay Durg. This is the latest input that we are bringing to you. Remember, Fort William, that is the headquarters of the Army's Eastern Command, and that's now been renamed as Vijay Durg. Let's quickly go across to Akash, who brings us those inputs on the phone line. Akash, share with us why Vijay Durg to replace the name of Fort William.
Right. So we have seen, Akanksha, in the past that how, the NDA government or the central government as of now, wants to remove the colonial footprints from our properties, from, the resources that we are using. And in that continuation, we are learning about this renaming that has happened in the December 2024. Formal announcement has not yet happened, but we are learning that Army is already using the new word, in fact, the new term in the internal communication, and in fact, it has been confirmed by several army officials as of now. In fact, the chief public relation officer from Kolkata has confirmed this to media outlets that how the Fort Williams, that is the headquarters of the Eastern Command, has been renamed.
Thank you, Akash, for bringing us all those inputs. The government's yet another effort to decolonize institutions and landmarks over there. And the latest one being the Eastern Army headquarters now there in Fort William, which is now going to be renamed as Vijay Durg. That's all I have for you in this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue on the other side.
MDH का kitchen king.
From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number of bureaucrats, of course, working here. But this also falls into a very critical constituency and a high-profile one. What I'm really waiting for is the crowd over here is gathered, because anytime now Rahul Gandhi is going to come and cast his vote before he heads off to Bihar. Well, I mean, we all talk about AAP. Anand, we are all going to talk about the BJP, the Congress, ironically, for having been a big player for 15 long years, today is very much a fringe player. But the BJP certainly wouldn't want them to be that, because the calculation is that the better the Congress party pulls in terms of voter percentage, the better are the chances of dividing the anti-BJP votes, which means the AAP stands to lose. And that is the reason why very often during the political campaign, Anand, you would have noticed a deliberate goading of the Congress party, to get them out of their homes and get those lazy Congress leaders out and campaign aggressively. So pinning their hopes is a lot on this constituency, the New Delhi constituency, which Akash was also talking about a short while back, because this is where the big players are. This is where the Sheila Dixit legacy plays out.
Would you agree that the Congress has upped the game in the last final 100 meters, like they say, the final 200 meters?
Oh,
the
yes,
last
totally.
1 week they've upped the
Totally.
intensity.
And
this entire gloves off between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, was that a put on, or is that the sentiment within the Congress now?
Well, you're absolutely right, Anand. And a man who's responsible for this repeated flip-flop is going to come here and cast his vote anytime now. Initially, he was caught into his dilemma of coalition ka maryada versus the Congress's astitva. I think the latter finally took place, because he was convinced by many of the Congress leaders like Ajay Makan that how long will you keep on paving the way in the name of coalition dharma, because you're getting wiped out state after state. And if you think that you're the only ones capable of taking up the BJP, then it is very important that the Congress does well or has a pan-India presence in states. Bengal, you look at the coalition Maryada, the moment the Congress raised its head, the Congress is completely wiped out in West Bengal. The same is in Delhi, 0 MLAs, 0 MPs. So I think belatedly they've joined into a race, but they've given some very interesting fights, and certainly in the New Delhi constituency.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pallavi, and we'll circle back to you the moment Rahul Gandhi arrives. And does he have a mind of or an opinion with respect to the Delhi voter? What is his pitch before he heads to Bihar? That's another critical one, where the last time around the Congress didn't pull its weight. Delhi critical too. Why critical? What are the key factors before we bring back Zaka in with some of the numbers that the voters need to consider? One of the aspects is the middle class. They constitute 67% of Delhi's households. The Jhuggi Jhopadi cluster or the JJ cluster, 17% of the Dalit vote and primarily based in the slums. 71.7 lakh out of the 1.5 crore voters are women voters. And will they, who make up for about 45 to 46% of the entire voter base, will they prove decisive? Will they vote one way? Or is there a split opinion there too? About 12.7% are Muslims. They could be a game changer in at least 6 seats. Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज दिल्ली की जनता निकले? You have always been an early voter.
Yes. I've been an early voter, a Delhi voter, and I think the public is in the mood for change.
Sir, what
are the issues that you think are important for Delhi?
So Dr. Jaishankar not offering much, saying, I've been a Delhi voter and I believe that the public are in a mood for change. Rahul Gandhi, fresh pictures coming through. Rahul Gandhi has arrived to cast his vote. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes, Pallavi.
Yeah, in fact, look at the pictures right in front of me. And this is a very interesting picture because you're seeing Rahul Gandhi being accompanied by Sandeep Dixit, who is, of course, the New Delhi constituency. I think these pictures say it all. I mean, you know, the Congress party, we were just talking about this, Anand, a short while back, getting into this fight belatedly. But I think this is one of the most interesting and aggressive fights. Sandeep Dixit has used up the legacy, and I'm just seeing those shots. I'm leaving you with these shots, Anand, where Sandeep Dixit has walked inside with Rahul Gandhi. They came in the same car together. And, you know, after that flip-flop where Rahul Gandhi was in two minds whether, you know, you really need to put up a big fight against Arvind Kejriwal, I think finally he decided that this is it. This is what we really need to do. And bringing Sandeep Dixit along with him in the same car, going inside and casting their votes, I think it kind of answers your question that the Congress party has decided to up its ante. And the Congress and Rahul Gandhi have also decided that this really has to be the big fight and the gloves needs to be off. I mean, the Aam Aadmi Party can never ever be a friend of the Congress because the genesis and the growth of the AAP has been at the cost of the Congress.
So Rahul Gandhi goes in, he's cast his ballot, he's gone with Sandeep Dixit, Zaka. That's interesting. Now,
you know, we were expecting him to come with Sonia Gandhi because they are voting in the same booth. Priyanka Gandhi votes in a different booth. But interestingly, he's come with Sandeep Dixit. And Sandeep Dixit is putting up a fight in the New Delhi constituency. It is a triangular fight, no doubt about it, between Parvesh Verma of the BJP. That's where the former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is fighting from. He really shot to fame in 2013, the first election that he won, by trouncing Sheila Dixit, who was the incumbent Chief Minister at that time. He was considered the giant killer. This time around, it is truly a triangular fight. Like I said, Sandeep Dixit may not win, but can he take away enough votes from Arvind Kejriwal, from the Aam Aadmi Party, that might make this contest much tighter? I think the last time around, Kejriwal won by about 30,000 votes. This time, the margin might actually come down.
67% of the voters are the middle class. Now, what is the middle class thinking, especially after the developments over the last 4 or 5 days? What are the voter of Delhi thinking? Is Delhi coming out to vote in large numbers? We're just about 20 minutes now past 8 o'clock. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll get you more reporters and, of course, Zaka on the wall, magic wall with us. Stay with us on this continuous coverage as Delhi goes to the ballot here at CNN News 18. From you, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar is casting his vote. Pallavi is also joining us. Pallavi, whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm standing just right outside what can we call the hub of the Babus in the national capital at the Nirman Bhavan. And this is where you see a large number
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Priya. Now, Delhi has registered a total voter turnout of 46.55% till 3 p.m. today. Top leaders across party lines have cast their votes. Leaders like Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, Manish Sisodia from the Aam Aadmi Party have all voted. From the Congress, we saw Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, who were accompanied by the New Delhi Congress candidate Sandeep Dixit. As far as the BJP is concerned, we'd seen Union Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and Hardeep Singh Puri come out early on to cast their votes, including Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva. Also, BJP candidate from New Delhi seat Parvesh Verma have cast their ballots. Stakes remain really high as three parties are clashing at the 70 seats in the national capital. There are few regional players like AIMIM who have also now thrown their hat in the ring as they are contesting on 2 seats. It's their debut in the national capital and they are also trying their luck. Whether or not they go ahead and win those seats or they turn out to be vote cutters for the Aam Aadmi Party, eventually benefiting the BJP, is something that we would get to know on the 8th of February. Now, even on the voting day, that is today, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have launched a scathing attack at one another, with the Aam Aadmi Party slamming the Bharatiya Janata Party for hooliganism. This was a charge that the Aam went to the EC with, claiming that many of the volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party have been manhandled by BJP goons. Now, BJP, on the other hand, is calling out Aam Aadmi Party for the alleged corruption and much more. misgovernance or apathy that the Prime Minister has chosen to call the governance under Kejriwal as. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal was banking on the welfare schemes and governance model and is now seeking a third consecutive term for the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. But when it comes to the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP aims to reclaim power after more than 2 decades. So essentially, it's a prestige battle for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Will it be able to break its 27-year-old jinx is the big question. Now let's take a look at the third player, Congress Party. It is now fighting for its relevance because it's striving for its survival and hopes to now regain its lost ground. Remember, Delhi has seen some glorious years under the late Sheila Dikshit, and Congress Party is in fact trying to woo its voters, calling out the Aam Aadmi Party over misgovernance and also talking about how Delhi flourished while it was under Sheila Dikshit.
मैं चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली वासी अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए बाहर निकलें, वोट डालें। ये आपके भविष्य का मतदान है।
दिल्ली की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएगी, गंदे पानी पर वोट करेगी, सीवेज की समस्या पे वोट करेगी, टूटी हुई सड़कों पे वोट करेगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल के भ्रष्टाचार पे वोट करेगी। आज का दिन हमारी जीत का दिन होगा और ये परिणाम दिल्ली की दिशा तय करेगा।
निश्चित रूप से हमें जनता पे भरोसा है, हमें दिल्ली के लोगों पे भरोसा है। अब आपदा जाएगी, भाजपा आएगी।
मैं दिल्ली के सभी लोगों से भी विनती करना चाहूंगा कि सब लोग वोट डालने के लिए निकलें, अपने अपने वोट का अधिकार इस्तेमाल करें। अच्छे स्कूल बनाने के लिए, अच्छे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाने के लिए, अच्छा इलाज के लिए, अस्पतालों के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए वोट डालें सब लोग।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस धर्म युद्ध में कालिका माई का आशीर्वाद सच्चाई के साथ, सत्य के साथ, काम के साथ रहेगा और दिल्ली के लोग भी इस धर्म युद्ध में काम को, सच्चाई को, अच्छाई को अपना वोट जरूर देंगे।
दिल्ली के वोटर्स के लिए क्या मैसेज देंगे सर? दिल्ली के वोटर्स
अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए आज शिक्षा की क्रांति के लिए वोट करें।
I just like people to come out and vote because I hope so.
Only 6.5% in New Delhi.
Yes, so I hope people come out and vote.
मुझे लग रहा है दिल्ली की 1,55,00,000 मतदाता उत्साहित है बिकॉज मुझे पूरा विश्वास है वो बदलाव चाहते हैं, विकास चाहते हैं। अब दो ही शब्द है, बदलाव और विकास। अब इस बदलाव को होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता है।
मैं सभी मतदाताओं से अनुरोध करूंगा कि बाहर निकलें और आकर के वोट दें। ये हमारे लोकतांत्रिक धर्म हमारा है और उस लोकतांत्रिक धर्म का पालन करें।
Let's now take a look at controversies that are raining galore even as Delhi goes to vote today. Now, if we take a look at the first set of controversies, we are learning of an FIR that has been registered against Amanatullah Khan for allegedly violating the Model Code of Conduct. They're in more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party. We're also learning of another FIR that's been registered against Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal over his poisonous Yamuna remark. That's not all. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Dinesh Mohania has also been booked by the police after a woman alleged sexual harassment against him. Now, in the last 24 hours, we're also learning that so far 12 lakh cash has been seized and an alleged link to the Delhi Chief Minister's office is now under probe. Remember, just a short while back, a few days ago, we had also seen a vehicle that was parked outside the Kapurthala Bhavan and in fact, the Punjab government was in the dock because that vehicle had a fair amount of cash in it. There was some liquor and also pamphlets of the Aam Aadmi Party, something that the Aam Aadmi Party is distancing itself from. Now, Aam Aadmi Party candidate Saurabh Bharadwaj has alleged that police officials are blocking voters from casting votes at Chirag, Delhi. So this is a direct accusation against Delhi police, and women voters in Selampur have also claimed that their votes have already been registered when they did not even go out to cast their vote. Once they reached the booth is when they said that voting in their name has already been done. So these are the controversies that we are already looking at as Delhi is coming out and voting. So far, there is about 45% of the voting percentage that has been reached as about 3 p.m. We'd have to see as and when more and more people come out and vote if that voting percent and the turnout really goes up. Taking this across to my colleagues Pallavi Ghosh and Arunima, who are with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, coming to you first. What is it looking like now that we have a fair bit of understanding that half of Delhi out of the 1.5 crore people has in fact come out and voted? But if at all this voting number, voting percentage doesn't go up, it clearly says that people are okay and not going to go ahead and vote for change. So is this advantage Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, I mean, frankly speaking, if you look at the past state elections, it's very difficult to gauge what an increase in vote percentage, or if there's not much change in the voting percentage is concerned, really actually means. But if you look at the quick figures which are already coming in till 3 p.m., the latest figures, as we all have been reporting, is 46.55%. That any which way is a huge increase from the last time round also. I would say substantial increase from the last time round also. 62.5% is where it stood at 2020. Now, if I go by the example of, say, Maharashtra, if I go by the examples of West Bengal, we saw a surge in the voter percentage. Many thought that meant an anti-incumbency vote, but that's clearly not what happened. So, it works in multiple platforms. Very often, an increase in voter percentage does mean a high amount of anti-incumbency vote, or as they call the anger vote. But sometimes it also means the cadre, the core cadre, coming out and ensuring that the party which is already in power does not lose. So this is something which can be read both the ways, and both the parties are going to read it their own way. BJP certainly is going to read this as a vote against AAP. AAP would perhaps see this as a kind of a loyalty factor where its core vote bank are coming out to ensure that the AAP remains in power. So we'll have to wait, obviously, till the 8th to get a sense of how it is. But yes, it's a high stakes battle. Election Commission has been urging people, as political parties have been, especially the first time voters. That is where the BJP is depending a lot on, and women voters as well. So those last few figures which we'll get at the end of the day is going to be extremely important.
Right. And Arunima, the fact that Pallavi has mentioned about the anger votes, we are also looking at how Northeast Delhi till about 3 p.m. has recorded the highest voter turnout. It has gone beyond 52%. What does it say about the voting pattern in Delhi, considering we have some new players from Northeast Delhi?
See, Northeast Delhi is battling its history, the recent history of communal violence there, of people losing their homes, losing their savings, losing their loved ones. Northeast Delhi has not really forgotten that. So this vote for them is not just about doing their duty in a democratic country, it could well be a matter of survival for a lot of them. No wonder then that they're coming out and casting their vote, because they want to ensure that right representatives are chosen, and what we saw in the communal violence of 2020 is not repeated for Northeast Delhi. Similarly, in other pockets also, I mean, more or less, if you see Delhi in outer areas, in outer areas, the voter turnout is much better than, say, a New Delhi or a heart of South Delhi. I'm in fact coming to you live from the constituency from where Manish Sisodia is fighting from Parparganj. He has moved to Jangpura, and there is a steady trickle of people coming in now as well. These are the who's who of Delhi. Some of them who are moving around in the power corridor. So they're also trickling in, encouraging their neighbors, calling up people, telling them, please come out and vote. So there is a all-out effort that is evident to make sure that Delhi does not disappoint. From the look of it, it would have touched about 50% by now. 62% is what it voted last time, and the maximum in the last few decades was 67%, and that was the election that happened in 2015. So they are trying very hard. The Karyakartas, both from Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, also from the Congress, trying very hard to touch that all-time high of 2015. It was a sluggish start, but they're all very hopeful. In fact, I spoke to turnout was of concern to them, and they said it will not be low. So they were pretty confident that the voters ultimately will come out and vote. Who they vote for, is that an anti-incumbency vote or is it a pro-incumbency vote? I think that answer is what we have to wait for till the 8th.
Absolutely. And Arunima, if we just to stay on with us, Pallavi, if we take the conversation back to Northeast Delhi, because it is now coming out to vote at the back of the Delhi riots, there have been so many accused that have gone into jails because of the Delhi riots, and there were accusations that were made against him. Two of those have been fielded by the AIMIM. About AIMIM's entry into Delhi politics, how much of that will be a deterring factor for the Aam Aadmi Party and advantage BJP?
Well, it certainly makes the game very, very interesting because now it's going to be 3-1. The BJP, for example, in Okla has put up Manish Chaudhary. So he's a Hindu candidate who's pitted opposite 3 Muslim candidates. And what the BJP's calculation is that the votes will be divided among the Muslim candidates. So that becomes an advantage, the BJP. And, if the Manish Chaudhary manages to win from Okla, of course, for the BJP, it will be a huge, huge issue and a huge victory, which is what they're going to be looking at. Yes, I mean, Okla has its history. It has its history of not really being at peace with peace. There have been those Delhi 2020 riots, the protests which took place against the CAA as well. So there's a lot of disturbance history in this area. And that is what the BJP is talking about, that give peace a chance, give a chance to non-appeasement kind of politics. And that is what they're banking on. AIMIM's track record, if you see, and very often they are criticized for being the B team of the BJP. I saw that happening in Bengal, parts of Maharashtra as well. That even if they don't win seats, what happens is that they manage to cut the votes. They increase their voter percentage. And in this case, an AIMIM's relatively good performance would actually hurt both the Congresses, Arivia Khan from Okla, as well, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party as well. And Owaisi, mind you, has been extremely, he's a very good orator. And he has been very, very aggressive in his campaign. And that is something which the BJP would be happily looking forward to in case he's been able to make a dent into the AAP and the Congress's minority vote bank.
Right. Pallavi and Arunima, do continue to stay with us. We have a ground report that our colleague Aman Sharma has filed for us. Let's take a look at that.
Very few voter turnout, and people like the gentleman have come and vote, even on the wheelchair, but very sadly, very few voters inside. The line is almost non-existent. Sir, would you appeal to people to come out and vote in larger numbers?
That's right. They should come and exercise their right to vote. They should decide which government they want, whether they want BJP to form the government or they want Kejriwal to continue. Congress has virtually withdrawn from the contest. So these are the two parties in the fray. And people should come and decide which party they want to rule the state assembly and do something for them. Kejriwal has promised to clean Jamuna and to tackle the problem of pollution. Let him come and do it. BJP has also made promises. We want a party which should deliver on the promises. Delhi is suffering from pollution, very high level of pollution for a long time. The water of Yamuna is undrinkable. So we want somebody to clean up and take care of the hygiene of the city and also the health of the people of Delhi.
So would you appeal more people to come out? There are very few people inside, sir.
That's right. Unless they come out, how will they decide which party should rule the state assembly?
Now, even as Delhi voters vote for Delhi's fate, political war of words is continuing. In her latest, now Congress's leader Pawan Khera has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, calling it quote-unquote a dangerous party and a threat to democracy. Pawan Khera has also said the Congress did not want to ally with the Aam Aadmi Party and agreed on an alliance for the sake of other allies only. He's also, however, said that India bloc continues to remain intact despite internal rift and rivalry. Congress's New Delhi constituency candidate Sandeep Dixit has also reached the polling booth to cast his vote with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and that is saying a lot as far as perception is concerned. He's also expressed concern at the low voter turnout in the national capital, and he's urged the voters to go ahead and vote for the Congress party.
First of all, I've heard your statements of the Congress party. Suddenly the love seems to have been over between AAP and the Congress party. You're calling them an enemy of democracy?
Look, why do you call it love? That the other partners of India Alliance wanted us to take Aam Aadmi Party in the alliance, and therefore we agreed, because that's the kind of sense of democracy we have in our hearts. But in the longer run, people like Arvind Kejriwal, parties like Aam Aadmi Party, are dangerous for not just for democracy, are dangerous for the politics of this country because they have no ideology. They stand for nothing. They stand against nothing.
But isn't there a sense of flip-flop within the Congress's strategy also? You seem to be going soft on them in the beginning, and suddenly towards the end of the campaigning.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I don't know why you think we were soft on them. We were never soft on them. But of course, we have to prepare our own ground in order to fight. We are fighting two parties after all in this city. So obviously, we'll first prepare our ground and then start talking against them.
Okay. And finally, in case whatever be the results, do you think it's going to have an impact on the future of the India bloc? Because in case AAP loses, they are certainly going to be blaming, along with the Trinamool Congress, for example, that the Congress was the one who helped the BJP win.
Let them do that. Why did they contest Gujarat? Why did they contest Haryana? Did anyone question them? Tell me. So why they contested Punjab? They contest every state, and then suddenly this is our state. We've been in power here for 15 years. Mrs.
India
Dixit
bloc
was
will
the
remain
Minister for
intact.
15 years, of course.
India bloc,
of course.
My colleagues Pallavi and Arunima continue to be with us. Pallavi, about this interview of yours with Mr. Pawan Kheda, let me begin by asking you, when this entire association with Aam Aadmi Party nationally happened of the Congress ranks, clearly two of the tall leaders with BJP, with Congress in Delhi, whether it is Ajay Markan or Sandeep Dixit for that matter, were the most sidelined. Now it's the same Congress leadership that is going ahead hand in hand, going to the polling booth of Sandeep Dixit. There's so much for perception. Is this desperation on part of the Congress party because it's also seeing what is going to be its status as far as the Delhi ranks are concerned? Because clearly the battle is between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Congress is nowhere in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that the top Congress leadership were unaware of the fact that AAP grew at the cost of the Congress. I mean, what Pawan Kheda is telling me is that why did they contest in Gujarat? They tried to do that in Karnataka. It was a failed alliance in Haryana. It didn't work out in Punjab. But in Delhi, the Congress was in an alliance with AAP as far as the Lok Sabha election goes, and they got zero. And AAP's vote bank is the same as that of the Congress, middle class, Jhuggi Jhopri, and the minority vote bank. So Congress lost out to AAP. AAP grew on the edifice of the Congress party, and this was nothing new to them. But it was the same AAP, it was the same Congress leaders who came under instruction from Rahul Gandhi that the night Arvind Kejriwal was arrested on the Sheesh Mahal issue and the liquor gate scam, they should go out and show his solidarity, and that's exactly what Sandeep Dixit did. But look at the irony of it. Sandeep Dixit is now pitted opposite Kejriwal. Rahul Gandhi talks and reminds them of Sheesh Mahal. So something is clearly off. So it began by going soft on AAP because they didn't want to give that advantage to the BJP. Then that pressure mounted on Rahul Gandhi that no matter what you do, AAP is never going to let you grow. And how long can you keep on losing from state after state? And now we see the Congress party all guns blazing against the AAP. In fact, you hear them attacking the AAP more than they're attacking the BJP. So they've clearly now belatedly realized that AAP is the bigger enemy for them, at least as far as Delhi is concerned. Should AAP lose or come down from a potent percentage, winning percentage, if they are winning, then I'm sure it's going to have an impact on the India bloc, with the TMC and the SP also being pretty unhappy with the Congress.
And Arunima, can we really blame the Congress party solely? Because in the past, we've had leaders like Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party who have gone on record and they have said that we'll speak to the other allies of the India bloc to get Congress out of the alliance altogether. And hence, we are seeing this retaliatory sort of a response. So how does one not look at Aam Aadmi Party on what they have done in the past when we are looking at this fight between AAP and Congress?
See, also the Delhi Congress leaders have not forgotten the kind of humiliation that Sheila Dikshit and her government were put through. If you recall the Anna movement, the entire edifice of that movement was allegations of corruption against UPA and targeting of Congress here in Delhi. So the Delhi Congress leaders have always been wanting to get a chance to get back at Aam Aadmi Party. Sandeep Dixit, for example, who's taking on Manish Sisodia, he has the legacy of his mother to stand for. Ajay Markan, all the Pawan Kheda, all of these people who have worked with Sheila Dikshit, they remember what Delhi was and how Delhi government really worked under her. And to be fair, when I have been moving around Delhi, there are people, the old timers, who remember that how Delhi's infrastructure changed under Sheila Dikshit. It was that sentiment that Delhi Congress leaders wanted to tap into. Perhaps it took them time to convince Rahul Gandhi and
70 constituencies, 1.5 crore voters, and 11 hours. Delhi has cast its mandate in the first big election, the first big poll battle of the year 2025. The ballots are in, the votes are being counted, and the indications are that it could turn out to be a record turnout in Delhi. 57.7% by about 5 p.m. This high-octane battle revolving around issues like the Sheesh Mahal, freebies, Yamuna, poisoned claims, and the counter-claims, Rohingya and the illegal Bangladeshi influx. Fierce triangular fight as was made out to be, or is it just a two-way fight? Is the Congress going to break back into the leaderboard with respect to the Delhi Vidhan Sabha? Is the AAP going to continue to hold sway like it has done in 2015 and 2019? Or will the BJP break a 27-year jinx? It's all now locked in the EVMs. Result day, Saturday, the 8th of February, and you have to be where you are right now, here on CNN News 18. But this broadcast is the poll of polls. Our guests are joining us, seating themselves one by one. But Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob already in the studio. Smita Prakash, Nalin Mehta will be joining us. But first, let's just signpost some key important aspects that we need to watch out for. 70 seats, voting coming to a close. Aam Aadmi Party playing defense in 62 out of those 70 seats. They had 67 in 2015. Now, will Arvind Kejriwal's Yamuna poison come back to hurt him? Will 3 successive Lok Sabha sweeps by the BJP result in something, perhaps the seat of Delhi at the state level, at the local level this time around? Big question there. Other aspects of Sheesh Mahal, some more aspects of corruption, the liquor policy, education, cleanliness and safai, the dirt dumps of Delhi, all of these, will they hurt the Aam Aadmi Party? Will the BJP really be able to cash in on the anti-incumbency like the AAP did in Punjab, move away the Rivayati parties, upset and anger of the locals, benefiting a challenger? Will the BJP benefit there? Will the Congress claw back? Will there be an AAP versus Congress scenario at all anywhere on ground that the BJP can benefit out of? These are all questions that the voters may have answered already. 25 to 30% decisive Purvanchali votes. Where are they going this time around? AAP versus BJP and versus Congress in the types of Revdi. In fact, the middle class is saying we don't want Revdi because it's based on our taxes. But the budget says the middle class will have to pay lesser taxes this time. So is the middle class going to be swayed? We'll have to wait and watch. We have a few Delhi voters in the studio. We also have Zaka Jacob on the magic wall. So let's start with Zaka on the wall. Zaka?
I think the first thing is the voter turnout. Already at 5 p.m., it's at close to 58%. Last time around, it was 62.5%. So I'm fairly sure that it will cross last time's number of 62.5%. Interesting thing to watch out for is whether it will cross 67%. That was the 2015 election. That was the first time the Aam Aadmi Party got a full mandate on its own. I think that was a very clear mandate, a decisive mandate by the people of Delhi, because they didn't want this whole coalition business, the 49-day government, so on and so forth. 2013 also, it was 65 odd. So I have a feeling that this might actually, it'll certainly eclipse the 62.5 that we got last time around, and it could well surpass 67. What this indicates is, A, it was a high-charged campaign, B, that voters of different voting blocks, poor, rich, middle class, have all come out. Anecdotal evidence seems to suggest that there were long queues, even in urban, plush, South Delhi colonies, where generally people are a little apathetic. There was anecdotal evidence that there were long queues today to try and cast the vote. And most importantly, it also means that different voting blocks of different political parties who have different political affiliations have come out in larger numbers. So it's going to be a much more closely contested fight. It doesn't mean that it'll be like a 38-32 kind of a fight. It just means that there's more motivation for different voting blocks to come out. It's not just, the poor who are necessarily always motivated to come out and vote. It's the middle class, which is mostly apathetic. So when you have higher voter turnout, it means that various cross-sections of society have come out to vote. For example, in Maharashtra, the last election that you saw, it was a record turnout. Even in places like Mumbai, in South Bombay, where people don't turn up in good numbers. You had record turnout. Again, you're seeing something similar in Delhi, which means that it was a very closely fought election. Voting blocks of different political parties, of different affiliations, and different strata of society have come out in larger numbers. So watch out for this figure. I'm certain it'll go upwards of 62.5. If it goes upwards of 67, that would be the highest voter turnout in what, 20 years in the national capital.
65, 67 to 70%. Will Delhi beat that magic, that number of 2015? We'll have to wait and watch. But in our studios, we have three voters, three guests, or three people who have their vote in Delhi. देखिए मेरा और जाका का तो नोएडा में है, नोएडा, हमारा नोएडा. So we have got no ink. But Smita Prakash, Rahul Shivshankar, Nalin Mehta, उंगली किया कि नहीं? Did you get inked?
Yeah.
हाँ, किया सबने. हाँ. What was the experience?
Well, look, first and foremost, anecdotally speaking, I had never seen so many people at my polling booth. There were quite a few, and this was at 9 in the morning. So I was quite surprised. But look, why are we so vested right now in the turnout? It's because don't go by the overall top numbers from 2020, viewers. Look at the nitty-gritty, in specific, the margins. And let me give you some statistics. I always come armed with my statistics, hard facts, call them what you want to hear. They are. In 2020,
that's a smart plug of
21 seats. 20. Always the right stand with the hard facts, okay? So 2020, 21 seats, 30%. That's 30% of all seats saw margins of victory less than 10%. This shows that actually the 2020 election was a very competitive one. And if there is anti-incumbency, you saw it in the ticket distribution. AAP was up off the block first. A month and a half back, they distributed their tickets. 30% of everybody was dropped. Sitting MLA, so much so that in the last week, 7 of them have decided to dump the AAP and go somewhere else and raise the banner of revolt. 31 seats in 2020 saw margins of less than 15%. So 31 seats out of 70, which is almost half, saw margins of less than 15%. Now that is a big, small margin election. Okay. This time the BJP, don't forget, is armed by the big R. Bravery. And of course Rahul Gandhi. No. The BJP is armed with the big bravery. And they have said, okay, let's go toe to toe. So if the braveries cancel each other out, what is this election about? It's about Kejriwal's image. And Kejriwal called himself a politician who is going to change the face of Indian politics. And in 2015, the middle class responded with a turnout that you just saw.
Correct.
Right. So if the turnout is now burgeoning, and anecdotally, it's coming from, and I would love to see a breakdown of the middle class boroughs. If it's coming from there, presumably a lot of these numbers, which come very quickly to the EC, come from well-organized polling booths, which tend to be in middle class, well-organized sort of, boroughs. The ones from the Mufassils, the smaller district, the poorer districts, the JJ clusters will take a little bit of time. And there the lines even tend to be longer. So I think this will be a very interesting election to watch. Super Saturday guaranteed. I'm telling you, in about 1 hour, 1.5 hours, even the exit polls will start talking. Already the so-called Satta market, I'm not sort of Satori or anything, but the Satta market seems to be suggesting that this is going to be a razor-sharp contest. So this is where the numbers stack up. And remember, this is not a three-way contest. This is a two-way election. And it has been now over the last 10 years in Delhi.
Two-way election is BJP versus AAP or Delhi versus the incumbent?
No, BJP versus AAP on the ground. Obviously, it will be an election where anti-incumbency, if only the roads in Delhi were as nice as the graphics, maybe Mr. Kejriwal will not be feeling the heat that he is today. And remember, the top brass of the AAP has changed its constituency. So there is a definite problem. They're sensing it. Now, whether they have been able to sort of transcend all of that, there was a claim they made against the BJP. But, Delhi distinguishes itself in one way. The middle class is not monolithic. Most times we say, the BJP, gets the middle class vote. For 10 years, they haven't in Delhi. Maybe this time. I
No,
don't
but the biggest bravery came during the budget. Did it, Smita Prakash, for the middle class? 67% zakat.
No,
The numbers
just
are
on one point about what Rahul was saying. Actually, the higher voter turnout is coming from places like Najafgarh, Shahadra, the outer constituencies. The inner constituencies, the more posh ones, GK I think was at 51 or 52%. Again, Jangpura, the chief minister's Manish Sisodia's constituency is at 55. Kalkaji is at 51. So I think the prime sort of South Delhi elite constituencies, New Delhi, where Arvind Kejriwal is fighting from, is 54. It's less than the state average. So Najafgarh is at 61. So it is the more slightly rural outer Delhi constituencies
that'll
or
worry.
eastern Delhi constituencies
because
which
that's
are giving
exactly what
more.
happened in Maharashtra. In the poorer segments, you saw massive turnouts, and that didn't quite go well.
But if we break up the vote shares, it's the middle class largely which dominates with about 60-65%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zaka. In the morning we were looking at the middle class dominates the voter base. The Jhuggi Jhopri clusters are about 17-18%. So if the middle class
Delhi's strange in that way.
Yeah,
because it has a lot of JJ clusters in some of the biggest and most swankiest colonies.
Right. Now we've got one more guest joining us here. Welcome. After a long time, Abhijit, good to have you with us. But first, let's go across to our reporters who've done put in the hard yards on ground. Pallavi Ghosh, Arunima, Aman also with us. Aman is joining us from the newsroom in a bit. But first, Pallavi and Arunima, you put in the hard yards. Did you find the time to go and cast your ballot also? Hope you did. How's the election been so far? Were there phenomenal turnouts? Let's start with Pallavi and then Arunima.
No, I didn't have to cast my vote because I'm a Noida voter like you.
Okay.
But I'm standing here right outside Sheila Dikshit's residence. And, it's important because this is the legacy which is being whipped up by Sandeep Dikshit. And, by all standards, he certainly has been one of the most aggressive campaigners of the Congress party, and a party which I would say has let him down in many which way because of his constant flip-flop. But today, when he was accompanied by Rahul Gandhi and then, of course, later by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi, I guess it's a moment of him feeling good about himself and good about the fact that he got into this fight. But he's certainly given a tough one to Arvind Kejriwal. And a very quick tidbit also, I remember the peak of the India Against Corruption movement, which hit out at the UPA too and hurt them the most. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal was the one where he emerged as a politician after that. It was Sandeep Dikshit actually who would negotiate with him on behalf of the Congress party. For the Congress party, this is going to be an election in which perhaps they need to learn a lot. And what they really need to learn is how to have a fine balance between the coalition dharma on one hand, but at the same time trying to keep its astitwa intact. After all, in state after state, they are being wiped out. If the Congress thinks, like Rahul Gandhi thinks, that they alone are capable of taking on the BJP in a one-on-one fight, they'll have to do much, much more. And that is the reason why towards the fag end of the campaign, you saw the Congress party hit back, come out with a very aggressive campaign, but I would say it's come perhaps a tad too late. Very quickly, when I would speak to many voters that do you look at Congress as an option, they said, kya faida? We look at it as a waste of vote. That is the problem which the Congress had to face. Despite an aggressive campaign by, say, Sandeep Dikshit, I wonder how many of them would think voting for the Congress party would make sense.
Well, vote katwa or waste of vote. But we must actually do a timeline flashback of Pallavi Ghosh reflecting on the Congress's performance from 2015 till 2025 and see how much of it, what she said, is the same and what's actually new. If it's the same story every time, then what has the party learned? That's a question. Yes, Arunima, who have you been tracking? We had pictures of the EVMs being packed, taken off the PowerPoints and this one, and then they're packed up, and those pictures coming through. So everything is being this time videographed and said, "Chalo bhai, koi doubt hi nahi chahiye. Kiska battery kitna discharge hua, etc."
Yes, so since you asked if we have voted, here's reporting that one of those 57% in Delhi who have gone and done their duty, in spite of the running around that we had to do all across the length and breadth of Delhi. Here at the booth that I am, yes, the last voter, she actually reached a few seconds after 6 o'clock, tried very hard to get in, but now it's time for the electoral staff to wrap up and leave, and that's exactly what is happening. This is the Jangpura constituency. I am reporting from one of those constituencies which hasn't really thrown up encouraging figures. In fact, if you see between Jangpura, where Sisodia is standing, New Delhi, where Arvind Kejriwal is contesting, and Kalkaji, where Atishi is contesting, the lowest three numbers for Delhi has come from these three constituencies in that order: Southeast Delhi, New Delhi, and Kalkaji. So we don't really know what's up in store for these three big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party. But overall, the party is quite upbeat at the moment. They feel there is no anti-incumbency. Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at the numbers also, hoping that this number is actually the anti-incumbency factor playing out. The women factor, women voters I've seen everywhere. I've gone to New Delhi, Okhla, Jangpura, I've gone to the Khan Market area. One thing that I can tell you is that the women voters have come out and made that difference. In whose favor they have made that difference, I think that only the 8th of this month will tell us.
True. Karol Bagh is 47.4 at 5 p.m. So that's also a very low number. But these places are all about 2 or 3% of the average median. That's 57% below. But Karol Bagh is about 10% below the actual current average. So that's also surprising. Smita Prakash, Chetan Bhagat also joins us in the studio. So let's take it away. The Delhi voter. Tell us, what did you find today, anecdotal experience today when you went to cast your vote?
Yeah, so I didn't vote at 9 o'clock. Unlike Rahul, I was with you guys at 9 o'clock. So I went at 10 o'clock. There was nobody other than me voting out there. So very dull voting. South Delhi voters not particularly enthused to get out in the morning to vote. And I'm sure the voting percentage has not been all that great in South Delhi. But as I like the way you introduce Zaka as Zaka on the wall, very Rahul Dravid style. That's the way the Delhi voter has come out, very Dravid style, steady voter came out, and by afternoon they seem to have come out and voted in large numbers. You talked about the middle class voter of Delhi. Were they enthused by the budget? I think it came a tad too late. Just like Rahul Gandhi came a tad too late. No sarcasm here, just generally making a note that, second, the budget comes out, fifth, the polling day. I don't know whether people have, absorbed that part. About the women voters coming out, interesting that they came out in large numbers, because if you notice 2 days back, Arvind Kejriwal said that don't depend on the EVM. आप वोट यहाँ देंगे तो वोट कहीं और जा सकता है. 10% का वोट है, and that 10% is something that which is Aam Aadmi Party will manage with the women voters. So he made a direct appeal to women voters to come out and vote. In the morning, when we saw Sandeep Dixit getting out, he seemed a little tense that the voters who he thought were his voter base had not come out to poll. Now, that is an important constituency, and it seems, even though there is this less percentage voting, it seems like the Aam Aadmi Party is a tad nervous about the way things are going. There are three Maharathis, which is Manish Sisodia, Atishi, and Arvind Kejriwal. If reports are to come in that there is a little bit of nervousness for all three, because against them, the Congress has put up strong candidates, the BJP has put up strong candidates, and on the ground, you've seen the RSS working, going door to door, asking people to come out to vote. That seems to have paid some kind of dividend, because the voting percentage has increased as we are going in towards the slogovers.
Right. Yes. Before I come to Nalin, just quickly two things. This Samvidhan ke sanrakshak to danger for democracy. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Did you figure that out?
Yes.
And the middle class not registering between 1st and the 5th. Sorry, I was at the airport when the announcement was made. Everybody there within 30 seconds registered that up to 12 lakhs no income tax.
Yeah, okay. So that obviously means that the Viman, those who take the Viman, they are the ones who figured it out quickly. But
middle class is also traveling by Viman today. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
In this, I really found the Congress's strategy very interesting. Came in only towards the end. Till 10 days back, all of us who were reporting were like, what the hell is the Congress doing? They are not getting out at all. They've given up. It's a bipolar contest and there's no sign of Congress anywhere. They come in last minute. It seems, one, that the local unit of the Congress finally seems to have said that, you know, you were looking or telling the leadership, you were looking at the long-term gains of supporting the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the India Alliance is concerned and the national picture. But the short term is that we are going to be losing Delhi. They said that in the earlier election, and they were saying that in this election. Somewhere that seems to have resonated, and the Congress leadership got in and started campaigning. But the other thing also is, in Delhi, people don't like this sustained rally campaigning noise all the time. It's a very sophisticated voter. He understands, or she understands, that you don't have to come knocking on my door. Just these small nukkad sabhas are important. So you notice even Chandrababu Naidu, when he was talking to the Telugu voters, was just small group. You know,
Right.
It wasn't those big rallies. People don't like it. Traffic ruk jata hai. Anyway, we have a problem with traffic in this city. So those big rallies don't really have an effect. So some of the smaller rallies happened. Priyanka drew a lot of crowd for Abhishek Dutt. Rahul Gandhi went to Seelampur, which anyway is a good area for them to campaign for the Gandhi family. So I think somewhere they've realized that the space they ceded to the Aam Aadmi Party, they need to claw back that space.
No, but did they realize too little, too late? That's
Could be.
that's the big question. Yes, Nalin.
So Anand, I also went to vote
Ah.
in another part of South Delhi today.
I like the pride in that.
So
Yeah.
anecdotally, at least in my voting booth and a couple of others that I went around, what I found interesting was that unlike the last election, this time the party seats outside, you know, the different parties set up booth outside to see who's coming. I only found Congress and I found BJP. I did not find AAP, which was different from last time, right? So, and interesting, the Congress guy was sitting right next to the BJP guys, right? So in both places. Now that's an anecdote, but see, in my view, the stakes are highest for AAP in this election, much more than for BJP, because 4 or 5 points, quick points to make. This election is not just about Delhi; it will also have a national impact very soon. If AAP loses, this has an impact on Punjab, on the government in Punjab. It has an impact in Haryana. It has an impact in Gujarat. You have a Gujarat election coming up next year. In Gujarat, AAP got over 20%, a significant part of the vote. Second, for the middle classes, I think the point that Smita was making and the point that you were making, for at least a year now, there has been a sense that while the BJP government Narendra Modi's government has had support from multiple parts of society, from OBCs, SCs and others. There was an issue with the Dalit vote in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, but that's been fixed in Maharashtra and Haryana. But there was a sense that a lot of resistance pockets are developing in middle class. The middle class is saying, "What's hamara kya hua? Sabko mil raha hai kuch na kuch." Everybody's got something or the other. Women get something. The poor get something. DBT happens. What about us? The budget has changed that significantly. So this is also about the middle class, and Delhi has a ripple effect beyond Delhi itself also.
Right.
Third point I think is a Congress revival in Delhi can only happen if AAP loses. If AAP wins, you can forget about Congress another 5 years in Delhi. But if AAP loses, Congress had 4% of the vote last time, 4 point something.
4.5%.
If they get around 12, 13, 14%, then you are talking about seat conversion, right?
Correct.
Now, frankly, I've been speaking a lot to Congress leaders. Most of the Delhi unit is hoping seriously for a BJP win because their futures are dependent on that.
BJP जीतेगी तो कांग्रेस को थोड़ा ऑक्सीजन मिलेगा. That's the thought process.
Also, I think this is very important for Arvind Kejriwal. The amount of politics that has happened lead up to this, right? The various cases and so on. AAP is a party that has never been out of power from the time they were formed to now. And it's a one-man party. So if he loses, then it's in totally new terrain. So there's a lot more at stake here than just the fate of this government. Also, I believe if it's a close election,
I think what you're saying is absolutely true. It's not an AAP loss; it's an AAP decimation if AAP loses, because the ripple effect on Punjab.
On Punjab.
May I add another point that if it's a close election, that's bad for AAP. AAP has to win significantly.
Yeah.
If it's a close election, if it's like Satta Bazaar is saying, in Satta Bazaar, AAP's rating has come down consistently in the last 10 days or so, right? Close election means the government will be unstable.
No, if they have to depend on the Congress or anybody else, then you have a problem. Acha, now, what's your earshot Desh Trotter? Dada, आपका वोट इधर है कि नहीं है? I call him Desh Trotter because he's traveling all across the country. So,
no, the thing is, Anand, that we are hearing that BJP is going to do much.
अच्छा, आपका भी वोट दिल्ली में ही है?
हाँ यार.
कर लिया.
Guess where? Where all bongs.
CR Park.
You now successfully planted CR Park in the Cigarette Institute. Very bold.
So I did my matdan and then had jalpan also there.
Jolpan.
Jolpan.
Yeah, say it right.
So we are hearing that BJP is going to do much better, and I think it will do much better. But whether it's enough to trump up, given the demography, is something to be seen. See, we are saying that the middle class will vote en masse for BJP.
No, they're coming out to vote. That's all we're saying.
They're coming out to vote, yes. But are we sure that the middle class is coming out in larger numbers, or the Juggi, Jopdi?
In fact, if you look at the high voter turnout constituency, so we did this, plotted it on the map, 57.7 at 5 p.m. There are 18 constituencies which are 3% or more higher than the state average, more than 60%. And none of those are in South Delhi or Central Delhi. They're all in the outskirts, parts of Delhi that Rahul Shivshankar has probably never gone to, right? Parts like Mustafabad, where they changed the candidate, the BJP candidate.
What is that supposed to be? I've done more reporting in Times of India.
The lower courts are there. The lower courts are there.
I haven't done in a long time though.
So yeah. So parts, let's say for
creature.
example, places like Simapuri, Govindpuri, these are seats where you're seeing Rohtas Nagar, a lot of them on the other side of the Yamuna, Silampur, etc. And then you have these outer Delhi constituencies which are there's a lot of Jat and Gujar population. Jat, particularly Narela, is one outer Delhi constituency. Then you have Badli. Then you have seats in northwest Delhi. So these are, again, these are caste and community-based votes that you have you have, of course, from Najafgarh, which again is a Jat-dominant belt. You have the seat of Chhattarpur, where again you have extremely.
There is one thing that we're kind of missing a little bit in this narrative, and Chetan, I want to bring you in on this because Delhi is cosmopolitan, but it has pockets. Now, many people are wondering which way the Muslim vote is going to go. The AAP didn't really cover itself with glory in Muslim eyes because in 2020, when the anti-CA riots happened, the AAP sort of shied away from taking a position. The Congress is actually out there defending their interests, so to speak. Is that the reason why today this election could actually throw up a surprise? Because the AAP that counted on this Muslim vote is no longer looking sure. And look at where Rahul Gandhi and others from the Congress have actually gone out there and campaigned. So it's Jafrabad, Okhla, some of these areas where there's Muslim pockets.
Well, correct. And a few months back, Congress and AAP fought together in the Lok Sabha. And the moment you are cutting each other's vote, because you're literally telling the voter we are same, and now we are not the same. Choose between us. Now we are divorced. Who are you going to be friends with, husband or wife? Try playing that game on dinner sometime. It's an interesting one.
Yes.
So that's what the vote is confused, right? And I think that could harm more than that. Arithmetic could harm more than people think, because you were together in the India alliance. You did the Lok Sabha election. Although, like some people are saying, the margin by which AAP won last time is so big.
No,
It'll have to be a tsunami.
That is not true. So let me just give you the statistic. This bears repetition. 21 seats, that is 30% of all seats, saw margins less than 10%. So it was actually a very competitive election. Yes, there were big gains in certain seats, but 31 seats saw margins less than 15%.
No, I have.
But that's not less, Rahul. I mean,
data,
to swing vote share that
is
much.
easy data.
What I have is that in 2020, 55 out of the 70
No,
seats.
you're going by that Times of India wrote an article that has actually messed up the entire equation.
That's
because
what
that is not borne out
sorry,
by-
but we have
I saw that one columnist who wrote in that Times of India has actually gone and messed up everyone's.
No, but there's also the Indian
calculation.
Express article which said that 61 of the 67 seats that the AAP retained between 2015 and 2020, their voter margins fell. But that voter margins fell just to that extent that the BJP got enthused to give it a fight. Because if anything, if any party frightens the BJP in North India, it is the AAP. It is not frightened by the Congress.
But that gap over the years has narrowed to the point where, in fact, in the municipal elections, the BJP had a vote share of 38%.
Yeah, we could have a situation like the Lok Sabha happened for the BJP, the third term. The same situation in a mini way can happen for AAP in Delhi, where the BJP is still in power, but it's not the same.
Just have a look. Just have a look. Just two things that when you talk about the anti-CAA protests and all, the protest happened in Shaheen Bagh, Amanatullah's constituency, AAP MLA. The person who's arrested and for Seelampur riots is Tahir Hussain, Aam Aadmi Party councillor. So the AAP not taking a position is perhaps quadrilateral demonstrating that they clearly were on one particular side. One particular side. But Zaka, when we come to the votes,
I think, you know, this is the data. Less than 10,000 votes. The margin of less than 10,000 votes was just 14 seats, of which 4 were won by BJP. So half of what the BJP won in 2020, they won 8. They had 8 MLAs. 4 of them won by less than 10,000 votes. So even if you go by what Rahul's number is, 21 seats were less than 10%. 10% is a huge number, by the way, in small constituencies. Even if you were to discount those 21, AAP had 62. They would still end up with 43. So they would have still won. So the point is the margins were wide in
and also just do the comparison of Lok Sabha to Vidhan Sabha in terms of how the vote shares flip. The only party that gained between 2015 and 2020, where AAP retained almost the same vote share, and the numbers bear out. Zaka, take us. The BJP gained at the cost of the Congress, not at the cost of the AAP.
See, the issue with numbers in Delhi is that unlike other states where you can do a lot of psephology, in Delhi a lot of the psephological formulas fall flat. Simply because Delhi historically in the last 4 or 5 elections has voted distinctly in the Lok Sabha election and distinctly in the Vidhan Sabha election. The same Delhi voter in 2020 gave 54% of the vote to AAP, 39-40%
this is the Lok Sabha 2024,
right? 62 and 8 seats. The same voter in 2024, just few months ago, gave AAP just about 19% of the vote and BJP 54% of the vote. BJP swept this.
That's what I'm saying. So if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha, the same AAP voter, that's the point that Nalin was making. BJP had 54% vote share. And remember, this was an election that both AAP and Congress fought together. So even if you add the almost 20% that Congress has and the 25% that the AAP has, that's only 45%. The BJP is still 10% ahead, even if AAP and Congress fight together. But this is Lok Sabha. Now, if you were to look at 2020 Vidhan Sabha, let me just, it's the exact mirror opposite image where that same 54%, 53.82% went to the AAP. So what that shows is there's a 20% voter who is happy to vote for the BJP in the Lok Sabha.
There are 20% who love Modi and they love Kejriwal. And I know it's not politically correct to say this, but there are people, Delhi is one place where they say that we love Kejriwal and we love Modi. And remember, they were all against the Congress in 2011. They were both kind of rose at the same time.
Do they know how much they hate each other? This 20%.
But what these people? Who's that 15-20%?
That's the voter that shifts between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha.
This 20% is spread across the strata. And largely, Delhi voter is middle class.
Actually, what it is, 18 to 20% split is unusual for any state. It's even more unusual that it's a consistent pattern across several elections, not a one-off. But what Delhi is basically saying, Delhi is also a bonsai state. It's a half state, right? It's not like the other full-on states. But what the voter is basically saying is making a very clear choice between who they want as chief minister and who they ideologically. I think the Delhi voter prediction is very clear. It's just that on Hindutva issue, they don't necessarily see a difference between AAP and BJP, but they're looking at what's better for them in two different elections.
They don't want to let anybody down. When Modi's name is on the ballot, Lok Sabha, they vote for him.
But we do forget one important factor. What was the AAP really winning on? It had captured a large number of women voters and the poorest of the poor in the Jhuggi Jhopdi or the JJ cluster. I hate using that word actually, but there is nothing else that has come. So let's just say in some of the clusters which are underdeveloped in the city, was about freebies, bravery. The BJP has now said, okay, I'm coming to the party with my set of ravies. In fact, if you looked at
it's almost the same. So the ravies actually cancel each other.
Front page of the Times of India or any other news. But look at the second.
It's a whole list of promises.
But just look at the second point. Flip it. Look at the second point, and the second point is that middle class, for example, tax break. The first is the 2,500
for women.
Ravery to women, and then there's the one for the older section of society, and then of course it goes further down. So LPG.
Barring this tax break, this tax break, the AAP, the BJP, and the Congress quite literally mirror each other. Now, this is what happens when we have 7 talking heads in the studio. The one talking head joining us from Mumbai gets left out. So, Ravi Srivastav, it's not done on purpose, but your thoughts, because 6:30 we are counting down to, and we will have the first numbers coming in any moment on the poll of polls. Yes, Ravi.
The one talking head.
आपका टीवी थोड़ा म्यूट करना पड़ेगा आपको.
Sure. Do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Or delay hai, that's why. Haan ji.
Right. See, I think the polling in Delhi, some friend was talking about that is 62.6% for the last time. This will exceed this year. I suspect that because this is definitely going to be on the same lines what happened in the past. But here I am asking only a simple question. Everybody is saying BJP is going to get this many, BJP will get this many, BJP will get that. I am asking a very simple and a flat question. What BJP has done for Delhi in last 11 years? And it's 7 Lok Sabha MPs, again 7 Lok Sabha MPs, repeated 14 MPs there. And what work have they done? Except that we protested, we jailed Arvind Kejriwal, we jailed Aam Aadmi Party, we fell on the streets, we did that, we criticized that, we brought a sheesh mahal, we brought the liquor scam, etc., all negative. Did they show one item? Look, this is what positive we have done for Delhi. And this was a golden opportunity for the government. I think the fight would have been much simpler had they said we have made more classrooms for the students in Delhi. We have made more hospitals than Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. We have made more better infrastructure in Delhi than what Arvind Kejriwal is doing. Or we are bringing these things. See, Arvind Kejriwal has got a solid stronghold. You are again and again analyzing why they gave 62 seats, why they gave 68 seats. Look, the man has done for the people. See, they are not forgetting they are saving 25,000 rupees every month. Our women are traveling free in the buses. We are getting electricity, we are getting water, we are getting good schools, we are getting good health. Health he is giving that. He has brought a Sanjeevani scheme where there will be no limit. Go to the hospital above 60 years of age, get the treatment. No Ayushman, 5 lakh rupees for the whole family, and they should not have a TV, they should not have a scooter, they should not have an internet, nothing like that. So he is bringing out with great ideas. That is why Delhi people love him.
Okay.
And this is the reason somebody was asking why they love him.
That's why
The reason
sometimes,
they love him.
Raviji, you must come to Delhi more often, sir. The fact is,
I come.
a central
No, but there
government
is a
scheme has
question
been
here.
blocked by the state government in a bonsai state, as what Nalin Mehta said. And how is that?
No, but there is a question I want to ask.
How is that cooperative federalism? Bharat Mandapam is not built in Delhi. G20 did not happen in Delhi. The circular road is not open in Delhi. The Dwarka Expressway is not in Delhi at all. It's in some other city, sir. The expansion of the international airport did not happen in Delhi. So the metro connectivity did not happen in Delhi. So all of this, there's no vikas in Delhi. Yes,
but Raviji, 30% of all AAP existing MLAs were denied tickets. Even the number 2 of the party, the ostensible number 2 of the party, Mr. Sisodia, had to change his seat. There is definite anti-incumbency. Let's not dismiss that. Yes, maybe you're right. Maybe he has transformed the lives of some people, some constituents by giving them freebies. But as I said, the BJP has also come out with freebies. So at some level, you'll have to factor that into this calculation. Perhaps the AAP is doing it. Your response to this, sir?
One in the hand is always better than 2 in the bushes. You know very well. See, everybody is coming with the so-called freebie. I don't call them freebie. I call them social welfare scheme. The same which came Ladli Behna here, where they are analyzing some Ladli Behna has got 4-wheelers also. So I don't think that this kind of a freebie is that's a freebie. But if you see that the social welfare scheme which he is giving, irrespective of the caste, community, religion, Dalit, elite, upper class, lower class, he is providing it across the board.
Okay. So let me ask you, since you come regularly to Delhi, do you find free Wi-Fi at a bus stop? Have you traveled by the buses in Delhi? Do you find free Wi-Fi? It was promised in 2013. Has the Yamuna been cleaned? It was promised in 2013. Has Parali gone away? It was promised in 2000. I didn't promise. Nobody put a gun to Mr. Kejriwal's head and asked him to promise. So Delhi is seeing it. Delhi is seeing it that in 2025 saying, give me 5 more years, I'll clean the Yamuna. What he said in 2013. 2013, sir, Wi-Fi is not there in the bus stops even in 2025.
So it's post 6:30. I think
we should see if we are getting response quickly. Our first set of numbers are coming in about 30 seconds, and we should also get the voter turnout numbers. I think that will also come by about 6:30, 6:45, we should get the voter turnout numbers. So we'd get the first set of numbers. Is this going to be? There were a lot of people who said Delhi doesn't feel like the national capital. Is that a sentiment? Now, who will you take that out again?
You don't get clean air. You don't get clean water. You don't have clean roads. You don't have clean sewage system. Why would anybody feel?
So who do you blame? It's a bonsai state. So who do you blame? The LG's office, the central government, or who do you blame? Arvind Kejriwal? Who do you blame? The MCD?
We have fallen between the cracks. That's all I can say. That nobody wants to take ownership of Delhi. And the person who has taken ownership of Delhi, who criticized Sheila Dikshit saying, "Aapke bas ki nahi hai, to fir aap nikal jao, hum karenge." He couldn't deliver either for Delhi because he says the same thing. The police is not in my control. The LG is against me. He has the same excuses for which he was blaming Sheila Dikshit. But in the 10 years, he's not been able to deliver. However, Delhi decided to keep giving him chance after chance, and he did not capitalize on that, and he did not deliver on the promises. Will Delhi still give him another chance is what I want to see.
No, he promised 500 schools. Have you seen that? They have now said we've built 28. They said we will build 22,500 plus classrooms. They built 2,500.
They also said that when
education
we get
was
our
a big
sarkar
plank.
in Punjab,
Have they done it?
Look, they said that when we get our sarkar in Punjab, all this parali burning will stop. Did that stop?
And also, has he?
All right, the first set of numbers have come. Interrupting you, PMark has put out its numbers. Let's look at the first set of numbers here on the poll of polls. PMark setting its numbers, and here they are. They will surprise you. The Aam Aadmi Party 21 to 31. The BJP is 21 to 31. The Aam Aadmi Party is 39 to 49. I'm just going to check if these are the numbers because I've got a different set. Now, all right. Now this just has flipped. The BJP is 39 to 49. The AAP is 21 to 31. Congress may just get on the leaderboard, an outside chance of getting one. So we'll change those numbers. That's it. So that's where it is.
What's the number?
Yeah, there it is. That's it. There it is on the screen. Aam Aadmi Party 21 to 31. BJP plus is 39 to 49 because the JDU has also contested elections. So the NDA has contested elections here. Congress is 0 to 1. Others are 0. So that's where it is. So the Samajwadi Party, Trinamool backing the AAP. The Congress fighting, having its own allies, may get on the leaderboard. But it's the BJP that is running away with this election comfortably. At least 4 clear of the halfway number and maybe 14 clear of the halfway number. That's
Let me tell you one thing. If these numbers hold, big if AAP loses, then a major third party, as opposed to the Congress and the BJP, will be biting the dust. The other three, SP, BSP, BJD, and to some extent the TRS have had a setback over the last 1 year. But this would be a major
okay,
upset.
now the matriz numbers are in, Rahul, on the screen, 32 to 37. So the AAP may just on the upper end clear, but the BJP is starting at the halfway mark, 35 to 40 for the BJP. So it's a close race, as many, like you said, the Satta Bazaar is saying, but the BJP has its nose ahead. The NDA has its nose ahead. BJP plus is 35 to 40. So two pollsters, PMark and Matriz, giving the mandate to the BJP. We can very safely say that the median somewhere is around 39 seats.
Yes.
That's where the median is. Yes, Smita Prakash.
Yes, so we were talking, remember, of the middle class. Let's not forget that there is a whole cluster when he didn't like to call it Juggi Jopri colony. You're talking about the lower middle class voters. They are, many of them who were polled when journalists were going were saying that dono bhi to humko ye promise kar rahi hai. Free education, free cylinder, KG se PG tak education. This is something that the BJP is also saying, and they are also saying. So, what is something new that the AAP is saying? And then the whole, many of those who were polled said that, what is the point in giving it to AAP? Fir se wo jail chale jayenge. So many people who were thinking of voting for Sandeep Dikshit, which was really funny because nobody thought that would happen till about 10 days back, were turning around and saying this. Next, the Muslim voters. In many areas, the Muslim voter feels let down by the Aam Aadmi Party. They are the ones, and because remember, he has totally ignored. He started going to mandirs and things like that, not doing, going to dargahs, not doing all that.
Now JVC point. Just very sorry, 1 second. JVC's number, just with the numbers, and we'll come back. 22 to 31, again similar to Matriz for the Aam Aadmi Party. 39 to 45. So this is somewhere taking that score up for the BJP between what PMark and Matriz has said. That's where JVC has now put this. JVC is saying 39 to 45 seats for the BJP. So a clear, comfortable mandate. Two pollsters now, PMark and JVC, very clearly giving the mandate of Delhi to the BJP. Matriz says BJP has its nose ahead. It is on the halfway number. So clearly it should be in pole position. So 3 pollsters so far have given the mandate to the NDA, BJP-led NDA.
If this happens, it is massive. It's the first time in 3 decades that the BJP will be coming back
to power. If these numbers hold big,
but
41-29 is the poll of polls at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is a clear mandate. And if this is the exit poll, I don't think these numbers will hold. I think if they've got the direction right, then this is going to be a much more
a wave.
Yes, because
the other way.
If people have made up their minds to get rid of Kejriwal, they will vote wholeheartedly. Just one small point. I just want to make this point, take this Muslim point forward. Ballimaran, Matya Meher, Sadar Bazaar, Wazirpur. The polling here is down negative double digits.
Chandni Chowk is also down.
That's what I'm saying. So most of these Muslim-dominated areas, the polling has been very lax. What does that tell you? I don't know.
It tells you that they are like, nobody cares for us. I'm not coming.
They're not going to waste their vote. So are these votes going to go?
Every 8th voter in Delhi is a Muslim.
Whoa, this is landslide BJP. This is what you said. Now, if that's the trend, this is what People's Pulse is saying. People's Pulse says 51-60 for the BJP plus, only 10-19 for the Aam Aadmi Party. So clearly, there is a massive vote share swing, and if it's a two-way fight, the winner takes it all, Zaka.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this really hinges on whether the Congress would revive or not. And if the Congress is dead in the water, as most of these polls are showing, then it's a clear two-way fight. And in a clear two-way fight, the people generally give you a clear mandate. And especially if the voter turnout is likely going up to 67, which is the highest that Delhi has seen in the last 2 decades, then you're fairly certain that this is a decisive mandate. And from what the exit polls are suggesting, it's a decisive mandate in favor of the BJP. But like I said, having seen what happened in Haryana and Maharashtra, we're all skeptical about exit polls.
And let me just tell you one small thing that I've actually physically seen 4 internal polls conducted by the BJP. 3 gave the BJP comfortable leads. 1 showed them flagging. But the common point that was drawn up, and please illuminate us on this, was that the woman vote was still a bit undecided. I'm talking about 15 days ago. Yeah. And most importantly, the BJP was seeing gains in the clusters of the most economically backward classes.
So I think that it's those clusters are exactly where this election will be won and fought. Because unless the BJP is able to overturn a significant proportion of that voter, it's not going to win the election. Now, the thing about the, you were talking about the internal polls of the BJP. I want to throw in internal polls of the Congress as well. And some of them actually the polls that I was shown, they showed that BJP is winning hands down. And there is half the section in the Delhi Congress wants BJP to win, half think that they should win.
The High Command doesn't want the BJP to win.
So now the point is what at least these internal polls of both BJP and Congress, what they were certainly showing, there was one commonality. It's showing BJP gaining momentum in the last 3 weeks. Right? Something has changed in the last 3 weeks. So that is common across
That's the announcement of the freebies. The BJP said that they weren't going to announce the freebies too early. They were going to announce it at the time when most of their leaders would be hitting the ground to carry the message right to the last person.
The thing about the freebies, Rahul, is that in the last election, what hit the BJP badly was that a lot of voters said that what if BJP comes to power, we are getting these A, B, C and D things under AAP, we may lose them. So why should we vote for that? This time the BJP has gone out of the way to say that, look, not only will you not lose them, you'll get more. And if you look at the poll promises, they're very uniform, right? There is, I think,
there's another pollster.
Similar on that.
Yeah, People's Insight, another pollster has said BJP 40-44, AAP 25-29, Congress 0-1. So let's take a quick look. This is the poll of polls so far. PMark has said 39-49. Let's have a quick look at this, and we'll just put it up here on the big numbers one by one. Let's look at this. PMark has said 39-49. So one of the first numbers that came in gave a clear, overwhelming mandate, or a clear mandate to the BJP. Not overwhelming, but yes, clear and comfortable. So if it's the higher median, it will be about 15 seats above the halfway mark. Matriz said 35-40. So BJP on the borderline, but with the nose ahead compared to the Aam Aadmi Party, but it predicted a tight fight, which many believe, if it's a two-way fight like it's looking at, is unlikely unless the vote shares are very, very close to each other. And because the BJP has to cover more ground across all the constituencies compared to the Aam Aadmi Party. There again, Rahul Shivshankar's numbers, if they kick in, perhaps the arithmetic would be different. JVC has said 39-49. So similar to PMark, starting at 39, going up to 45 here. PMark said 49. But that's the range. Yet again, the AAP is second here. So it will be either 45-22, that's how we should look at it, or 39-31. That's how we can look at these numbers fall. But the BJP forms government. Now this is People's Pulse. People's Pulse says overwhelming number 51-60 for the BJP. It's running away with the election. 20-90, 10-19 for the Aam Aadmi Party. So this is a reversal of fortunes for the Aam Aadmi Party. So what happened with it in 2020? Now this is People's Insight. So another metric that they have done, and they have put out 40-44 seats. So again, a clear mandate for the Aam Aadmi Party, beg your pardon, for the BJP. And the Aam Aadmi Party, the mandate for them is that you are going to sit in the opposition this time. So that's how it is from the people of Delhi. Delhi ke dil mein is baar Kejriwal nahi hai. Ab ki baar Kejriwal is not happening as of now with these pollsters in the poll of polls, exit polls. The result day is Saturday, 8th of February.
Imagine.
I want to say that very, very clearly.
We are doing all this analysis based on this figure.
Just imagine.
And ultimately, we are going to have so much egg on our face. And Zaka, let me repeat
So you're confident
that this is good for the complexion to have egg on the face.
Egg on the face because you believe that the exit
I
pollsters
wanted
have
to
got
do
it wrong.
a show
No,
of
when
hands.
you say egg on the face, you say you believe the pollsters have got it wrong.
Look what we've had to do. I've been sitting here with both of you, three of you.
I wanted to ask a show of hands. How many of you think these results will hold on Saturday? Rahul, yes,
You
no.
brought it upon yourself with a
Hands up, hands down.
But when you say results will hold, are you saying that the numbers for the BJP will be greater than what the pollsters predict, or do you believe that will be a total reversal and AAP will do a hat trick?
That is unlikely.
I think
that is unlikely
yeah.
because there's so many. Okay, let's just start with what we all agree with, and all the polls are saying that the Congress numbers are going to be what they are, right? Everybody is the same. Okay, now the big shift is BJP getting more seats than AAP. Every opinion poll is, every exit poll is saying that. Now, whether it can be, predicting seats is very difficult in exit polls. We've seen it poll after poll, but the trend normally is also a big revelation here. Now, Rahul, imagine you make this beautiful house. Too beautiful. So beautiful that people are jealous and call it Sheesh Mahal. And now someone else is going to live in it.
No, I think, fundamentally
somebody else
what's going to happen.
No, they're
I'll
not
tell you
gonna.
what's
It's
going to
a
happen.
museum or something.
It'll become a wellness center for people who have breathing problems in Delhi.
Ayurvedic.
And that's brutal.
Amit Shah in the campaign has specifically said that if BJP wins, that Sheesh Mahal will not be occupied with BJP, it will be open to the public. Now,
what is the public
But
doing?
Nalin, prove me wrong in this. But you spoke with people about the Congress numbers. Even though they're not giving seats to the Congress would have taken some kind of voting percentage. It's not possible that they have not done any vote percentage out here, eaten away a part of our
We get the vote share numbers. The vote share numbers have not yet come. Vote share numbers have not yet come. Abhijit?
Just quick 2-3 points about the BJP campaign, and especially if these figures hold true, Anand. One is BJP started its campaign and put a lot of focus on the outer Delhi seats, 21 seats, the rural seats. Yogi started at I think Kirari. Then Nadda's first campaign was from Najafgarh, and they have given Jats disproportionate amount of seats. The Jat tickets. Percentage is about 6-7%.
Purvanchalis, you're talking about 30% of Delhi's population is
That too.
Purvanchalis,
and they will seats where they matter.
and they will become kingmakers in this election if this result shows. Because if this is what the exit polls are showing, Purvanchalis, remember during COVID, they were packed off in buses and sent away. And Arvind Kejriwal said, "Aa jaate hain, 5 lakh ka treatment karwa dete hain, 15 lakh ki treatment ka." So, that angst has not gone. The insult that was done, if this is the numbers, again, I reiterate.
But I want to respond to a point you were making on Congress vote share. See, the Congress in Lok Sabha elections just a few months ago got more vote share than AAP in Delhi. It got 24%. And AAP got around 19-20%. BJP got 54%. Now, at least the internal polls of the Congress that I saw were showing between 11 to 12% vote share for Congress this time, which is more than 4 point something.
Four and
See,
a
no,
half
no.
percent.
Have a look at the vote share that Matriz is
the
predicting.
more Congress vote share grows, if it's north of 10, 11, 12%, it's going to be hurting us.
No, the AAP has slid by about 10% compared to
That's a vote share,
2020.
vote share, yeah.
2020, Congress has gone up by 4%.
Yeah.
And the BJP is
gone up by about 8%.
Gone up by about 8%.
They had no ambition of winning seats more than 1 or 2. Let's be clear on that. They are playing lambi race. They are looking at Punjab. Play abhi kahin pe nigahe, kahin pe nishana. It's Punjab that Congress is looking at and improving their situation here. And in the India alliance, wiping out the impact of AAP, because AAP is now a national party. It's not just a regional party. It's a national party now with 3 states.
This is 2020 number. This is the 2020
Yeah.
number. And if you look at the Matriz number there on the screen, how big of the slide is what? 10% for the...
Yeah, it'll be almost 10% for
and
the
7%,
Aam Aadmi Party.
and 6% up. Yeah.
Yeah, 44, right? Yeah, 6% up for about 5.
46%, yeah.
46. So yeah,
the Congress has
6% up
taken
for
some of the AAP vote.
And the
So,
Congress has
this
gone
campaign,
doubled its vote share.
Don't forget that this campaign was not fought on national issues this time. Neither by the BJP, neither by the AAP. The BJP made a mistake the last time when it came with its heavy guns and they also tried to polarize the election. It was a completely national campaign. This was not one. This was a very focused campaign, and it will worry the AAP because it was hitting at the very bread and butter issues, which the AAP seems to not have sort of, been able to sort of
But
meet
Rahul,
and match.
What happened in Haryana? Congress didn't give any space to AAP because they thought we are going to win so big. Everybody's saying we are going to win.
So,
and it cost them. Today, 8%. Can you put the vote share number again?
Chetan, this is
8%
another
and
pollster.
44.
Just putting out another pollster. Poll Diary is another pollster who's again giving a clear mandate to the BJP. 42 to 50 seats for the BJP, 18 to 25 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 0 to 2 for the Congress, nothing for the others. But yet again, another pollster who says that the mandate is swinging away from the AAP this time and it is going towards the BJP plus, that's the NDA. Let's just go back. Okay, there's one more. Chanakya has come in. So Chanakya Strategies has now put out this number. BJP again 39 to 44, AAP 25 to 28, Congress 2 to 3 seats. So not just on the leaderboard, but with 2 to 3 seats, and the Congress perhaps will take this, that after a decade-long hiatus, they're finally coming back on the leaderboard. But the AAP, look at that slide from 62 to 28. The BJP, again, shift in fortunes and perhaps localizing the election this time around help them. Chetan Bhagat wanted to speak on the vote share, so let's just get those vote share numbers out, whichever pollsters put it out so far. Yes. Can we have that on the screen? The vote share numbers, Matriz vote
Can I
shares,
come
yes.
in on what Chetan had said
Yeah.
about Haryana? Look, the Haryana, what happened between AAP and Congress in Haryana is what decided which way the Congress will go in Delhi. Because the Congress was really miffed. AAP decided to fight 90 of the 90. Where are they in Haryana? They're hardly there. So when the Congress was willing to talk to them about seat sharing, they went ahead and announced 90 ke 90 hum ladenge apne aap, we will not fight with you. So the Congress turned around and said, fight, 70 to 70, we will fight on our own in Delhi. That is where the breakdown occurred. As soon as Kejriwal came out of the jail, he just announced Haryana on our own. That they are not there. What did they get? 0 in Haryana. They
Can I
have
make
no
another
business.
point? Look at the add up 44 plus 8 is 54. That would have been I'm not saying
And
it
can I
passed.
make another point? The important point this time is that if you look at the Lok Sabha election, what did Mr. Kejriwal say? He made it an election about himself. He said, punish those that have put your favorite son, aapke lal ko, jail mein dala. Didn't work. I think the BJP is taken off from there.
Yeah.
And has made this about a referendum on the so-called clean politics of the AAP. Sheesh Mahal.
This
has
entire
occupied-
Kattar Imandar claim has
That's
that been
right.
busted.
That's
Is
the one.
this a perceptional loss for the AAP?
And
The
it's a
dent
very
is perceptional.
pointed, very narrow focused, calibrated, constant reiterated attack. Everyone has come in and talked about Kejriwal being...
And Rahul, you're right, and it is focused because that is the one thing that has differentiated the AAP brand from other political parties so far. So if you dent that, then what are you left
Because
with?
others
Then
didn't
you
have a
left-
Kejriwal.
Now, that's the poll of polls. Gentlemen and the lady, please have a look at this and then do your analysis. The pollsters seem to be consistent on one party. That is the Congress. And also one directional trend.
But
that is the
only
BJP
thing
getting the
that one
mandate.
needs to be a little worried about here. Remember that these exit polls have been conducted maybe at a cutoff at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. there's still a whole significant number of voters that has still not been polled.
Who in the Congress is winning as per this? I mean, it's very
No, I
interesting.
think Jafrabad, they have a chance.
Okay.
Maybe, but I think the Okla seat,
I think like someone
these two
said,
seats.
defeating AAP is more important to Congress.
So is
and they managed it. I mean, like if the Congress vote share last time was 2%, if I mean, most of the loss is gone to the Congress.
The Congress's vote share last time was about 4%. It's gone up by about 4%.
It's doubled. It's doubled.
Yeah, they have eaten off from AAP. They've also gained some. The BJP has also gained from the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party obviously will be the biggest loser because they've come down from 54 to 44. So they've seen a 10% slide.
There's just one caveat. The one caveat that I want to inject here. Look, first of all, of course, when this election exit poll was sort of taken, now, if this is number and this is expected to hold, that means the voter already made up his mind or her mind much earlier. That's one. Secondly, the thing about the AAP voter is they are not very vocal. They have seen the repercussions. Okay. There has been a heavy-handedness. So I would just say, let's wait for
another vote share that's come, Rahul, and to the guests. And Zaka, PMark says 45% to the BJP, 42% to the AAP, 9% to the Congress, and 4% to others. So that means this is a 12% slide for the AAP.
Yeah, not just that. What it also means is that 9 plus 4, 13% is gone to somebody else.
Yes.
Chances are that was the AAP vote. Certainly, an AAP voter may vote for the Congress, but a Congress voter voting for the BJP or the BJP voter voting for the Congress is less likely. So if you look at this, so if it's come down from 53 to 40, what did you say?
42% for the AAP as per the PMark.
11%
and Matrice says 44.
And BJP has gone from 39.40 to 45. So that's a 5% jump. Whereas Congress is again doubled. It's gone from 4% to 9%. And the others have gone from 2% to 4%. So you have...
So who are these people? These are people who know... See, you know that Congress is not going to win. But still you are so upset with AAP, but you can't vote for the BJP. That you have to vote for Congress. So who's this? This could be the Muslim voter. What is it?
I fundamentally
believe it could be. Last time there was CAA. It was a different dynamic. Today, this time it's like, not them. I obviously cannot vote BJP. It's okay. It's almost like a nota vote.
Mr. Kejriwal has played soft Hindutva. No doubt about it. If you want to call it Hanuman Chalisa, all those temple, etc., worshipping, and then of course the silence during the anti-CA protests. That was very marked. Whether it has scarred the voter, I don't know.
Beyond
issues. And perhaps that's what also explains the surge in the Congress prospects in the Lok
Sabha. Distant memory, Rahul. Is it more about recent? How was your Diwali? Was it a dirty Diwali because there was kachra all around? Was it a choking winter because there was pollution all around? And the MCD mandate was given to the AAP.
That's a very important
question. There was an MCD mandate that was given to the AAP. And then did the streets clean up? Are my roads better than what they were before? I think there's some real thing for the people of Delhi.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're having a conversation. What is it?
Beyond issues, there's also this massive thing of mobilization that the BJP has got this right this time. It had the momentum from Haryana and Maharashtra, and Sangh, according to reports and what we have been hearing, Sangh has been extremely active on the ground. I mean, all 13,030 booths. Each booth had at least a group of 10 people or more working on the ground. So the cadre is extremely mobilized.
And this entire aspect of localized election.
Yeah.
Each particular constituency, each particular region, not national issues, local issues. So everyone from Kumaraswamy, Chandrababu Naidu, you had Pushkar Dhami, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Anurag Thakur, all these people who have different backgrounds, but they were plying their wares and they were campaigning on ground. You spoke to Jai Panda. There are others who are involved. Was this a strategy that they will localize this election? And did the AAP not realize this?
There were 3 or 4 things that I just
all based on these numbers.
Yeah, just quickly talk a bit about where the BJP is concerned and the way they sort of built this campaign. They deliberately did not have a face. They deliberately made the Prime Minister come in only once. They had decided to announce the manifesto. Remember, the manifesto was quite low-key, if you remember. It was put out not by Amit Shah. There were just 3 individuals who came out, put out that, and then suddenly you saw, and this was deliberately done 15 days before, the polling day, is when they said, let's hit the ground. After that, the message was carried last mile. You have another very interesting thing. The Prime Minister enters the election campaign with one plea. He said, look, you've given the other two parties a huge run, 30 years plus. Give me a chance to serve you. Give me the chance that I have, tried to do for others. Allow me to work for you. Let me be your sevadar. Now, I don't know. It's an emotional appeal.
I kind of agree
Viksit
with...
Bharat ki Viksit Delhi, he said. Ki
No, I think Delhi was the missing crown jewel, whether you like it or not. I mean, it's the capital. And for the last 10 years, all we've had is this bickering between
the crown rather than crown jewel.
Yeah, the crown jewel. I mean, this whole bickering between the state and the center, I think Delhiites were really upset because of that. And finally, they're like, if these numbers are true, if these numbers hold, then they're like, okay, let's give it to one party. Let's see if the same party is in power.
If you opened the newspapers, there was a new message every day. Like, Jay Panda, you spoke to, even I spoke. I said, कोई central theme नहीं है. You're कभी मंदिर है तो कभी छठ पूजा में यमुना साफ करेंगे, कभी इलेक्ट्रिक बस देंगे. So then there was KG से PG तक women के लिए we'll give you this much money. So why is there no central theme? There is no central theme because there is no one vote in Delhi.
Good point.
You have Purvanchali's Muslim vote. Then you have the Baniya Punjabi vote.
Yeah.
Baniya Punjabi vote. 34 seats is where the Baniya Punjabi vote used to traditionally vote for the BJP. They used to shut shop. They used to come and vote. BJP won election after election based on that Baniya Punjabi vote for the Lok Sabha election from 1999 onwards. That Baniya Punjabi shifted to the Aam Aadmi Party. Somewhere that Kejriwal was able to click, that the Baniya vote. The Punjabi vote also went to Aam Aadmi Party, which was a very strange thing. The BJP got cracking and wondered what has happened. So you had Hardeep Puri, you had the others who went for the Punjabi vote, you had Manoj Tiwari and the others who went for the Baniya vote.
If you remember, the last election, 2020, was one big issue was also sealing. MCD sealing, and MCD was under the BJP at that time. For the trader class, that was a big issue at that time. And I remember Arvind Kejriwal said, "Ye sealing, shieling, hum band kar denge." So that appealed to the trader class, particularly the ones in Rajendra Nagar, Patel Nagar, Rajouri Garden.
But like as I said, Delhiites have very short memory.
Yeah.
They pulled down a government based on onion prices.
Yeah, exactly.
You remember that?
Right. Yeah.
So
these are real issues that hurt the people of Delhi or help the people of Delhi. When you give me free bijli, they gave Arvind Kejriwal vote. But when the bills came post the election, they realized what is happening. So was that a realization or not? We have to wait. And whether or not these numbers stick, or is there going to be a different thing altogether between the 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. and the final voter share number turnout, it's all Janta Janardhan. But the trends, every pollster is going in one way.
The voter that holds the key to this election is the woman voter.
You can take it
from me, you will see
where the AAP is quite confident that they will actually do, and so Kejriwal is on record saying वो 10% हम संभाल लेंगे, आप हमें वोट दे देना, हम कर लेंगे. So
and the woman voter doesn't come out, and is not very vocal.
Speak about it.
Also the tax break, right? Guys, we just forgot. Like India is tax free now. India was a tax free movie.
Not for people like you, Chetan.
That's why he's sitting somewhere else.
Where Anjali Rai of the Aam Aadmi Party is with us.
I can be happy for my countrymen. Like I heard only 1% of India, like the tax, India's population will pay tax. 9 out of salaried people, 9 out of 10 salaried people will not pay any tax.
I'm not sure
if it had a 1% effect, 2% effect. We're talking 5% gain in market.
I'm not sure if the
share,
people of Delhi, largely traders, and also Sarkari Babus and
government employees.
The government employees are there. And does this actually make such a big difference that there would be a 12% slide in vote share as predicted by the pollsters? Anjali Rai is with us of the Aam Aadmi Party. So we'll open it to the guests and also after her first comments. Namaste, Anjali ji. All the pollsters are indicating that the mandate is swinging away from the Aam Aadmi Party. How would you respond to this?
We all of us have already seen that these exit polls they don't predict the truth. During Haryana and Maharashtra elections, we saw how they fell on their face. So we don't believe in these exit polls. And secondly, the thing is that our voters are silent voters, especially women. They are very discreet. They are not vocal. They don't even tell to their husbands also that whom are they going to vote for. And we believe that women are largely going to vote for us because they save a lot of money while running their household affairs. because of Kejriwal ji. They save in electricity bill, they save in water bill, they save while sending their children to schools, and then free bus yatra for women. So many things in which they are going to believe. And secondly, in which they save. And secondly, the most important thing is trust factor. All the parties have made so many promises. Like if we say that we'll give 2,100 to all the women of Delhi, then BJP will say 2,500. Congress is also saying 2,500. But these people, like after hearing so many promises from all the parties, people get confused, and then they believe that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. So they are going to vote for the Aam Aadmi Party because they are already giving them all the benefits. They have proved that whatever they promise, they fulfill their promises.
As we speak,
actually, they have.
Just another pollster has now said no seats for the Congress or any others. It's a straight fight between the AAP and the BJP. And the BJP Plus has got the mandate, 36 to 44 seats by DV Research, compared to 26 to 34 by the Aam Aadmi Party. If you believe the Mahila voter is with you, the Mahila voter constitutes about 45% of the 1.5 crore overall voters of Delhi in this election. Then that should have reflected in the exit polls also. Saka?
No, not just that. I mean, people tend to forget that the male voter is actually about 83 lakhs. The female voter is about 71, 72 lakhs. So there's a 10, 11 lakh gap between men and women. I'm not diminishing the women voter in any way. But look, every single exit poll has given the edge to the BJP. Some by 5 seats, some by 10 seats. The fact of the matter is, I think directionally, yes, having seen what happened in Haryana, having seen what happened in the general election, I think directionally to get all of them to get it wrong would be really an aberration. I think exit polls should just shut shop if they get Delhi wrong. But the point is,
shut shop on June 4th.
well, this is one election. I mean, Haryana, I think, was a bigger surprise because everybody got it wrong. No, but I think the bigger point is, and I want our panelists to weigh in on this, this will have huge ripple effects. It will have a huge impact in Punjab. Punjab goes to polls early 2027. It'll have, we're basically then going back to Delhi's politics as we knew it prior to 2013, Rahul Shivshankar. It's going to be Congress versus BJP. For a party like Aam Aadmi Party, which is in power in 2 states, to be out of power in the national capital for 5 long years, it could very well sink them.
I agree with you. I think the first implications will be felt by the India alliance as a whole.
Yeah.
Remember what has happened. Going into this election, the Congress has been completely isolated.
Yeah.
All its close allies have jumped in on the side of Kejriwal, so much so that you've had Akhilesh Yadav campaigning for Mr. Kejriwal. The Congress is not going to like it because Rahul Gandhi, the crown prince, the scion of the party, has been left feeling a little diminished. And he's not going to like that. And if the Congress does improve its prospects, you can expect the first ripples in the India alliance, and beyond that, of course, in the
TMC backed up Aam Aadmi Party.
Yes,
Sena UBT backed Aam Aadmi Party. Yeah, not in your
DMK. I want to add, Rahul is absolutely right. This will also have an impact on the Bihar election. It will have an impact on how many seats Congress can negotiate for in Bihar with the alliance partner. In fact, Congress is actually betting on this election much more for what happened in Punjab and what will happen in Bihar.
Yeah, can I come in on this? I think it's important what Nalin said about Bihar, because not just the Congress with Tejasvi about how the seat sharing happens, even for the BJP, because they had JDU and LJP fighting 1 seat each in Burari and in Deoli. How have they performed? That also matters. The BJP will go with a stronger positioning in when they go in for their alliance with JDU, if they do well in Delhi. Of course, under Nitish, I think that is an given. But yeah, it will have an impact on Punjab. It will have an impact in Gujarat. It will have an impact in Bihar.
No, I think fundamentally what also happened, and I go on with Chetan and Abhijit to weigh in on this, Mr. Kejriwal tried to make this election as a referendum on him. He said, BJP has unfairly put me in jail, ED, CBI, they unleashed everything, main kattar imandar hoon. So one is the referendum on himself and his political brand, his honesty, etc., which, I mean, let's face it, that sheen came off with that whole Sheesh Mahal business. And the second is his governance record. He's been chief minister since 2013. It's what, 11, almost 12 years now that he's been chief minister. It's a simple question that every voter asks. Has my life improved in the last 5 years, in the last 10 years? And I think if these numbers are holding, a large majority of Delhi voters are saying their life has not improved in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and if you look at Maharashtra, you talked about the pollsters, the direction in Maharashtra was very clear.
That's
but
true.
the eventual numbers, nobody predicted because it was a runaway election. And in this case, if it's a two-way fight, then could these numbers further consolidate in favor of the BJP plus away from the AAP? Then what does that mean in terms of spillover effect? Anjali ji is still with us, and then Abhijit. Yes, your thoughts, Abhijit, and then we'll go to Anjali.
I think the Delhiites are fed up of the whining and constant bickering that Kejriwal has been doing. See, if even now when you drive across Delhi, the best instances of infrastructure development, etc., are all done during Sheila Dikshit's time. You have to acknowledge that. And Sheila Dikshit had, a BJP government at the center for a while, and she didn't have to she didn't constantly whine and say they're not allowing us to do this, that, whatever. She found a way
you can't also discount the fact that the BJP through the lieutenant governor has also played a bit of an obstructionist hand. You can't, I mean, the Sheila Dikshit equation with Mr. Vajpayee, who was a sort of different kind of it was a different kind of government. I don't think.
But the same BJP in Odisha,
such a clean.
The same BJP in Odisha, Navin Babu for an entire decade worked with
but that equation is very different because
Point
slightly
was
different.
BJP. See, the BJP of yore was dominated by Punjabi leaders. There was Madan Lal Khuranas and others who had roots in the old Jansangh, who had built it, right? So the demography of the state changed from being largely Banya Punjabi that Smita was talking about, Purvanchali is coming in, a whole bunch of other people coming in. But this BJP is fundamentally leaderless in Delhi. Right? So if this result holds true, we'll see, that's a big if, then it will be another state where the BJP has won without having a clear leader. Right? So it's not like Yogi in UP where Yogi is the totem pole of the BJP. So it'd be interesting to see.
What are you saying, Milind? They'll bring a little
first
legislative party meeting and say, okay.
That bucks the trend. Zaka, on your screen, there are two viewers on our screens. Aam Aadmi Party 46 to 52, BJP plus 18 to 23. This is we preside. We preside is the one
and
which
reside,
or
is it we preside? What is it?
So we preside is not. It's we preside. However you pronounce it. So the difference between Leviosa and Leviosa. So let's go across to Virendra Sachdewa ji, the Delhi State BJP President. Virendra Sachdewa ji, namaste. अधिकांश जितने भी पोलस्टर्स हैं, दे आर गिविंग बीजेपी प्लस द मैंडेट. एक अभी पोलस्टर हैं जो कह रहे हैं रनअवे विक्ट्री फॉर आप. 46 से 52 सीट उन्होंने दिखाया, बट अदरवाइज एवरीबॉडी एल्स इज सेइंग कि बीजेपी को मैंडेट मिल रहा है. आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, मैं बहुत विनम्रता के साथ कह रहा हूं, जिनका भी एग्जिट पोल है सारे के सारे वो अपना एग्जिट पोल देने के लिए मतलब वो दें. हमें उनसे कोई मतलब बहुत ज्यादा खुश नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि दिल्ली की जनता पिछले 6 महीने से इस बात के लिए संकेत दे रही थी कि दिल्ली में व्यवस्था परिवर्तन चाहिए, दिल्ली में एक ऐसी सरकार चाहिए जो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़े. और मुझे लगता है कि ये दिल्ली की जनता का मूड आज हमें दिखाई दिया है. हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत शिद्दत के साथ पिछले 2 सालों में इस सरकार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी है, और 8 तारीख को जो परिणाम आएगा तो पूरा संकेत स्पष्ट होगा कि आपदा सरकार जाएगी, भाजपा सरकार आएगी.
आपके हिसाब से वोटर टर्नआउट कितना है? ऑफिशियल फिगर्स नहीं आए, पर मैं जानता हूं बीजेपी एक रोस्टर और खुद का आकलन करती है, तो ओवरऑल वोटर टर्नआउट कितना होगा और कितनी सीटें?
5 बजे तक 58% था. मुझे लगता है 65% के आसपास जाके ये टर्नआउट रुकेगा, 65-67 के आसपास. और सीटों की भविष्यवाणी मैं नहीं करता, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल कागज पर लिख के करते हैं, उनको करने दीजिए. मुझे इतना पता है कि स्पष्ट बहुमत की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में आ रही है.
कॉन्फिडेंस है कि ग्राउंड पर आपको ये दिखा है, क्योंकि हरियाणा में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस थी और ग्राउंड पर कुछ और हो गया, तो इसलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं. वहां पर भी एक ही आउटलायर था जिसने कहा बीजेपी की सरकार आएगी, यहां पर भी अभी तक एक ही आउटलायर है जो कहता है आपका हैट्रिक होगा.
मैं फिर कहता हूं जी, हमने एक एक बूथ को अपने हाथों से अपने पैरों से नापा है, और एक एक भ्रष्टाचार की लड़ाई हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत शिद्दत और जुनून के साथ लड़ी है. जनता गंदे पानी से त्रस्त है, जनता सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो से त्रस्त है, टूटी हुई सड़कों से जनता त्रस्त है. हर विभाग में, चाहे वो शीश महल हो, शराब का घोटाला हो, जल बोर्ड का घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का हो, स्वास्थ्य का हो, कोई विभाग ऐसा नहीं जिसमें घोटाला नहीं हो। अस्पताल नकली दवाइयां दे रहे हैं दिल्ली की सरकार के, लोग गंदा पानी पीने से मर रहे हैं, तो सब लोग प्रदूषण से नाराज हैं। तो वो नाराजगी आखिर कहीं तो परिवर्तित होगी, और वो नाराजगी आज वोटों में दिखाई दे रही थी।
लेकिन सत्यदेव जी, आप क्या कहेंगे जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि देखिए वो भी रेवड़ी बांट रहे हैं, आप भी रेवड़ी बांट रहे हैं, तो इस वजह से शायद बीजेपी की जीत हुई है? नहीं तो 27 साल से आप सत्ता से बाहर थे दिल्ली में, और ये जो समस्याएं आप बता रहे हैं वो तो काफी दशकों से चल रहा है दिल्ली में।
नहीं, दिल्ली में काफी दशकों से चल रहा है, लेकिन पिछले 10-11 सालों में स्थिति बहुत ज्यादा खराब, बद से बदतर हुई है साहब। और जहां तक योजनाओं की बात है, प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना 80 करोड़ लोगों को देश में राशन मिल रहा है। उज्ज्वला योजना के हिसाब से हमने सिलेंडर देने का काम किया। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के नाम से हमने 4 करोड़ लोगों को घर देने का काम किया। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री की योजना का जिक्र करते हैं तो साथ में डिलीवरी का पैकेज दिखाते हैं कि हमने करके दिखाया। अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास क्या था? महिला सम्मान के नाम पर पंजाब में 3 साल पहले वादा किया 1000 रुपए देने का, आज तक 1 रुपया किसी को नहीं मिला। लोकसभा चुनावों में दिल्ली में घोषणा की सितंबर तक 1000 रुपए आएगा, किसी को नहीं दिया। और दिल्ली में जो फॉर्म इन्होंने छपवाए या उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया, वो कूड़ेदान में कबाड़ी के पास मिले। तो दिल्ली की जनता इस बात को तो मानती है कि जहां विश्वसनीयता का सवाल होगा तो वहां नरेंद्र मोदी खड़े उतरते हैं, वह अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं उतरते। तो मुझे लगता है इस विश्वास के साथ दिल्ली की जनता ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को वोट दिया।
नहीं, केजरीवाल जी हमेशा ये कहते थे कि उनके पास चेहरा कौन है। अब आज बताइए ना कि चेहरा कौन है। अभी तो सारे रुझान तो यही दिखा रहे हैं कि आपकी पार्टी जीत रही है और बड़ी जीत होगी दिल्ली में।
आम आदमी पार्टी के पास कौन सा चेहरा था जी?
कुछ केजरीवाल ही है चेहरा, और कौन है उनका चेहरा?
नहीं, मैं यही पूछना चाहता था आपसे, केजरीवाल चेहरा कैसे हो सकते हैं? माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जिस व्यक्ति पर जो जमानत पे छूटा हुआ अपराधी है, एक बंदिश लगा दी कि आप मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में जा नहीं सकते, किसी फाइल पे हस्ताक्षर कर नहीं सकते, तो वो कैसे जा सकते हैं? वो जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्णय दिया है वो तो नहीं बदल जाएगा, वो तो लिखा गया किताब पर। तो ये चेहरा कैसे हो सकते हैं? और जहां तक हमारे चेहरे की बात है, हमारा चेहरा नरेंद्र मोदी है। हमने उड़ीसा में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने मध्य प्रदेश में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने राजस्थान में चेहरा नहीं दिया, हमने महाराष्ट्र में नहीं दिया, हमने हरियाणा में भी नहीं दिया। एक कार्यकर्ता को तय करना है, केंद्रीय नेतृत्व तय करता है, दिल्ली में भी तय करेंगे। 8 तारीख को रिजल्ट आने दीजिए, हम आपको दिल्ली का एक बहुत सुंदर कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देंगे।
पर वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, दिल्ली बीजेपी के साथ यही कटाक्ष हमेशा रहा है कि दिल्ली बीजेपी कभी ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं रही है, हमेशा बटी हुई रहती है, इसीलिए दिल्ली में 27 साल से बीजेपी के लिए अकाल पड़ा हुआ है। क्या वो परिस्थिति अब बदल चुकी है?
अच्छा बताइए, आपको पिछले 2-3 सालों में कभी एक बार भी कोई ऐसी खबर मिली कि जहां लगता हो कि पार्टी में गुटबाजी है? हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व इतना सक्षम है जो हम सबको बांधे रखने में सफल रहता है। और मैं बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ कह रहा हूँ, माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी लगातार इन छोटी छोटी बातों पर हमको सिखाते रहे, हमें आगे बढ़ाते रहे, और उसी का परिणाम है कि ये पूरा यूनिट एक मुट्ठी में बंद करके लड़ा। हमने 7 लोकसभा सीटें भी जीती और दिल्ली का विधानसभा चुनाव भी जीते।
एक बात मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि 2020 के बनिस्बत 2025 में हमने एक बात देखी कि आपने कैंपेन को लोकलाइज किया, आपने लोकल मुद्दे उठाए, नेशनल मुद्दे नहीं आए। तो ये क्या सोची समझी एक स्ट्रैटेजी थी?
देखिए, मैं खुद दिल्ली वाला हूं भाई साहब, मैं दिल्ली में पला बड़ा हूं, चांदनी चौक की गलियों में मेरा बचपन बीता है, जवानी बीती है। हम छोटी छोटी समस्याओं को समझते हैं। सीवर ओवरफ्लो होने से अगर दिल्ली में एक रेनी सीजन में 62 लोग मर जाते हैं तो बताइए ऐसी दिल्ली पे कौन गर्व करेगा? ये व्यवस्था किसी को तो बदलनी पड़ेगी ना। अगर हर नल खोलते ही पानी आए नहीं, और आए तो गंदा पानी आए, 20,700 लोग एक साल में गंदे पानी पीने से मर जाए, तो कौन दिल्ली वाला इस पर गर्व महसूस करेगा? सड़क टूटी हुई इतनी है कि स्कूटर में, मोटरसाइकिल में लोग खड्डे में गिर जाते हैं, तो कौन दिल्ली वाला इस पर गर्व करेगा? तो ये जो दिल्ली का दर्द है, ये दिल्ली की जो पीड़ा है, यही जनता के सामने हम लेकर गए, और जनता इसी से तरसती, इसलिए जनता ने भरोसा किया गुड गवर्नेंस पे, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री पे। क्योंकि 10 सालों में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब बड़े बड़े हम हाईवे बनाते हैं, पुल बनाते हैं, एक्सप्रेसवे बनाते हैं, तो फिर दिल्ली की सड़कें बनाना कौन सा मुश्किल काम है जी? उसके लिए नियत चाहिए, ईमानदारी चाहिए। वो नियत ईमानदारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जनता को दिखाई दी, इसलिए जनता ने हमारा साथ
पर
दिया।
इतने साल तो एमसीडी आपके अंडर ही थी, बीजेपी के अंडर थी, तब बीजेपी के अंडर वो नियत नहीं थी। इस बार तो एमसीडी का भी चुनाव आप हार गए थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको नहीं लगा कि दिल्ली की जनता शायद आप पर भरोसा नहीं कर रही, यानी बीजेपी पर दिल्ली में भरोसा नहीं कर रही विधानसभा लोकल
एमसीडी 15 साल हमारे पास रही, लेकिन पिछले 10 सालों में एमसीडी का फंड रोकने का पाप किसने किया? अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया, क्योंकि फंडिंग जो है वो थ्रू स्टेट आती है। जब आप पैसा नहीं दोगे, कर्मचारियों की तनख्वाह नहीं दोगे, तो उसका गुस्सा कहीं ना कहीं तो निकलेगा ना। लेकिन एमसीडी हारने के बाद 2 साल से एमसीडी में ये है, और उसके बाद एमसीडी की जो और बुरी स्थिति हुई है, जो सफाई व्यवस्था के प्रोजेक्ट हमने शुरू किए थे, जो कूड़े के पहाड़ हटाने हमने शुरू किए थे, वो काम भी बंद हो गया। अब तो एक नया पहाड़ भी द्वारका में शुरू कर दिया, और गाजीपुर में एक नया पहाड़ बन गया। तो फिर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ में आया कि ये तो जो परिवर्तन का नारा लेकर आए थे, इन्होंने परिवर्तन की जगह व्यवस्था का इतना दुर्व्यवहार किया है कि इनको ही हटाना बेहतर है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस बार दिल्ली की जनता ने पूरी व्यवस्था के खिलाफ वोट दिया है, कि जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार ने दिल्ली को खोखला करने का काम किया, दिल्ली की जनता इनको माफ नहीं कर रही, और दिल्ली की जनता ने उसके परिवर्तन के रूप में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को चुना है।
वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल को सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान किस फैक्टर ने किया? शीश महल ने किया, लिकर पॉलिसी स्कैम ने किया? और अगर ये मैंडेट जो एग्जिट पोल्स दिखा रहे हैं यही आता है और बीजेपी की सरकार दिल्ली में बनती है, तो क्या आपको इसका खामियाजा पंजाब में भी भुगतना पड़ सकता है? आपका आकलन क्या कहता है?
3 चीजें
जी,
3 चीजें बताता हूं जहां से इनका डाउनफॉल शुरू हुआ। कोविड में जब लोग मर रहे थे, अरविंद केजरीवाल और पूरी आम आदमी पार्टी घर में छुपकर बैठी थी। केंद्र सरकार ऑक्सीजन दे रही थी, इनके पास ऑक्सीजन रखने की जगह नहीं थी। उस समय लोगों को लगा कि हमने कैसी सरकार को चुना है। फिर कोविड में जब लोग अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भाग रहे थे, ये श्रीमान जी बैठ के घर में शराब नीति बना रहे थे कि कैसे करोड़ों रुपए की कमाई की जाए, कैसे गोवा और पंजाब का चुनाव लड़ा जाए। और तीसरा सोने पे सुहागा वो शीश महल, जो भ्रष्टाचार का म्यूजियम दिल्ली में बना है। तो दिल्ली की जनता समझ गई कि ये पूरी की पूरी पार्टी, ये पूरा का पूरा अरविंद केजरीवाल अपने लिए जीता है, इनको जनता की फिक्र नहीं है। उसके बाद जो समस्या मैंने आपको गिनवाई है, उन्होंने उसमें और हम कहते हैं कि दिल्ली को जनता को दर्द बताने का कष्ट किया। ये उन 3 चीजों से रूट बना कि अरविंद केजरीवाल लगातार व्यवस्था के भ्रष्टाचार के शिकार होते गए।
जी वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, एग्जिट पोल्स की तो आपको बधाई। 8 तारीख को चांदनी चौक की फेमस जलेबी आप सबको खिलाएंगे कि नहीं, वो देखा जाएगा। फिलहाल हमसे बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद।
हम आपको जलेबी भी खिलाएंगे, और इस मौसम में दौलत की चाट बहुत अच्छी मिलती है।
हाँ बिल्कुल, वाह, वो भी याद दिला दी आपने। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस, थैंक यू। So the BJP confident, and they are saying these are the local factors. So COVID is something that is a memory that people of Delhi still carry.
And they're also talking about that whole बंदिश लगा दी है, courts ने बंदिश लगा दी है, तो इनका चेहरा कौन है? So kind of saying that the Aam Aadmi Party was fighting this election as bandish bandits, you know. They were not, I'm sorry to pun on that, but I couldn't resist it. It's not just Chetan who's going to come up with the puns in this show. But yeah, you know, for once, Virendra ji is smiling. He's been so tense in the past 10 days. I haven't seen a single smile on this gentleman's face, because they've all been saying it's a faceless crowd, it's a faceless crowd. A couple of things which I wanted to point out was that if this holds, you know, this whole thing about Arvind Kejriwal being an Aam Aadmi is gone. Somewhat like what, if you remember, VP Singh being, you know, the middle class messiah. And that came crashing down after a while. You know, he watered it down. He went into the mandal. He waded into that. He went into the caste factor. And that whole middle class messiah was crushed completely. If Arvind Kejriwal loses in this manner, he loses Delhi, he is no longer that middle class. Of course, the Aam Aadmi has become shesh after sheesh. But this is now, you know, he's going to be, they're going to pun on this a lot. They're going to say he's shesh nag. And
yeah, you're in pun mode. Shesh after sheesh. Wow.
I think it's an interesting point he raised, that the fact is that people loved Arvind Kejriwal as the CM of Delhi, and now it's Atishi. And while it's still AAP and we all know who's running the show, it's still a different face. And a little bit of 1-2% vote.
But can I
No,
ask?
but
a
Atishi
larger
is still
question?
not written
Atishi,
chief
see,
minister
it's a
outside her
question. There
residence.
is a
She
larger
still says
question.
Yeah, I
Atishi
remember
minister.
that happened in Tamil Nadu as well. I mean,
So she still says Atishi minister. She's not
Yeah,
said
very
she because she
khadao
says
rakhe
but there are no shoes being kept
Yeah.
or things like that.
So
at
there is
least.
there is a larger question, Chetan. I'll be very interested to know how the Congress is going to react.
Oh, they'll be thrilled.
Are they going to question the EVMs?
You know,
or
when
will they let Kejriwal now?
Sometimes
be
you
chewed
can
up by
find
the
joy in
system?
other people's misery.
Well,
and
so that will
it's not
will
nice,
expose
but-
that will expose the Congress.
Indirection, somewhat like what Trump in 2020.
And my problem with the AAP that calls itself the agitprop
Have a
of
look
Indian
at this.
political system.
Is this a possibility
Will they
for
reject
you?
this?
And I'll tell you one thing.
Let me just burst the bubble a bit and say this: we preside number of 49% vote share for the AAP, 43% for the BJP. Is that possible? 5% for the Congress party. Is that possible? I think we will talk about that. We've got Mr. Sandeep Dixit joining us. Sandeep Dixit ji, namaste. Thank you for speaking with us. Sandeep ji, namaste. This is Anand Narsimhan here with me, Zaka Jacob and Rahul Shivshankar. Very, very hard fought election. I think we've lost the line. We've lost the connection with him. We'll try and connect. Now, that's the number I was talking about. See, is this possible?
Anand, I was saying that like somebody says, everything is possible, is as possible as Rahul Shivshankar also eating Daulat ki chaat.
I'll tell you who does.
You never know. You never know.
I think the role model for all politicians of India who want to cultivate this simple person image is Mamata Banerjee. She never misses a beat. She's always dressed simple. She doesn't
Okay,
have
another
affluent
pollster,
lifestyle.
Chetan. See this. So I am interrupting you, but have a look at these numbers on the screen.
Yeah, that's
33
close.
to 38 for the AAP. So the second pollster who's saying the AAP may still win a very, very close fight. The second pollster after we preside who's giving a mandate, possible mandate to the Aam Aadmi
Why do
Party
you have so
and
many
putting the
exit polls for
BJP
Delhi,
behind.
not nationally? Who are these people?
नहीं एक तो ये है कि आधे
how
को
many
नाम
are
नहीं पता
there?
कौन है कहाँ से आए
पर मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना, would you this morning on the
Who's
election
Zina?
coverage, they said there are about 40 reporters who
This
have
is
come
a
from
Z
Punjab. There is interest for the Delhi elections even in Punjab. So there are pollsters will be fielded by various entities, various parties, etc., and also independent who believe that this is a narrative changing election. Although it's a very Nalin said bonsai state election, but this could spin the national narrative away. It could swing it far away from Aam Aadmi Party, which is a story to say in a decade.
Look,
No
I just
other
want to say
political
one
party
thing.
has become such a
I'm
big
sorry,
national force to
Anand,
reckon
there's
with in
one
a
thing that
decade's
I have
time.
to say.
And then fizzle
if
out.
this vote share of the Aam Aadmi Party is going to be 40% plus, then I don't know how you can make an educated projection on seats. If there
You
has
cannot.
to be, you can't have it always. You can't say that the Congress is also increasing, the AAP is coming down, but only slightly, where the BJP is becoming this. If it's going to come down to a 2% margin, it's going to be a very tough election
going to be a fun
project
hit.
onto seats.
Yeah.
Then we may as well just say this is an open
But there is
contest.
some dent in up.
but there's
There is some dent in up. Would you agree with that? There is some dent in
Yeah,
up.
of course.
No,
I think there is a dent in up.
There's
So
one
that's-
difference, which is that in 2020 they had a 54% vote share, so they've come down by 14%. As Sandeep Dixit, Congress leader and candidate from the New Delhi constituency, joins us. Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. First things first. So all the exit pollsters are giving the edge to the BJP and saying that it is a vote for change. It's a change election. That after 12 years, the Aam Aadmi Party will be voted out of power in Delhi. I want your first reaction to the headline that exit pollsters are saying that the BJP will win Delhi.
Look, I'm assuming that the exit polls are correct. What is the final picture, we'll come to know only on the 8th. But I won't be surprised. I knew that Delhi was looking for a change. Although the last 2 to 3 years, what I'd been seeing people talking about in Delhi, I think they're quite tired of what the Aam Aadmi Party was doing. And I don't think the ex-chief minister, Mr. Kejriwal, who's there, frankly, the only leader in the party, I think his magic, whatever you might call it, had waned quite substantially. Also, the Aam Aadmi Party was not really realizing that all the tricks and gizmos with which they were constantly trying to keep themselves alive in politics, they were not working anymore. So I won't be surprised that they lose. I am a little surprised that this is the kind of equation for the BJP and the Congress that the exit polls are showing. But this is not a time to argue on that, because we will come to know the picture on the 8th. And in any case,
Sandeep-ji,
I don't know all that much of what's happening outside of New Delhi.
I can understand that. You also been extremely involved in campaigning. Some people would say that your party, the high command came a little late to the party. Excuse the pun, but I just want to ask you, will the high command accept this verdict? If the AAP were to lose, the BJP were to win, would they say that this is again an EVM-driven election, that the mandate of the people has been sort of once again somehow, robbed of them, etc., etc.? Or will they say, okay, this is just rewards, Mr. Kejriwal did not work, the EVMs are reflecting what the people's will is, as it is?
Look, I think in this election, the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to lose was quite evident to us. Okay, the issue was with the people who were getting out of AAP. Would they be coming to the Congress or would they be going to the BJP? Had we built our organization strong enough and made ourselves attractive and had candidates in all 70 seats that would get that anti-incumbency and some of our old voters back to us, or we've not been able to reach those milestones? I think it was really an issue of that. I would personally say the kind of results that the exit polls are showing, as I said, I would personally not be surprised. What is, to me, something that, I think I'm misreading myself is the Congress really getting that fewer seats? I thought we would do much better. And in the kind of scenario that you're talking about, I would say we probably should have been getting 8 to 10 seats. But then, as I said, if people have voted otherwise, they'll find out on the 8th.
Can you, elaborate on that? Of course, these numbers have to hold, these numbers have to, fructify on the 8th. But if this is true, that Congress is stuck between 0 and 1 or 0 and 2, why do you think you are not able to capture the imagination of the people of Delhi in a change election? Clearly, people have voted for change, but they've preferred the BJP to be the agent of change and not the Congress party. Why?
See, I thought that one thing that they were comparing Aam Aadmi Party's government to was really Congress's government 10 years ago. Okay, but you need a party with a strong foundation. It's like when rain falls, you have to have a vessel big enough to catch that rain and store it for yourself. Maybe that is something we've not been able to do because we were not there for the past 10 to 11 years. Maybe people didn't have the confidence that we are really the organizational alternative. Okay, I'm just assuming, I'm making guesses as to what it could be. So I think that's where if what we did in the last 2-3 months, maybe if we had done it over the last 2 to 3 years, perhaps we would have been in a position to where BJP is. I said, again, assuming that the exit polls are correct.
Do you believe a recalibration soon after the Lok Sabha elections to say that the Congress must fight on its own, especially where it wants to claw back into prominence, would have made a big difference, Sandeepji? Because there are still many people who believe that the times of Sheila Dikshit is when Delhi saw its best times of prosperity.
Not than recalibration. I think it got active just after May, June. I'm saying if we had got active after May, June, but also please remember, it's not that easy for an organization that has been weak for a while, that has not got a people's mandate, that doesn't have elected representatives the way other parties have, and unlike Aam Aadmi Party and others, didn't have an immediate, a people's movement from which it emerges. So a kind of a nascent support, which is not just political. So not having all that in your hand, it's not that easy to suddenly start rising in about 5 to 6 months. I'm not sure what the percentage of vote numbers are, but at least I would be more interested in finding out what are the kind of vote percentages we are getting and in which areas. And I think
as of now, the pollsters are saying
I'll be able to make a better understanding of
the exit pollsters are saying that you will have about a 5 to 6% vote share gain. So from about 4.5% in 2020, you may see up to 8 to 9%. That's what some of the pollsters are saying. Now, if you get into double digits of vote share, and if you're able to break in on the leaderboard, even with say 2 seats, and the Congress finds its way back into the Delhi Vidhan Sabha, will that energize the Congress cadre to say, go local, let's focus on rebuilding ourselves, not just in Delhi, but also perhaps a spillover into Punjab?
Oh, yes. Oh yes. Punjab, in any case, we did go local. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, we did not fight with anybody else, right? And I think at least in Delhi, it's settled that we would go it alone. I personally feel that we probably get more than 12 to 13, 14% of the vote. But as I said, again, it's an estimate of mine. I would say that this is on the long run good for the Congress. We fought somewhat, we've gained a lot of vote back. In many senses, if you see the way we attacked the government, the way we critiqued it, the way we put up our campaign, I think that became quite the center of the anti-AAP feeling that we built up in Delhi. Advantage may have gone to anywhere, and pardon me if you think I'm being too arrogant about the Congress. It's okay, but I think we really built the actual discussions around which this elections went. At least that's what I think.
All right, Sandeep Dixit, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this plays out on Saturday, the 8th of February.
Thank you.
Pradeep Gupta, CMD of Axis My India, one of the leading pollsters in the country, is now joining us. Pradeep ji, you have not put out your numbers, at least I don't have it in front of me in the screen. What is your number for Delhi?
Zaka, number crunching is on, and at this point of time, all I can say, we are not yet ready with our numbers.
But is there a trend, Pradeep ji? This is Anand here.
See, Anand, thank you for having me here. Trend is now, because better to give the proper number only, and then this time, all I can say, very, very interesting situation across the demography. I would say all the demography at play, meaning they are behaving differently, starting with caste, gender, of course, occupation also. In Delhi, occupation also play a vital role. Particularly, there is one side autos wala's voting pattern, rehri patri wala. Also important here, the job. When I say job, the private jobs and the government jobs, central government, state government. Then samudaya, meaning Purvanchalis, South Indians, Bengalis, Uttarakhandi, and of course Delhi Wasis and Punjabis. So every demography at play, important here. That is what we are doing. Which demography has the right representation in particular 100 vote which is being cast.
Okay.
This is what is going on, and if required, we will do the groundwork tomorrow also and come out with, because Access My India is known for exact poll kind of a situation. We have predicted 69 elections so far and called 63 elections.
But Pradeep ji, before Rahul asks his question quickly, आपके हिसाब से प्राइमा फेसा मामला क्लियर है कि फंसेगा?
हाँ, जहां तक ये जो आपका बहुत अच्छा सवाल है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है पास्ट ट्रेंड देखते हुए भी लास्ट 15 ईयर में 90 स्टेट इलेक्शंस हुए, 30 स्टेट्स के 3 इलेक्शन मान लीजिए और 3 लोकसभा हुए हैं। केवल 5 ओकेजन्स पे ऐसा हुआ है जो कि हंग असेंबली की सिचुएशन आई है। उसको देखते हुए और अभी के ट्रेंड देखते हुए मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि जो भी नंबर्स आएंगे या आने वाले हैं वो डिसिसिव मैंडेट होंगे, उसमें हंग असेंबली जैसी कोई सिचुएशन नहीं।
Pradeep ji, mathematically, I just want to ask you, yes, it is possible, but can the AAP, now some of these polls that are showing these massive victories for AAP, for BJP, sorry, are suggesting that the AAP's vote share will be around 42-43%, which is a decline of about 10%, 11%. Can that be the case if the AAP is going to be decimated and the BJP is going to sweep in the manner that it is being suggested?
So, Shivsankar, I do not have, Rahul, I do not have the answer for this very question. But all I can say, yes, definitely there is a fall in vote share of Aam Aadmi Party of 54% last time. This much all I can say. How much is the fall? That is the number crunching.
No, his question was more on the arithmetic.
ये दोनों चीजें सही रहेंगी कि उनका 42 पे भी आ जाए और उनकी सीटें भी इतनी कम हो जाएं और बीजेपी इतने बड़े मार्जिन से जीते, या तो उनका 40% से नीचे आना चाहिए टू गिव दिस काइंड ऑफ सीट प्रोजेक्शन।
अब तक सीट प्रोजेक्शंस का सवाल है, यदि दो पार्टी का वोट शेयर 5% के आसपास का यदि गैप होता है, 5% का गैप दो पार्टी के वोट शेयर में जो टॉप 2 पार्टीज हैं, देन इट इज विल बी इजीली डिसिसिव मैंडेट। उसमें कहीं कोई शक या सवाल नहीं होगा। दिस मच ऑल आई कैन से एट दिस पॉइंट।
प्रदीप जी, तो वन फाइनल क्वेश्चन बिफोर वी गेट द पॉलिटिकल स्पोक्सपर्सन्स इन, ये क्या क्लियर फाइट थी बिटवीन बीजेपी एंड कांग्रेस? वाज इट अ बीजेपी एंड आम आदमी पार्टी, वाज इट अ 2 हॉर्स रेस, या कई कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में आपने ट्रायंगुलर फाइट भी देखा कि कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट्स कुछ जगहों पे मतलब फाइट डाल रहे हैं और उसकी वजह से शायद आपकी वोट शेयर कम हो रही है?
डेफिनेटली कुछ सीटों पे, पर्टिकुलरली मुस्लिम डोमिनेंट सीट्स एंड उसमें एक सीट जोड़ दीजिए कांग्रेस की, वो भले ही मुस्लिम डोमिनेट ना हो, बादली सीट जो है उसके ऊपर जो यादव लड़ रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, वो अच्छी फाइट दे रहे हैं, इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ। और कुछ सीटों के ऊपर कांग्रेस ने फाइट दी है, बट वो कुछ